he does.
What a shot. How about that? That ball is crushed.
This is Turner Sports.
Going into the playoffs, we feel that we need to perform immediately.
We have been through a lot of playoffs. We know how to handle the pressure.
We need to just play our game. We are better than them.
Who's better? That's the point of competition.
If we are confident, we can be the best team in the world.
There is no room for mistake. You want to prove everyone that you're the best.
Are you envious of this man? If not, you should be. It's Kenny S, the French AWP superstar, back in the house, looking to carry his team to victory, but it isn't going to be easy. He has to go up against the king, who is very much back. It's Olaf Meister for Fnatic, one of the best players in the world, fresh from injury. They're going to be playing for a chance of $1.4 million and that trophy in shot. But let's move from the trophy to a championship-winning analyst desk. You may notice that contractually the network insisted we had to make it a bit more attractive. Obviously, it was Moses that had to go. We've got Puckett joining us on the desk today, and of course, the esports historian, Duncan Thorin Shields. How are we doing today, guys?
All right. Doing well. Yeah, started the day off with some barbecue.
Yeah.
Barbecue. Great start.
Speaking of barbecue, I actually read a really interesting AMA yesterday that said that Richard is on a diet, apparently. He's doing a lot of exercise. So, what kind of diet is that, Richard?
Yeah. Let's not get into the specifics, guys. Let's talk about the brackets instead. You can see coming up, it's a feast of Counter-Strike. We have Envious versus Fnatic, always a classic encounter. Then Na'Vi up against Cloud9, back from the dead, given a last chance to make it to our championship weekend on Friday, July 29th. Tomorrow we'll be bringing you Astralis versus Mousesports, and then Virtus Pro versus NIP will be the game on TBS. Now, we could stay here and talk about diets and stuff all day. Let's not do that. Let's go meet the casters. Now,
love those guys.
Yeah,
Ooh, this is nice.
You never did this, did you?
Nice and
This
smooth.
is Chris's first time riding the big desk. So you will notice that Semler is missing at the moment, MIA, and not for the first time in his career. So little baby Moses is up there with Anders. How you doing, guys?
Quite well. I've slightly lost it. That introduction
that
was a bit interesting, but no, I'm doing pretty well.
And I'm a little upset, Richard.
Why?
You can't just say that I was replaced for the good-looking portion. You look like a goblin.
All right.
Well,
camaraderie.
This is it's been fun.
Listen, boys, let's not have a goblin off. Let's not have a goblin off on the desk.
Just quick thoughts about this tie, and then I'll beat you up backstage.
I'm just pretty excited for this matchup. It's gonna be good.
Yeah, I think Envy have a sort of some sort of talent to throw Fnatic off, but they should be the better team. I think Fnatic are going to win it.
And Devil was outside leading their little pregame talk about. He was the one out there, just everyone listening to him. All these guys who've been the best in the world. Happy, Kenny, NBK. These guys all just paying complete attention to everything that he was talking about. How they want to play this matchup.
Yeah. And they've fallen that low.
Yeah.
It's probably over. Easy 2-0 for Fnatic,
So
I guess.
you're not going to kick me, right, guys? Anyway, we'll see you guys later. You'll have plenty of time to talk during the game. Thanks for that.
See you, Moses.
See ya.
Later, buddy.
Oh, I love that, Moses. Now, look, obviously I'm getting wrecked here, so why don't we throw you over to someone that is going to class up the proceedings? It
Also
is, of
looks
course,
better.
our interview, no doubt, our interviewer, Rachel Kuriko.
That's a lot of pressure to have to class this up, but I think I can do it. So if you guys bear with me, we got a bit to talk about here. First up, we have a way for you guys to get tickets. Come down and watch our finals at the Cobb Energy Center next weekend. Head on over to the ELEAGUE website, buy those for yourself, get a nice experience. Come in person and experience all this love on the desk here at the Counter-Strike team. Let's check out Friday. We have our show at 10 p.m. on TV. That's going to be Virtus Pro versus Ninjas in Pajamas. It's going to be amazing at 10 p.m. on TBS. But today we have our very first match of the day coming up. It's going to be Fnatic versus Envious, and it's going to be an incredible match up here. Fnatic looking very, very confident, in great spirits, but maybe they don't realize just how close this match could go. Find out after the break.
JW likes to wash his hands before the games.
I do it a lot, but not as much as before.
My teammate has a strange ritual. Just when it's about to go live, he always leaves and washes his hands.
For some reason, if my hands are like dirty while I'm holding my gear or I just ate food, it feels kind of like a little OCD feeling. I don't like how it feels in my gear.
Domino's pre-game rituals. Go on the offensive and counter-strike hunger. Order online now at Domino's.com.
Yes, welcome to the Domino's Countdown, the official pizza of ELEAGUE. Let's start talking about these two teams, Envious versus Fnatic, absolutely amazing teams. And this is a classic encounter, not necessarily with these lineups. Let's start by looking at Envious and a player I know you admire, Kenny.
Yeah, I mean, this is the guy where his storyline used to be so tragic. He used to be the best player in the world, but playing for kind of a lesser team. I mean, I know Nico can feel what I'm talking about there. But then he got his chance to join what was the best team in his country, Envious, obviously, and actually they won his second major with them. They were in the final of the first major he was with. He's had a lot of success. But interestingly enough, the last few months have been probably the worst of his whole career. He's had all these last place at last two majors. In terms of his individual form, at ELEAGUE, he really picked it up. He looked like the MVP in that final of the group stage that we had there. But then at the major, I mean, he had his troubles. Obviously, quite a tricky group to navigate, admittedly. So he's very much someone kind of prove again that he's one of the best players in the world, and kind of obviously is an ideal matchup to go against one of the all-time great teams to do so.
Yeah, and you can see his ELEAGUE stats here. He went on a tear. Was definitely one of the standout players for Envious as they got here. It's going to be tough for him today, though, because Puckett, you might not be known as a Counter-Strike expert. That might be something of an understatement. But for as long as you've been in the game, you've known about Fnatic and, of course, the man, Olaf Meister.
That's right. Over the last 2 years, you just see one guy always on top of the leaderboard. Olaf, everyone considered him to be, if not the greatest, one of the greats in the game. You even heard him here at ELEAGUE. I don't think I'm the best, but I don't think there's anyone better than me. This guy plays with a whole lot of confidence, and last time we saw him here at ELEAGUE, he was off to a slow start, but he really turned it up at the end of each game. He was nearing the top of the leaderboard, and really, you just gotta love everything that this guy brings to the table. He can use every single weapon, he does it confidently, and he's got a lot of trust in his teammates.
Yeah, and we saw him come back from that injury. He was a little bit, shaky to begin with. He even talked, which I thought was really interesting, about that fear factor of coming back from an injury, not wanting to potentially damage himself again.
Yeah, well, I mean, that has to be something you have to think about, because one of the things when he first got injured was you could actually see even in game, like it was obviously he had some sort of restriction in his movement. And so when he came back, even though all the doctors, he said multiple doctors told him, you're all clear, you can play again. It was in his own mind. He was thinking like, can I go sort of like into fifth gear in this sense? Can I go all out? Or will I have to worry that I re-injure myself? And obviously that'll have tragic implications for the team, because we know how much he's necessary to this Fnatic team winning.
Absolutely. Now, we were talking earlier about what was going to be the X factor in the game. That is the X factor presented by HyperX. And in our expertise, we decided that it was going to be NBK from Envious. Tell us why, Duncan.
Yeah, so what I did was I looked at when these core lineups played each other in the era when they had Kenny S, etc. And what I found was Envious actually used to beat Fnatic in those games purely on the fragging, actually. They used to out-frag this very skilled Fnatic lineup. And so I looked, what will the core fragging players for each team be? And so all over on Fnatic, I decided, okay, Olaf Meister at the moment wasn't so great at the major, but Crims and Flasher were very much back in form. So that trio is going to be very potent for Fnatic. So I look over on the Envious side, okay, you've got Kenny's, you've got Apex. You know they're going to have a chance to go crazy. If you're going to have someone else step up and be that third person for the trio for Envious so they can match them in terms of pure firepower, it's probably NBK actually. Like he's kind of out of sorts in terms of style. Devil's never really been a big fragger on the team. NBK is someone we know has got skill, and we know he's had pretty decent stats recently. So I feel if he can join Kenny S and Apex and make kind of a really potent trio there, then in terms of fragging, now you've got a chance where Envious can beat Fnatic, even though in terms of teams, okay, we'd probably edge the team aspect to Fnatic, but I think that could be the X factor. I think if NBK arrives, Envious can win this match.
Well, we need to look at the veto. Let's see what we're going to get. Again, Chris, I'll leave you out of this.
Appreciate
Duncan's
that one.
wheelhouse, yeah.
Sure. So this is an obvious ban for the Envious guys. It's basically their permaban overpass. Fnatic banning Nuke, also not a surprise. They have never played Nuke so far, and this is a map that has been one of their most banned. Now, in terms of pick, I'm actually thinking the Cobblestone pick from Envious shows a lot of confidence, because this is right now the second best map for Fnatic. So I think Fnatic picks Cash here, returns the favor if they do so, because, they've gone with Dust too. Wow. Now, that's also a map that, interestingly, you would not expect from the guys from Fnatic. It's not a map that's been very much in their wheelhouse. They lost to FaZe at the Major on it. Meanwhile, Envious have been fantastic on Dust 2. It's been very much a new map that they've brought in. And so the Decider being Cash, though, is the interesting one, because right now, these 3 maps, Cobblestone, Dust 2, Cash, are the 3 best maps of Envious.
Yeah.
Whereas, okay, Cobblestone and Cash, I know are fantastic maps for Fnatic. Dust 2's a real surprise, and that's their pick, remember. It's not like they picked Cobblestone, so I think they've tried to throw a big curveball in there.
Yeah, and like I said, well, what a tantalizing series on paper. The players are ready. Chris, I'm going to ask you for some predictions here. I mean, I'm feeling a very strong kind of Fnatic vibe from you based on your wonderful poetry about Olafmeister.
You know, Olaf says he's the best in the world. I asked Flusha who's the best in the world, and he said himself. You look at this squad, I think they have more talent in the 5-guy roster, but today, I'm putting on my boys in blue jersey. I'm a fanboy for Envy.
These Call of Duty guys sticking together, it makes me sick. Okay. Come on, Dan.
You guys are all picking Fnatic. I'm just making it interesting.
I don't pick. I'm the host. I recuse myself.
I will say this Dust 2 pick is the one that concerns me. I feel like the map pool looks good for Envious. Problem is, I think Fnatic is still fantastic on Cobble and Cash. I think they can win that, certainly. Dust 2 is not a decided matter entirely. So I'm actually feeling like I'm still going to edge it to Fnatic with that Fnatic magic. I think they're going to do it.
All right, thanks for your thoughts, guys. Let's do our mad fly-through and hand you over to Anders and Moses.
Thank you very much, Richard. And yes, indeed, we are live here. It's Cobblestone between Envy and Fnatic. And, you know, a bit of a split desk there. Where do you line up, Moses?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of took Fnatic with this one yesterday, put it out in the brackets. It's out there in public, so I can't really go away from it. But I do think, I mean, there's just so much strength on this team. And that's the one thing I'm glad Puckett actually mentioned Flusha, because with players like Olafmeister and JW, the hype plays that he makes, Flusha often goes unnoticed, but he's such a strong player in there as well.
Yeah, definitely it seems, especially in big games that really matter, where the pressure's really on, he seems to be a really reliable player. Good early start as well for Olafmeister, who picks off Devlin. They just rush in there with knives out. Look how quick Fnatic are trying to be here early on the terrorist side. It's right now a 2-on-4 as only Kenny and NBK are left, and they're getting shut down as well. Dennis probably could have had that kill. Instead, it's NBK to take it through the door. Kenny picking up one and gets jumped on. The bomb is down, and it's a 1-on-2 here.
Yeah, there's really not a whole lot NBK can do here. This was a really nice tactic with 2 HP left. Flusha does take him down in the end. And that's really nice timing from Fnatic. As soon as Olaf gets that first kill, you could see the pressure over towards the A bomb site was escalated, and that allows them to get one more pick on someone trying to rotate from A to B. They get him before he can get into the double doors. So you could see the Envy defense was just so confused, stuck in that connector, stuck in drop zone, no idea where to go.
I don't think I've ever seen that before. That, you know, you usually end up having someone call, you know, let's go fast A, fast B. Not both, but that's actually what they did. They ended up really fast in both bomb sites.
And it was like kind of almost a reverse split. Normally we see them come down drop and split towards the A bomb site. Instead it's just go right up A and split into connector. That's what Fnatic wanted to do, and it worked out so well.
It's going to put them at a bit of a bad start here for Envy, but maybe also one that could be expected when you're playing on Cobblestone. You know the CT side is going to be rough. It's a little bit better now that NBK picks up a good kill. Dennis returns with one more. And JW with that sawn-off shotgun that he loves using in the drop. It's not even a surprise anymore.
It is going to be a little bit dangerous for Happy, and JW is just right to his left. That smoke clears, he does the damage, and there it is. There's that kill. And now that prompts the rest of Envy to get aggressive, try and find something, create some kind of a play that can pull him back into the round, but it doesn't work. JW is going to go for one more, but he's down so low, but he gets it anyways. Picked out of the sky is Apex.
Great return on investment. He starts the round at $5,050, so that's pretty good. And Envy, not a lot that they can respond with early on here.
Now it's going to be even better for JW as well, because he still keeps that shotgun, doesn't have to rebuy it, and now they don't have armor. So, I mean, we saw him use a couple shots to kill Happy, but without armor, that should just be a one-shot kill in that same scenario. So another chance for JW to just build up more of that bank for the future, and Flush even sticking with just a 5.7, not even going for a rifle.
Yeah, and I like it. You know, we sometimes criticize even the top-level teams for taking too many risks, but I mean, they still have the 3 AKs to fall back on here. So I feel like this is fairly reasonable. You see Flusha doing some work and trying to figure out how many people are in there. I'm not sure if he spotted more than NBK, but that Deagle headshot, just way too much for him to handle, and that's going to make it a 4-on-5 here as the rest of Fnatic decide to switch it up, go to the A-bomb site. They're going to be quick in there with Molotovs, smokes, and everything else. I don't see any chance for Envy to retake this bomb site.
Yeah, Fnatic, you can see in the Pistron and now this as well, they're really taking advantage of the fact that the defenses have to be really honest in case there's a fast B play and send the majority of their forces there to slow that down. Quickly up the A-bomb site, and it's a free plant. They even have JW coming in on the flank. He's going to be able to cut off rotations, and he spotted NBK. Oh, but that's a nice win. NBK lands a headshot.
Yeah, so no money for JW in this round. The rest of Fnatic just going to hold on to the bomb here. No chance of it actually getting defused. So just Envy, I think, trying to look for exit kills if possible. NBK has got 2 in this round and 1 in the last one. So he's doing a lot of damage at least, trying to make sure that Fnatic have to rebuy. But again, if they save these 3 AKs, that's really all the investment they had in the round anyway. So see if it's going to be working out. They must realize where he is by now. I think a little bit of confusion.
Yeah, maybe a little bit. They weren't even looking that way at the end there. And the bummer too is NBK gets a couple nice kills, but he doesn't take any AKs away. It was the shotgun and it was the 5-7 on Flusha. So despite those good kills, I mean, he doesn't really damage the economy a whole lot, especially on the T side where it's a little bit easier to manage.
So the first real test now for Envy as they do pick up rifles. They've got 2 M4s, 1 Max 7, that's all right. 1 AWP, that's all right. But Moses, I'm looking at your face.
The double shotgun is pretty crazy. This is also partially because NBK bought Deagles both of those 2 save rounds, so he upgraded pistols both of those rounds. So maybe not feeling as much money. He's going to have to be playing towards the drop. That's exactly where it is. But look at JW, not even with an op, and he's being aggressive. Devil's close up to this Max 7. He can't land the shots though. He gets taken down, and the whole while Happy could have supported him with the M4 from Statue, but wasn't peeking whatsoever.
You know, we always come back to this, and I was looking at that little outline of the player behind the fountain, and thinking, why isn't he moving? And it's Happy. That's why he's not moving.
It all makes sense now.
It all makes sense, because it looked like Devil bought a lot of time, but maybe it was worth it, because that's a stunning headshot to shut down Flusha. Dennis has also gone down, and suddenly Envious are actually back in the lead here. Kenny showing up with that AWP to take down Crims, and suddenly it's left to JW, who just dies then. Olofmeister alone in a 1-on-4 here, trying to see if he can make it out. He's got the bomb at least.
He's got a minute to toy with, so what he can do is try and go back towards drop, try and go back towards A, see if there's anyone pushing up. I mean, he's got about 20-30 seconds to look for just 1 pick, but with the pace he's at, he's going to be in a 1-on-2, 1-on-3 after that no matter what, and there it is. NBK a little bit too casual, just walking into drop, not even prepared for that. So now a 1-on-3 with 30 seconds, and going towards this A site. Apex is the only one here, so he's going to have another 1-on-1.
Yeah, so far, good intuitive play coming out of Olofmeister. Obviously, you can't know exactly where they are, but you can see how many assumptions he's making about where they're not. He's not checking everything. He's being fairly quick because he knows he might as well. He has to sort of go really deep to win this round. So just going to try and sneak in, and Kenny was in position, but that peek even could have worked out in his favor. So overall, just an interesting round, but Envy coming out on top with a really big win.
Yeah, that one kill from Happy, it's such a clever spot as well because the way he's ducked, he's blocked off from any flashbang that comes low. They have to be flashbangs in the air to blind him, and unfortunately Fnatic didn't throw any of those. So they stall him out long enough for Kenny to rotate over. And you're right, I mean, Olaf in that kind of a situation, in that 1-on-3 with 40 seconds left, you basically have to take those calculated risks where you said we put so much pressure on the B site, someone rotated over, very unlikely they'll still be in the bomb site. So he's just not even checking that way. He's making sure if anyone peeks from doors, he wins that fight.
Again, we've got a very similar setup in that bomb site with Happy playing a little bit further behind and Devil being close there. So we'll see if that defense is going to continue to work and if Happy's actually going to help out Devil, or if it's part of the plan. It could be that sort of, they take one fight at a time, although it seems a bit crazy. The bomb right now is on the other side of the map, though. JW and Flusha are just holding on. It seems like Fnatic in general are just, waiting as they take control along here.
And now, I mean, this is a very slow-paced round from Fnatic staying very far back. And this is unlike the previous round we just saw where they put a lot of pressure onto that B site very quickly. Also, with that one win that Envy has, 3 members surviving as well, Fnatic knows that they build up some of the utility they can use. So we saw that nade land onto Flusha, do some early damage, and at least keep them back initially.
The rotation is actually happening. That's Happy now making his way towards the A bomb site. So maybe Envy have gleaned a little bit, or they heard someone walking somewhere, because this is a big assumption on their part that this is going to be an A push.
Well, and Olaf is just here now. They got him in position. They got him pretty advanced. So when they hit the B bomb site, he's going to flank up long, late, or just cut off rotations of those doors. And now it's looking like he's going to walk right through the smoke at some point.
Yeah, it's so thin on the left-hand side that he actually just sneaks through. He even sees the gun barrel there, and MBK goes down. That's a big opening. Crim's going to get the second one, taking out Apex, and this is just all falling apart. Envy Very slow round coming in from Fnatic, and Envy just couldn't stop it there. Triple for Crims, in fact.
Well, you can see how quickly Fnatic, one of the few teams that can do this consistently with how spread out they are. That's not an execution out of the bomb site. That's as soon as that first kill happens, there's only 3 members towards that B platform, or maybe even just 2. And then they have just players in position at the top of drop. They have Olafmeister flanking that are just ready to punish these teams when they start trying to reinforce the bomb site that's being attacked. They have so many players in position to just cut off those rotations and weaken the reinforcements going over. So very nicely done from Fnatic.
Yeah, it also appeared that there was no sort of really obvious and identifiable piece of information that made them rotate 3 into A. It seemed like sort of a, just a call based on intuition. Let's try and see if we can't catch them here, and it just didn't work out ultimately. Now they're back to pistols and maybe a little bit of armor, but ultimately it looks like we're about to be 5-1 here favoring Fnatic. And again, so quick. And what was that shot? Olaf, not even a little bit hesitant there, getting the headshot on Apex.
Yeah, Olaf's been taking a lot of isolated positions on this map so far, so he's the one away from the main point of the action, just wreaking havoc. Kenny gets one more kill. JW a little bit confused, and there's Happy. There's the AK-47. They've actually salvaged 2. Devil has one as well, and Dennis has got to be careful. Hard to clear these close angles with the AWP, and he's not even going to do it. Almost recovers in time with a pistol.
Yeah, that headshot could have taken him out, but he's still going to be alive. That leaves Crims. If he could find Devil and Happy first, then he has a chance of doing it. And he's got a little bit of time as well to maybe make this work. There's the first spray coming in, and that's Happy going down. Now 45 seconds and still 2 more members to find, and maybe even a bomb to plant. Even if he's got a little bit of health here, it's so hard to win these 1v2s.
Especially considering Devil has an AWP, and even though he's low on HP, he's going to be using that as a long-range angle. And that's exactly, he's just staring right at the bomb. 30 seconds left. Crim spots the one. That's a nice headshot onto Kenny. All of a sudden down into a one-on-one.
Look at Devil already running away. As soon as his teammate goes down, he actually repositions himself. And think about how hard it is for Crims to guess that this is where Devil is going to be. Obviously, the last 2 members are going to play as a duo, so he has to expect the other person is nearby here. Now, Crims, 10 seconds, and he's going to go down. Devil with a really big kill and a huge round for Envy. This should have been Fnatic's chance to take control of almost the entirety of the first half here.
That's the risk you run, the style that Fnatic has, where they're a little bit spread out. You could see everyone, kind of goes their own ways once they get certain control of the map. And Envy's able to pick them off and salvage those AK-47, so a very good round, and then Devil with the op. That's a nicely played one-on-one, readjusting into the off angle. So now it's Fnatic who has economic pressure put on them. I mean, Envy had to save that round, they win it. But now if you look at the money they have left in the bank, it's not much. Only Crims has 2,200, but everyone else is fully invested.
I feel like Fnatic slowed down too much in that round after the initial engagement. This time, a little bit more speed, but Kenny not getting caught, that actually could have been extremely dangerous, but somehow he lives.
I mean, Flush actually had the advantage in that fight. That's a very sick reaction from Kenny to save that kind of a situation, to have this position now.
He's right at the edge, so he can help out at drop, and also, obviously, the main entrance into B there. Oh, he's trying to shoot through, and we never see people do this, so I'm really excited that it's finally happening, and he almost got the hit there. It's perfectly possible. You can even headshot people and they'll die straight away. I think it does 60-some damage if you shoot through that wall. So you've got a real decent chance of doing it, but it's been, I think, underutilized a little bit. JW trying to see if he could maybe find an entry. They do need one to get back into this round. 55 seconds here, and Fnatic are being contained. And I feel like Happy and Apex are so far pushed up over at the A side, so they know if anything's happening over there.
You can see JW, though, this style, it's so hard to punish. He's doing some shoulder peeks, these jump peeks. He's just trying to find information without committing to any fight. He knows there's one waiting for him outside drop. He might have even caught sight of Devil initially, but it's going to be on Kenny behind this smoke. He's got to make this work. 30 seconds left for Fnatic.
And as they try and rotate back a little bit, Dennis getting caught by Happy. That was on the A side. MBK will be going down, and a little bit of hesitation there. Kenny missing a kill, but will pick up. JW finally goes down, but this might be too late altogether. 1-on-3 right now, and Olafmeister trying to see if he could maybe get back into this round, or at least he should do some more damage right now. Envy are actually looking quite strong, but it's not going to be enough here. 2 people survive for the French team, and they do make the scoreline 3-4. They don't have that much money, but Fnatic have even less.
Oh, that was a nice run boost. We've been seeing them do that on a couple different maps, and that's actually, having talked to NBK in the last time they were here at ELEAGUE, that's one of those things that Devils kind of brought into the table. They have one on Dust 2 as well that we might be able to see in the next map, where they run boost through the smoke execution on Catwalk. But that extra second is what gets Kenny up there in time to save the situation. Flusha almost had the angle on him.
We were talking about weird buys. We've seen auto shotguns, mag 7s, a bit of everything. Now we've got the dual elites picked up in the 8th round. That almost never happens. So, of course, it's got to be NBK to try and do that. Kenny, good shot there. And Fnatic, they have actually invested with pistol and armor into this round. See if they can maybe get the bomb down. Crim's going to be taking down NBK, so that's a strong start. Now it's a 4-on-4.
Well, and this is where Fnatic, you can see they immediately back off. This is where they kind of thrive, is these situations with that advantage. Kenny's got to be careful. He's blind. He's got backup here though. Happy comes in. It's the HE grenade that saves his life though. Olaf gets dropped. Envy on the verge of something dangerous happening, but they sustain.
Yeah, there are no Claymore mines in Counter-Strike, but there might as well have been one. You know, just putting it down and being chased after that worked out pretty well. 4-4 now, moving into the 9th round, and that wasn't sort of like a halfway buy for Fnatic. They went all in on that round, and I wouldn't say that worked enough. They needed more.
Because the thing is, even if they don't win the round, the goal of that as well is to do more damage than just getting that one kill. That's a buy that's more an attempt to try and keep the economy of Envy in check. They would be fine with losing the round if they got 3-4 kills, obviously, but not even close to that.
Well, we'll see if this is going to work out or not. They currently have 3 Deagles and 2 P250s here, so they could still do some significant damage. A flashbang is going to be going in, and smoke goes up. Olof, I really wanted him to challenge that, but it's not going to happen. Instead, now it's NBK. One more headshot coming in, and Crims to go down. So 5 versus 3 here. And Olof, is he looking for a third one here? NBK just almost making it happen. It was close.
I just spotted the top of Olaf Meister's head, and he's actually going to stick around with this. So he's been doing this. He's been having the shotgun in this position pretty much this entire half so far. So it looked a little curious in the 4th round, but now it just seems to be a pretty consistent thing. Maybe being a little bit jealous of some of the rounds that Hiko's been able to pull off with the auto shotgun. Wanted to get his own style in there.
Yeah, there really aren't that many players that will try and sort of steer outside the main guns, right? We never see the SG 553 picked up, almost never. NBK is one of the players that would do it sometimes in the past just for fun. The AUG also never really used. I'm not saying that it should be, but it's interesting that there are some players who want.
And there is actually, we're going to take a technical timeout. We are going to fix a little bit of the Twitch stream, and then we're going to take a quick break. So stay tuned, and we'll be right back.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. What is this Photoshop going on?
Well, it looks like the Goblin King from Labyrinth.
See, when they said, I was thinking the Hobbit.
I
was thinking an even meaner version.
That would have been epic. That would have been good.
Yeah, not to throw Richard
I think
under the bus,
most of the viewers might not notice that reference, but I can't be the only person who saw that he was very Goblin-esque in his appearance.
I'm sure there'll be more photoshops on Twitter somewhere. We did have a bit of a technical issue, and thanks to those of you who are pointing out that there was some problems with the stream. It should be fixed now. We've got Envy and Fnatic here, and right now, I've got to say, the Frenchmen are actually fighting back much more than I thought they would be. I think almost everyone was on Fnatic's side here, but Envy are showing some real spirit, and Kenny, a big part of it, taking down Olofmeister, and JW with a bit of a return, but he switches weapons a bit too fast, and that's going to be him going down to Happy, and the rest of Fnatic now starting to push in on this A side, and the communication coming out quick from Envy. Already the rotation is happening. They got a great crossfire, although part of that is down. What is Dennis doing? That's a second kill, all headshots so far, and finally Devil there to shut him out. He's out in the open. He's got no cover. He's still going to win that fight, and now it's a one-on-one. What a mad round so far. Grenade gonna land right in Kenny's face, and he's down to 51 health. A return there onto Crims, and the problem is Kenny still has the AWP. He almost would have been better off with a rifle or even the Tech-9 right now, because Crims isn't on that much health. Bomb not planted yet, and Kenny sneaking around to the back lines there. Crims, he can't quite see it, and I think Kenny's also on the other side of the wall there. He's not behind the truck just yet, so we got to see who's gonna be the least patient here.
Oh, this is such a small detail that Crips can't see this, so Kenny being very patient, just waiting for it. Now he hears the sound cue, so this might prompt Kenny forward, but he's going to wait for the bomb, so Crims has that decision if he wants to actually go chase it down or if he's just going to plant. Oh,
and look at this, already walking up Kenny. Now losing patience, going to miss the shot, and Crims will take him down for the double kill, and that's going to tie up the scoreline at 5-5. I mean, it could have gone either way. He actually goes before he hears the plant sound, right? He just decides now is the time for it. That could have been a great move.
Well, he was gambling the whole time, right? It was kind of like who's going to call the bluff, and then as soon as that plant noise comes out, and while that's a big one-on-one to win, Dennis opening up that site, those 2 kills he got, that's a very dangerous crossfire that Envy had set up, and Dennis blows it apart.
Now, you mentioned something in passing before the pause here, and that was that it seems like Olof is sort of playing alone and the rest of the team somewhere else. That was the same that round. I'm wondering if Envy are going to start to catch on that's the case. You know, as soon as they find Olof, they know the rest of the team must be somewhere else. JW goes down, and this time actually he is the lone man, and Olof making an opening into the B-bomb site, which makes it a 4-on-4 with Flusher in the drop, and he's already been found. I have no idea how Olofmeister got that kill, but it turns it into a 3-on-3 with the bomb about to go down.
Yeah, this is a good round from Fnatic so far, and now into this 3-on-3. A nice switch up from Envy by putting Kenny over towards the A side, catches JW off guard early, and there's Crims. Great position on the platform. That's going to be huge, and he's doing it perfectly. A nice headshot onto Apex, and he is controlling this bomb site, preventing this retake, and in a 1-on-2, Happy does not have any options left.
No, this is almost impossible to actually manage. He's got no grenades either. He's going to be running into the crossfire, and he ends up going down. Very well played by Fnatic. No one challenging alone, just, you know, peeking for information every once in a while. So that's a 6th round for the Swedish team here.
Look at this position. This is such an important position to hold as terrorists once the bomb gets planted. If you have a player on the platform like that, so many different angles he can toy with, so much, I mean, just that one box provides cover from so many different places that you can really isolate fights. And he even supports Dennis. Even though Dennis falls, it's essentially a bait just so Crims can get an easy kill. He knows he's got that second player out in the open, knows exactly where he is, and he's the power in preventing that retake.
Look at this. I'm wondering if Fnatic realized that actually Envy are caught here, because Flusher's in first with a MAC-10, and somehow Kenny doesn't get that kill. That should have at least been the one. Now Apex out in the open. Got to be very careful here. Flusher pushing past the smoke. He's finally going to be going down, but there's a lot of backup here. What a shot from Apex to take down JW, and a little bit more backup has come in as well. Olofmeister does get 1 kill in return. They've got more men on the bomb side. Still Olofmeister doing the work, and Devil is going to be the last man left here. 1-on-3, and somehow Fnatic, they make this push work even if Envy were actually pretty quick with their rotation.
Well, you could see the thought process of Fnatic when they took over that bomb site. Flusher goes in way, way far ahead, and everyone else, the rifles, stay back and just wait for the rotations, wait for players to show themselves. That's a sick nade. And Devil, not long for this world. Crims goes around the smoke and finds him in the end. 7-5, and that actually breaks Envy again. They had a couple shotguns that last round, so they couldn't really do too much.
You gotta wonder how much is decided in that first fight. You know, if Kenny straight gets the kill and then falls off the wall, probably it's gonna be difficult. You see the reaction as well. He's not happy.
Oh, and then Apex is there to back him up as well. So yeah, that one missed kill, that's all they needed, especially when you consider 2 of the players rotating. One had a Mag 7, one had an auto shotgun, and what are you gonna do at that kind of a range against the AK-47s?
Yeah, and I guess that's the thing that we haven't talked about. I mean, that auto shotgun is great in the drop or close to the plateau, but for retaking, it's a different matter. Oh, but look at this, NBK and Kenny, 1 kill each in the space of a couple of seconds there. Leaves Fnatic in a 3-on-5, and they even have the Bison there in play on Flusher.
And they lost an anti-eco round earlier in this half already, so losing 2 would be incredible. This could be a very strong half for Fnatic, but a couple mistakes in these rounds might just punish them. It'll be interesting to see if they can recover from it, especially as Flusher leads this way. Devil right beneath, and Envy doesn't have to play aggressive anymore. They can play this more passively, just as they are. Wait for them to commit into the bomb site.
Oh, this is a round, I think, where Envy really wish they had 3 armors instead of just 2 there, or 5 as well. So, because this Bison is not good against armor, but on armored targets, you see it shooting right through, just chews them up there. Dennis helping out a little bit. He's going to be going down off Flusher with a random kill. And again, no head armor on MBK, and there's none on Apex either. This Bison is actually the perfect weapon to deal with this round, and it's almost a bit tragic. So, triple kill there. I feel like if they had armor and head armor then, that would have been a different round.
Well, you know, it's interesting. I said they could play passive, but that almost, you know, once the execution came in, felt too passive. There's so many, I mean, Devil was close up the platform still, tried to find a timing, not a bad idea, but the rest of Envy, even with that salvaged AK, everyone, they had 3 members pretty much grouped around the double doors and the rock, and that's only one angle that Fnatic has to worry about. That's the big thing when you have these numbers, when you're up in a 5-on-3 with pistols, make them fight at different angles, make them have to clear so many different positions, and Envy kind of made that easy on them to get back into the round.
Well, double AWP is what we're seeing here out of Envy, and it's just been discussed a couple of times now if it's worth it to do it on the CT side here. But I mean, they just need 1 more round, and I think they'll be home safe. I think 6 rounds is a pretty respectable number if you're playing Fnatic on this map. So if they can make it work, and Kenny's certainly been hitting shots with it.
And Happy's got it too, and I know there's a couple analysts, I know Henry G especially, who laments the fact that double op setup on this map is not as effective as it is on others. But this is the first time they've brought it out, so Fnatic may not be prepared for it, especially considering I don't believe Kenny's played with an AWP in the chicken coop like Happy is at the moment at this B bomb site. So if Fnatic, which it does look like they're poised to hit this B bomb site, they have a real danger ahead of them.
So this is a setup that Virtus Pro love to use as well. Happy with a really good kill there and taking down Olofmeister, and maybe the fact that it hasn't been used too much is one of the reasons Olofmeister wasn't quite expecting it. So a bit of trouble now for the Fnatic team. They really cannot let Envy back into this game here, especially because they don't have that much money for the upcoming 15th round. And Devil hiding in the corner, no one checking it. And all on Flusher here, 1 versus 4, and it's just not going to happen. Happy picking up a triple kill and making it 6-8. And going into the last round of the half here, I mean, it's Kenny on 13 kills. He is tied with Olof, and then Crim's actually top fragging at 14.
Which is good to see, because Crim's, it's been mentioned a little bit in this kind of period that Fnatic has had as Olofmeister comes back from his injury. He's been picking things up, but he has been a little bit quiet, you know, in certain stretches of this year so far. So him leading the way bodes well. But now they have the 6 that you said they would like to have. Well, they have a chance to get towards 7. They're going to go against that shotgun of JW and the UMP of Flusha. So they have an advantage here. And this time it's going to be Crim's the first one to be aggressive, and the nade comes out and does massive damage, and Envy's been throwing that grenade pretty frequently. A little bit surprising that Fnatic hasn't caught onto that.
Now they're fast in again. Devil picking up 1 more shot, and he's got backup from Happy as well. Almost a double there, but actually it turns out in favor of Fnatic, especially as Dennis is going to be picking up the kill there on NBK. It looked like they shouldn't have been that successful because they were pretty much just trading even early on. Now it's all on Apex here, and there's obviously no saving. He's going to go for 1 flashbang and hope for a miracle. He's through the smoke, and Dennis will shut him down with a good triple kill, making it 9-6 in favor of the Swedes early on here. So, bit of a weird first half, I would say. It could have been much, much better for Envy. It could have been worse, too.
Pretty aggressive from Fnatic as well. You know, think back to the pistol round and some of the rounds they executed after that. Very aggressive, trying to get up A quickly, which we don't often see these days. So they brought a little bit of diverse speed into the game.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see how it goes. Going into the second half, it'll be right after the break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Here we've got Fnatic and Envy, and also, as you can tell there, Semler on Twitter saying apparently he's allergic to apples, and he ate one before the show and now lost his voice. I've never heard about that.
Listen, we've always known Semler was a little bit of a princess, even Snow White.
Yeah, but you know, look at this here. He certainly is very pretty, and we do, I think, have a bit of a live feed of what's actually happening. Oh no! Oh no!
What have they done?
His tweet said an apple, but you know, obviously it was more than that. You know,
it's like 6 or 7 apples, just gluttonous.
I think the phrase "all things in moderation," right? I think that's the actual Greek.
There was nothing moderate about that photo.
Absolutely not. Well, he looked to be in high spirits, so hopefully he'll be back soon enough. We do have the 16th round coming up here. Envy showing a bit of fight. I think it could have gone even better. They won a really big eco round that they managed to turn around. Fnatic looking strong, looking confident, I would say. And maybe at times a bit too much. We'll see if Envy can make this work on the T side. They've got Happy with the Tech 9 and the armor, so that's going to be the big player to defeat right here. Can do a lot of damage, especially close range in the drop. He's already going to be down and running into JW. Apex going to be dropped now. Happy coming around the corner, and he has to do a lot of work with this pistol, otherwise it's going to be worth it. Devil going down to Dennis, and he's firing more bullets. Finally, Happy comes into play, and he will be taking out Dennis, and that's a big start, but all of us hiding in the corner. Fnatic, they've got almost no health left. They've got to hit the headshots right now. There's Happy going down, and all on NBK, no bomb plant, and in a 1-on-2. He's only got the Glock right here and 33 health, and they're playing this one so well. They're really staying hidden and out of sight, and now they're both in the same exact lineup here, so it's going to be real tricky switching it up, and JW to take him down. I love the movement from Fnatic. Every time it looked like NBK was looking away, they were moving around behind his field of view.
Listen, this is that Fnatic hive mind we've always talked about. I mean, it's perfect play there from Fnatic in that pistol round because they have the 2 players at drop. They have 1 player at statue and 1 in the chicken coop way in the back. And when pressure is put onto the players at drop and they have to fall away to the doors, they stop fighting players coming, trying to attack them at a drop. They allow the players at statue and chicken coop to take that fight at range to distract them a little bit. They kind of juggle the aggression, and then you can just see Olafmeister and JW staying alive, not even trying to get the killing blow, just trying to chip away at him, and just all importance on staying alive.
Oh, what a nice shot, though. Apex going down, and again, we see that auto shotgun in play in the drop. That's very interesting how that has suddenly become a thing. I swear if you asked the players, 3 months ago and said, would you consider doing this? Everyone would have said, no, that's ridiculous. We wouldn't do that. And it just takes one person to show that it works, and then everyone does it.
Yeah, I mean, between JW and Flusha, I think it was, oh, this is aggressive, and JW is going to see too, but he doesn't even get damage, and now they're going to go right after him. They suck him into the trap and take them both down. Crimson JW with very nice play, and Olaf should be a couple easy kills for him. NBK and Kenny fall 11-6 now.
WMP, auto shotgun, P90, just 1 M4, what is happening?
Why not?
It's one of those things where, oh, that's a great shot, isn't it? Nice camera angle. It's one of those things where you just gotta wonder, if teams keep doing this, one day will someone be brave enough to call them on it and then buy, Tech 9 armor and around like this and just try and win it. If enough teams keep doing it, if the metagame changes so that you can reliably count on the idea that the second round is always going to be filled with all these weird guns and not M4s.
Well, the big thing as well is with these guns, even just a couple kills, obviously the bonus money is huge, but the big thing now with the CT sides, especially with the UMPs, and this is no secret, they're viable to bring into the 4th round. So, I mean, even if you're going to be going against Tech 9 and armor, no point in not investing in it, because with the armor pen that it has, it's entirely viable to go up against an AK in certain positions. Even the auto shotgun, like we saw in the first half, having it in drop, you can make that work in the 4th round and get a free upgrade to an AK-47. And in a game where the economy is so fragile, especially in the sense that it's so one-sided fragile for the CT team, always important to have these kind of economic advantages.
Dennis almost walking with his back turned into the middle. Pretty good double spray coming in from Flusher, and you can see him slightly panicked there trying to stay alive. And Dennis going to avenge him real quick with that P90, picking up 2 kills in what looked like a fairly easy round coming out of Fnatic. That's going to make it 12-6 as the Swedes are doubling the round score of the Frenchmen. But now we've got Kenny with the AWP. How should they use him here, Moses? Should he be sort of the guy left behind to try and cover the bomb once it's down, or should they try and let him open some of these bomb sites?
I think there's a couple ways you can do it. Towards each bomb site, there are places you can put him to pick. He can support players if they want to clear out the A halls. Right now, he's headed towards the B bomb site, so maybe take up a perch to see if anyone is going to get aggressive on this B platform from Fnatic, if the op is going to try and peek that angle. But once the hit comes in, it is the op in that platform position that I talked about in the first half so important. And look at this clever angle. That smoke just plumes in time to cover Olafmeister, but he goes for the spray, and NBK sees the tracer, so a good punish.
Yeah, and that's one of the issues. Again, if you're new to the game, you might not realize, but if you were shooting with the M4A1 instead that has the silencer on, it won't make those traces with the smoke, so you're a little bit more safe. But even at this level, a lot of these angles are well known. It's still a risk, I would say.
It's a risk with both guns, absolutely. Especially that early on in the round, because now you have Kenny, whose entire goal with this op is to find a pick. Well, he doesn't even need to do anything. Now they can just kind of wait this round out, and there's good aggression from Apex, and he's going to keep the pressure up, as is his style, and he finds another headshot on a Crims. Dennis completely blind, and it's all collapse for Fnatic. Envy swarm the bomb site, and so quickly they take everything from Fnatic.
I mean, that flashbang into the drop was perfect. You could see that there was... JW couldn't see a single thing there, so he was just shooting into the wall for no reason. Flusher here, and actually he looked like he was in a really good position, but he just managed to not spot out Happy, and that was the end of him. That's going to make it 7-12. There is money on Fnatic, except for Dennis, so they're going to even it out and buy on everyone here. But that looked like a really confident round. Look how well that flashbang worked.
And then this is just Apex, his type of play. Keep going. You don't stop until you die or you've killed everyone. And he gets 2 there to open up that site for Envy. All off the back. And now, I mean, this is where we talk about those economic decisions that Fnatic makes in the first couple rounds. Still have plenty of money to buy despite losing that with a very, very big investment. Even an op is bought up again in this round. Shotgun on JW. That's going to be in drop. And Flusha with the UMP. He's over towards the A bomb site.
We haven't really seen too many attempts from anyone over at A-Long or anything trying to peek out. You know, I feel like during the major that was more of a theme where people try and be a bit more aggressive. Now maybe that's just because it's a LAN environment and there's more on the line. You know, you want to win that major title, so you try and take a few more risks. But either way, it's I really like that style. I wish it'd come back a bit more. Apex once again showing how good he is at opening up. There's a second headshot coming through. Finally going to be taken down by Olaf, who's in a lot of trouble right here behind the fountain, trying to stay alive. Flashbangs are in it. If he walks too far out the left, he's going to be shot down by Happy anyway. Olaf trying to make it work, but there was Happy with the kill and the follow-up, which leaves Dennis alone. So what a great round here from Envy once again.
Listen, this is going to be a really rough half for Fnatic if Apex is going to consistently get these 2 kills as he enters out drop. That's a huge position if he's going to have that kind of success. I would expect Fnatic is going to put emphasis on stopping him in the next gun round. But also, even despite those 2 kills, you always have to have that fear that Olaf at that statue, plenty of cover that he can make some kind of a play to pull him back into the round. So it was great pressure put on him by Envy as they enter into the site. Even after those 2 kills, Olaf is constantly flashed, constantly worrying about pressure from 2 different angles, and just could never get comfortable to make a play.
Right now, it's only a 4-round gap, and again, we were just at 12-6, now we're at 12-8, and Fnatic are out of money, and this is going to be a theme from now on. You know, every other round, more or less, is going to be a save for Fnatic unless they can really do a lot of damage or get some good kills in here. Got the deagle on Dennis, and he's going to be sneaking up on the far side, but the rest of Envy look like they're not really going to be waiting. They're already pushed onto the plateau and trying to look for some openings. Little jump there. And BK not being tricked into going for too much of a peek here. Instead, going to make a jump of his own and spot out. If you can see Olafmeister back there, Crim's going to be going down, and he can't get back. I think he was being blocked by Kenny. What kind of teamwork is that? Now Dennis going to be all alone. Moses, how much does that trigger you if that happens in the game?
It's pretty frustrating. Definitely, if in this team environment though, Fnatic will be able to shrug it off. It is, after all, just an eco round. If that happens during like a critical gun round, that's when you start to see really the stress come out. But just the pistols, they'll probably laugh it off. But this is now the round where Fnatic has to figure out how to stop Apex, because the 2 gun rounds that Envy have won have been off the back of him getting that double kill coming out of drop. Fantastic. Yeah. And the thing about Apex, he's a player who just builds momentum and just snowballs into this unstoppable force. If he continues to have that success moving forward, he's just going to get stronger and stronger towards the end of this match.
I've always thought of MBK as like the captain of this team, but this time it was Kenny behind pushing him forward, saying, get out of the trench. There's no going back now. It's pretty brutal there on the French side.
This is a good switch up. Now they're putting no one in drop. This is just going to be a very quick execute towards the B platform.
big risk, and the reward would have been there if they had gone A, but right now in the B bomb side, Olaf has got to pull out some of that magic. He's got Crims there as well, who's been playing good so far. Olaf going to get a kill on Crims too, so it is still a 3-on-3. Dennis is starting to rotate in. Flusher actually could have maybe tried for a flank around, but he decides to go the regular way back towards the connector middle, and we'll see if this can work out. Happy's one step away. Easy kill there for Happy. He's going to be going down to Dennis. There's still more than a minute left here. No bomb plant has happened yet. Dennis very low on health. He's just one bullet from death, and especially with an AWP. Kenny was jumping when he got that shot, it almost looked like. So that's a little bit ridiculous. Flusher. Smoke, I think, saved his life then, in fact. And he's going to be in a 1-on-2 trying to see if he can make this work. He's already spotted out MBK and very nearly got the kill on him. This is... I don't know if there's any right or wrong way to play this way, but it's very hard to do this.
Kenny has 2 flashes and a smoke, so I'm not sure why he's not using those to help NBK get into the bomb site, but either way, he's being patient with the op, and he's just saying, let that smoke fade away, and then I can cover you instead of using this utility. Just now, he puts up the smoke. Flush is relocated over towards drop, so he's got a chance to get out, and I don't think they spotted that.
No, and Flusher is historically one of the players that's very good at doing this stuff, but oh, what a shot coming out! Kenny taking down Flusher. Let's see if he can... He actually spots the head of Dennis there, then he jumps up and just instantly scopes. That's not an easy shot to hit.
Did Flusher like get distracted by a flower pot? I swear when he turned that corner, he blew up a flower pot, and he thought it was like a body to shoot at or something.
Well, the thing is, there are a lot of players now that will actually hide right under them, right? People sort of sit crouched and sort of look under. So I'm wondering if that's what he was worried about. Or
just pre-firing and just checking to make sure he's not there.
Maybe paranoid a little bit. That would have been sort of a classic round, I almost feel like, for Flusher to win. He is good in those 1v2s.
Well, now Fnatic, this is going to start being a little bit scary because Envy, that's a couple tactics now. They just outplayed Fnatic in that round, where they had some pressure on drop, but just instead it's a switch of the pace. Smoke comes out towards platform. Olaf's in the open trying to find something, and a flashbang hits him in the face and forces him back. So that defense from Fnatic that likes to be aggressive has been forced to be so passive in these last couple gun rounds. And despite winning both pistols, Fnatic, they're about to lose the lead here. Envy's very, very close to evening this up.
Couple of flashes being banked off the side of the building there, trying to see if they could force someone to peek into Happy. And again, I love the fact that they're just using him right now as the tool with which to get into the bomb sites. Again, he's just got the Mag 10, so it's not a big loss. Does end up going for a double kill, and actually no, triple overall.
Look at how low those 3 players are, though. Kenny, Happy, and Apex, the 3 combined at probably under 30 HP. So very, very close to a scary round. Guns coming out again for Fnatic. And they have an AWP as well. They have the full losing bonus now, so that kind of cycle of buy, save might start to, it can start disappearing a little bit.
I'm still so confused about the fact, because Fnatic have been doing exactly what Envy did as well over at the A side. They have people sort of fairly far up on the A side or middle, but when the push happens in B, none of them decide to flank around. They all just go back. There's no attempt to be aggressive at all on that A side of the map, and that is starting to actually annoy me a little bit.
Well, the reason why there's not much, I don't think, is because Envy hasn't really gone there yet. This is the first round we've really seen them place any players that look like they want to be aggressive. And, of course, it's going to be Apex, who likes to lead the way. See if he can entry. That's a missed Molotov, though. That's going to do absolutely nothing.
Yeah, I'm not even sure where that would have gone if it had worked, but I'd be interested to see it. Maybe it stays airborne long enough to fall back on the other side. Wouldn't count it out. A lot of jumping. Oh my god, and Flusher gets the return. There's absolutely no explaining none of that. It just happened. Just accept it.
Yeah, I didn't see him on that screen, so I think he was just firing away. Why not? Flusher wins it anyways. And now it's on Happy. He's got to get a little bit more aggressive with the lurk, but he misses the timing. JW almost gets caught with a nade out, but that is massive damage. An outplay from JW brings Happy down to 19.
Dennis is in the corner. The Molotov's going to go the other way, and Dennis going to be smirking a little bit, but not for long as MBK does turn around. Olaf with the AWP shot to drop him. We'll see if he can stay alive. He was in this position just a couple of rounds ago where they're going to come from either side of the fountain, and he does pick up the kill on Devil. Bomb is now out in the open, and there's only 30 seconds right now. Fnatic have a real good chance of doing this. Happy going to take up one more kill. He's low on health, but still posing a threat here to the Swedish side. They're going to try and see if they can move up. Somehow Happy makes it across, even if that smoke was imperfect. And Kenny going to look for the shot here, trying to make it back in. Just not going to happen. And Fnatic finally winning a round here in the second half. It's been a while now. That was 5 rounds in a row for Envy.
And there it is. There's a small mistake, in my opinion, on Kenny there. He felt the pressure to try and support his teammate getting the bomb planted. He gives up that critical spot. We've mentioned it a couple times in this matchup, staying on the platform for the post plant. With that off especially, such a strong position where you're able to use that box perfectly.
Look at this Molotov. All right, what are we seeing?
Yeah, I don't know where would that. I think that was planned to bounce off the walls and go onto the haystack to the right to maybe clear that out.
I think that was the plan, yeah. And then there's the air actually catches fire somehow. It's very confusing overall. I don't think we should go into the Counter-Strike physics at that point in time, but yeah, that was. I'd love to see that work. I've actually tried myself to find different ways of doing that, but not been successful so far. 3 men on the B bomb side. It seems like Fnatic are really tired of losing of this to this B push for Envy. That seems to continuously happen. I mean, at what point do you just put 5 members on there and just go for it?
Fnatic could do it. I mean, you have to stay honest and put keep someone at A. But I mean, they could have done it now. And now Olafmeister a little bit blind, but he's in the chicken coop. There are Molotovs to force him out here, but he bides his time. 3 quick kills, and there's a 4th for Fnatic. So Envy has been shut down. It's just Happy. And this is what's often criticized, this kind of style where he's very slow. He is top frag in this match, we should say, but it is rounds like this that make you realize when the rest of his team doesn't have success, it just looks a little bit awkward for Happy, where he's in a 1-on-4. You know, it works perfectly when they get a couple kills onto that bomb site and he can exploit some rotations, but when they don't, and this is true for every lurker, it just kind of it turns a little flat.
It does, and I think it also becomes the source of a lot of criticism for him as a player. Sort of personally, people say, well, you know, why aren't you helping out your team and all that stuff? I actually had a long conversation with Happy last time we were here about this very sort of issue, and he doesn't seem too phased, but he seems like he's fairly chilled out about it. There was some alcohol involved, so I don't know if that was the reason why everyone was so relaxed. But actually, it did sort of change my mind a little bit because at least in Happy's telling of the story. The rest of the team is perfectly in on this setup, you know. It's not something that Happy's like, you go forth my minions and I will be there to clean it up, you know.
The crazy thing about those situations is people sometimes forget that's exactly what NIP looked like before Threat kind of joined the team, was oftentimes GetRight would be employing the same style of lurking.
Yeah.
And if his team doesn't have success on the other side of the map, there's nowhere for him to really make a move, make a play. So he would often be left in those 1-on-4 situations. So it looks just as silly no matter who's doing it. It's just a little bit of an unfortunate circumstance for that particular position.
But I mean, even in the much famed 87-0 streak that NIP were running, I mean, throughout that, the absolute ultimate NIP era was when they were running that same strategy. You know, there's just GetRight and Forest is like the 2 really good backup players, and especially GetRight. So maybe there's some historical precedence to show that might be a viable thing. I would love to see that grenade again, but it looks like we're not going to have it instead. Flashbang to force Flusher back. Running into the wall like that is so dangerous. That is exactly what gets you killed.
Yeah, one quicker, half-second faster of a push from NBK or Kenny, and Flusher more than likely falls, so he gets around just in time. Apex, he's gone back to what has worked previously in this half. Coming out drop, seeing if you can get the entries. Crims pre-fires it. Now he hears him fall. Olafmeister is on platform with the AWP, so at any point he can just peek over and eliminate Apex from the map.
In Apex, he's had a lot of success here in drop, trying to open it up this time. It's a bit more messy. He takes just about as much as he gives there. And now flashbang in. Crim's going to be able to take him out. Really well played by him. Kenny, sorry, that's Flusher picking up a kill there. MBK and Apex already gone down looking for another one, and he's going to actually shoot right on the Devil, who jumps over the shot, and Kenny helping out to take down JW. Bomb is down, and it's a 2-1-2 here. Crims and Olaf have to try and see if they can retake this and get themselves onto map point. Did Devil see the gun barrel? I'm not quite sure if he does. Very hard to spot from our point of view here. Olafmeister goes down, and now it's all on Crims. 1 versus 2, and what great team play coming out. Envy flashbang into the peak there, and that's going to be a 12th round.
Devil has so much faith in Kenny in that situation. Just hold that angle and prevent anyone from Fnatic to rotating close to that bomb site. So you can see how conservative he plays in the site, not peeking anything, not exposing himself too much, just making sure he can stay alive.
You know, I feel like actually I think everyone was sort of criticizing Devil early on, but I didn't see much hope even for improvement. I didn't see many things where I thought this is going to get any better at all. And he was also very quiet. He looks like he was sort of a little bit drawn in, you know, like a little bit reclusive almost maybe. Seeing him screaming like that and being at the center of the team and active That's actually quite encouraging, I think. I like it. 12 to 14 is what we're looking at here, and a great shot. Olofmeister going down to Kenny, and Happy opening up as well. There is only pistols here on the Fnatic side, but still, Envy are getting very close right now. Remember, they did already win 5 rounds in a row earlier in this half. They could do it again and straight win the map here.
Yeah, and actually, Fnatic wins 2 in a row, but just losing 1, they hadn't really built up that much of a bank. So right back onto the pistols.
I have to confess, Moses, that there is some part of me that really wishes that Happy had sort of engineered and masterminded this team to be all sort of his minions, and then he could sort of look like the superstar every time. There's just something fundamentally evil, but also hilarious about that situation.
I mean, this is what they were when they won the major as LDLC, right? Where he was, the big star player of this team. Yep. He was the one putting up the massive numbers, playing the same kind of style, the same kind of lurk style. So, I mean, maybe they've gone back a little bit to what works, but now they also have Kenny, who can be the star on the other side of the map.
Yeah, and I think they even said, didn't they, that they actually would try and make Kenny more of a star and have him play like a bigger role. So certainly working out right now. They're 1 round away from equalizing here. The terrorist side has been good for them so far. JW really wanting to take that fight, and he's already done a lot of damage. So Apex is going to go for it, and the timing is almost perfect. Almost walks in as Apex is about to fall off the ledge then, but they're still going to win the fight against him. Happy showing up to help out.
A little bit over-aggressive from JW. I don't think he realized until it was too late that there were 2 members there. So Apex, he takes a lot of damage, but he falls away, and it's Happy who kind of starts taking the mantle of that initial contact there. So JW's thinking if he just lands 1 more bullet, he gets the kill, but it wasn't the case, and he does fall.
And now where do they go with it, Envy? They've shown themselves already to favor that B-bomb side so much. What a kill coming through. Flusher, that must have been mid-air as well on Devil. He didn't even get the chance to get his feet on the ground. Dennis holding strong up here with Crims helping out. This is a big round right now for Fnatic, and they need to win a good kill coming in. And Kenny again getting taken out mid-air, which leaves it on Apex, and another grenade raining in. I was going to say it would have been tough, but especially when they're going to bomb him.
Yeah, that's just a nice Fnatic defense. Dennis on the stairwell, he takes the first fight, tries to time the op shot so he can peek. Good shot hit by Apex, but then Olaf is there to pick up. And so there's just so many bodies being thrown at this because they have such an advantage that when Envy, even though they're trading these kills, there's no progress being made ever. So that buys that time. Fnatic comes over, the rotations finally get in. Perfect nade, and that's the cleanup kill onto Apex, who took the early damage from JW. So a good way to end the round for Fnatic, and now they're on match point. Envy's got to win 2 in a row to take it to overtime.
Not impossible, but also this is where the pressure really starts to mount. You realize now that any mistake is going to cost you the map, and even if the maps did work out fairly well. Oh no!
That is incredible. What a beautiful nade stack from Fnatic.
Apex, just, I would say brave, but maybe also a little bit too much.
I mean, that is, you love to see those kind of nade stacks because you don't often see them work, but just 2 nades at a fully armored Apex, and that's a lot of the early strength in these rounds for Envy just out of the fight. And do they expect JW to be here as well?
Well, he's been here so many times, it's almost mad if they don't, but actually looked like Happy was looking the other way. JW has had at least 4 rounds where he stood right in this position and jumping. Oh no! Kenny gonna be out of the round. JW with a flying max 7 to drop him. And this might just be it here. It's a 5-on-2, and finally we see that lurk that we were talking about earlier with Dennis walking in from behind and Devil going to be the last man left here in a 1-on-5. Fnatic for the first map here. It's going to be all them. 16-13, a close game, and I think closer than most people were expecting, but ultimately it will be the Swedes coming out on top.
That jumping mag 7, you could see it coming. You could kind of, you're just like, it's JW. Is he going to do it? For a couple seconds, this nade stack is so cool to see, and that's obviously that they have the placement down so that it bounces off that wall and right at him. That's really, really well done. Clever from Fnatic, and this was just beautiful.
There has to have been at least a millisecond before Apex gets that second grenade. When he hears it bounce behind him, he's like, oh.
I have made a huge mistake.
Yeah, definitely. Well, what a first map it was. Fnatic ending up with 16 rounds and Envy at 13. So close indeed. We'll see if it's going to get better on map 2. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Yes. So welcome to Game Break, brought to you by Sausage Party in theaters August 12th. So let's break down a classic piece of Counter-Strike. We're going to do it with Puckett and Thorin. Yes, he is here. Semler's still recovering from his allergic reaction.
You know what they say? An apple a day keeps the Semler away.
Definitely does, mate.
It's just one.
Allergic to work, of course, the Semler story. So let's get straight into this. You know, it was actually a really good game, and I think it showed, you know, that we've weeded out some of the lesser teams, and we're getting high-quality Counter-Strike here. This was very back and forth, guys.
Yeah, both good terrorist teams on this map, so we know they can both put together a big stretch, but it was actually the work they both did on CT side that really made the game come alive, because Envious looked on that first half like they'd gotten enough rounds. I really thought they were going to win this game, but Fnatic, they found a way to stop that B push. And one thing I think maybe was a mistake from Envious is when they were on their T side, they didn't really make a lot of use of Kenny S. It was a lot of like fast attacks. There was a lot of grouped attacks, which normally would probably just work better with rifles. They never really set him up Guardian style to get any picks, you know. So as close a game it was, I feel like that has to be one of the X factors that kind of didn't win the game for Envious.
Yeah, Puckett, what did you notice?
You know, I think it really came down to the clutches. It was 5-4 after the first pause, and we saw Crims, a one-on-one versus Kenny S, wins that one. They go on to win out for the rest of the half, basically other than one round. Then in the second half, a big 2-on-2 in round 24. Olaf and Crims coming up clutch once again, this time against Kenny and Happy. And I think that was kind of the difference maker. If you look at all of the stats, there's really just one player who didn't keep up, and that's Devil from Envious. He's got to get more frags if they want to win in game 2.
Yeah, and we're definitely going to talk a little bit about Devil, and so we hate to harp on about it, but there are certain, how should we say, recurring storylines. You know, I think, Duncan, overall, you know, Puckett's observations are pretty sound. It was a game that really had one or two key moments that were the difference between victory and defeat.
I mean, they both play a similar style. They play this style. I mean, look, you see just people running in here. There's no pop flashes here. There's no... They put down like the one smoke that everyone does, the one Molotov, but it's not really a lot of tactics. It's people relying on their aim. And unfortunately, you look at these two teams, what's the difference from when Envious used to beat Fnatic? They used to have Kiyoshima, who at least was known to be a skilled player. Devil's never really done that when he's been in the team. They've had the fact that they've rotated him to be the in-game leader, which was never something he did before, says to me they're just trying to find something to make use of this guy, because I mean he's under contract, he's a player for them, but you look, everyone else in the server was performing as you'd expect these skills players to, and he was kind of the odd man out. So I mean, coming up short, kind of like Moses on the desk.
We've said this before.
Classless joke.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, look, we've said this before about Devil. It's definitely not the first time we've criticized his performance. But, you know, you've seen him backstage, Chris. Like, he does bring something to the team. You know, he is galvanizing
What's
them.
he bringing? Teas, coffees, apples, maybe.
Yeah, apples.
And he was the hype man. Even when they were down,
like
he was the one trying to get them back into this one.
Boy, Kenny,
get them sparked.
Get him, Kenny.
At least when he's not getting the frags, he's still paying attention, trying to keep his teammates at a high point. But really, I think you also look at this game, the pistol rounds. If you win a pistol round, you have such a better chance of beating Fnatic here. They kind of shot themselves in the foot both times.
Yeah, well, I think we can sort of compare the two top fraggers as well. It's your man Happy again. Now, he very regularly top frags on Envious. You say, Duncan, that he sort of has manufactured the team, so he just can do that,
I mean,
right?
he did in the past, like the old Envious one where it was LDLC particularly, that was the style that brought them success. I mean, that team didn't have Kenny S, though, notably.
But look at his ATR here. This suggests that this was a meaningful performance, though.
A lot of entry frag, a lot of echo frags, was using a Mach 10 quite a lot. And I have to say, this was like a good performance. It wasn't a star performance for me, though, because a lot of the rounds they lost, I mean, he would just be left, no pressure on the map, lurking, 1v4, 1v3, and that's the scenario where I feel like this is the key point to make. This guy could do so much more for the team. If he does everything he does up to this point, but on those few rounds, he had some pressure, he goes into the dropper when they're going off the platform, that's when they probably either win a round or he opens up a chance for one of his teammates to win a round, where at the moment, he's leaving his guys playing 4v4 on sites when they could be going splits onto the site, and he doesn't really do that. So it was a good performance, certainly. I don't think this was a game where anyone carried. It was a very even performance across the board from everyone, I thought. So solid enough from him, I think.
Yeah, and you can see Envious getting ready to come back, which means it's time for us to take a break. Thanks for your thoughts, gentlemen. When we come back, we're going to have Dust 2 in this epic series between Fnatic and Envious. Make sure you join us.
This ELEAGUE Game Break is brought to you by Sausage Party in theaters August 12th. Rated R.
So if watching this game has whet your appetite for some amazing Counter-Strike, make sure you go online and get tickets for our championship weekend, July 29th to the 30th at the Cobb Energy Center in Atlanta, Georgia. We're definitely going to be there. We're going to find out what teams are going to be there. Go to e-league.com/finals. Tickets still available at the moment. Now, let's get back to this tie. And Envious, one map down. Obviously, Chris deeply upset by that, but it would be a travesty if you got your first prediction on an analysis desk, right? But there's a glimmer of hope here, Duncan, because you were surprised by this Dust 2 pick.
Yeah, I mean, even though the stats here are saying they're 8-3 on it on LAN 2016, the guys from Fnatic, I actually think Envious are the team that are favored on Dust 2 because a lot of these wins for Fnatic were way, way earlier in the year when Olofmeister was pre-injury, and just the whole look of the team was very different. Their map pool has evolved a lot since then. It actually changed during the time Olofmeister was out of the team. So to me, Dust 2's a map that actually is very middling for them. It's the map that I saw them lose to FaZe on at the Major. So Envious, on the other hand, was, interestingly, they only used to be good with Dust 2 before they had KennyS, when they had Shox in the team. But actually, it's a map where over the last few months, they've been picking up wins here and there, and they've been looking a lot more comfortable on it. So I feel like this is actually a prime map to put KennyS on, put him on that AWP, and have a lot of good chances to win on. So I actually think this is where we'll really see what Fnatic's plan was. Like, they picked this map, remember? So presumably they came in with some sort of an idea of what they're going to do. So if they can win here in 2-0, fair play, I'll give it up to them. They had the kind of the clever gambit there. But if they lose out here and we go to that third map, which we know both teams are strong on, I mean, in that case, I feel like it was a pick ban mistake.
And I think that's the good news for you here, Puckett. This is how you can save some face because I've looked at the numbers. KennyS has had some pretty statistically impressive performances on Dust 2. Meanwhile, this used to be JW's playground. He used to be amazing on this map. We just haven't seen that JW in so long. I mean, he's been MIA for quite some time. So,
well, you know, at the start of this, I said, I think Fnatic's a stronger team, but I'm going to go Envy fanboy here. So I'm just hoping they pull out the win. I think it's going to be on Apex, though. You know, he had some great picks in the first game, great entries, especially at drop. He's got to get some early picks, get some pressure off his teammates' shoulders. But my real question is this guy here, Devil. What can he do differently on Dust 2 that he wasn't able to get going on Cobble? So, I mean, KennyS, of course, everyone's going to be watching his sniper throughout this game, but I don't think he's going to be the player to watch.
Well, hopefully it's better the Devil you don't know, and we see Devil actually turn up and get some kills. Don't shake your head at me, Duncan.
Wish I didn't know that Devil.
Predictions?
I'll say for, actually, I think Envious is going to take this map.
Puckett, make it 2 for Envious?
Yeah, why not? I said they're going to win game 3.
All right, well, thanks a lot for your thoughts, gentlemen. Now we're going to have our RB's map fly through with the classic Dust 2, and we're going to throw you back to Anders and Moses.
Yeah, questionable wordplay coming out of the desk there. I like it anyway. And we are going to head into map 2. It's Envy and Fnatic here at a best of 3 for the quarterfinals of ELEAGUE. Moses, what do you think? I mean, do you agree with the overall point that maybe Envy would have a real shot at winning this map?
Yeah, I mean, they definitely have a shot at it. It's going to lend itself to a lot of strengths. There's a lot of good lurking positions for Happy, who had a good game 1. Obviously, the ops on Dust 2 are very impactful, so Kenny should have a good game. Apex as an entry is always going to have to be important. Olaf, this is the questionable thing. Olaf with the Deagle, and we did see this on Cobble. We mentioned a couple of times that he was playing very, very isolated from his team, off on his own. And actually, Envy gets that kill onto Olaf with the Deagle. They're going to push right through long, and they're going to have a very, very quick flank.
Yeah, this is almost impossible for Fnatic to predict. This is sort of a counterintuitive play. Normally, if you win a fight like that, you're thinking, great, we're safe, let's just relax. Instead, they go the other way. They actually amp it up and try and see if they can make it in to the B bomb side here. NBK getting overwhelmed, and right now they're just trading JW with a good double kill. It's a 2-on-3 at the moment, and Kenny looking for an opening. They have to go back and pick up the bomb, though. Envy's so quick with the rotation because of that early decision to go out long, and that's a stunning headshot, and JW to follow it up. That's the triple. Now Kenny trying to stay alive, taking a fight, and he gets both the headshots and takes out Fnatic. Somehow, he saves the French team anyway. Triple kill for him.
And what a hero that is, because that was actually a misplay from Envy, having Happy peek out of that box like that. They had it perfectly. They had all 3 members in tunnels. All they had to do was hide and wait for Fnatic to have to go chase down those kills. They peek and give a couple away, Happy and then Devil. And actually, I mean, obviously, JW doesn't know that Kenny's rotated all the way around, because if he hadn't, that bomb would have gone to the other bomb site, and Fnatic would have had a huge advantage. So, nice mobility from Kenny.
Well, now they're going to be out long quick. They did not get the bomb plant, so they have armor and pistols here. Straight headshot coming through from Crims. It looked like, actually, Envy wanted to fight on long instead of just falling back, but that just didn't work out. So, early kill in favor of Fnatic is going to help them a little bit, even if they took a lot of damage.
And now Fnatic can just slow this down. JW actually has a smoke, so they can actually use that for effect. He's got it in mid. They've got to be careful. Happy's going to start pushing him. He's giving himself away. Olaf doesn't commit to jumping up. Now the smoke comes out, but he's caught. Olafmeister maintains the aggression, keeps pushing forward, and now Kenny's got to do it. He's here with the 5-7. He gets 1 kill, falls back 3 HP, and it's also down into a 3-on-3. Fnatic's on catwalk. They're going to keep pushing forward, knowing how low Kenny is.
Oh, one more headshot. Kenny doing so much work, practically taking out 2 players in that round. Well, he did take out 2, but almost a third, in fact. Apex jumping and shooting, never a good idea unless you have a scout, which NBK did. He's still going to be going down an Apex to fall, and Fnatic, they turn it around. This should have been Envy, and we were talking about this on Cobblestone. Not that much luck in the pistol rounds, but this is upsetting. They finally win one, and then they lose the follow-up round.
I mean, that's a bit of a nightmare. Fnatic just maintains their aggression throughout that. You could see no one from Envy really ever felt comfortable. They always had pressure put on them, and even down into that 3-on-3, you never really saw Envy able to sustain any kind of structure in this defense. They were still moving, still trying to figure out where exactly it was going. And all right, NBK, why not just return the favor? A nice shot through the wall. And he even tags Olafmeister, so he's doing a massive amount of work. Even Apex dealing some damage here. And Fnatic, they've got some injured players in a 4-on-5.
Oh, he's taking some blind shots, not even bothering to scope up. Why would you? Through the door there, and again, they're so quick. Everyone is outside of this B bomb side. Devil even rotating through T-spawn, so they know there's not going to be anyone hiding. That means they can safely make it into upper dark. Apex is ready to get in here. If he could just spot Dennis' face, and there it is. But Dennis, a little bit quicker. Crim's picking up a good shot there. Finally, Kenny with the reply, but it's not going to be enough here. They do a lot of damage, and that round could have gone out of control for Fnatic, but they managed to hold on.
Sick play from Crims as well. He's the one who turns around and watches the flank, knowing that the B tunnels was very open. So he gets a couple kills there that are critical to prevent Envy from having any chance at a retake. So now, finally, a little bit of danger in that round with NBK doing the damage and the early kill. But now Fnatic can be confident. They're going to be going up against no armor, some upgraded pistols, but you can see the MAC-10 is out for JW. SMG still on Flusha, just going to build up a bank. And now they have what should be a fairly straightforward round. And actually, it looks like they're just going to rush B. They just want to get it over with.
Yeah, hiding in that corner, I mean, you might as well try, but it doesn't seem to be working that well. It's sort of a relic almost from 1.6, where actually holding that corner was a really good idea and tended to work out fairly well, but not so much in Global Offensive. Apex alone, though.
When you're NBK in that position, you just hear all those footsteps and the flashbangs coming out. You know there's just a timer on how long you're going to live. It's just kind of like, all right, I'm going to go down any second now.
We'll see if Apex can maybe find one last frag in this round. Obviously, they don't even have a lot of incentive to go and look for him that much. I mean, they could sort of scout around, but they don't need to just run all over the place here. All he has is a pistol anyway, so good start for Fnatic.
Now, one small detail is on that second round that Envy lost, Kenny didn't really invest in too much, so he actually had plenty of money built up moving forward. That's why we're going to see him able to have the AWP with light armor. Because he had even after they had lost that round and everyone was sitting around 1,400, 1,800, he was up at like 3,200. So he's got the money to have this op. He's got money for the flashbang and a little bit of armor behind it. So they don't lose too much into this, fifth round here.
Be interesting to see if Envy are going to try and pull out the double up later on. They did it on Cobblestone and it worked out quite well. Happy got a bunch of kills with one of them. So, I mean, this map definitely lends itself way more to the double up play. So we'll see if that's going to be a feature later on. Looks like a very default spread coming out of Fnatic so far.
Double out towards long. We have Happy. He's going to be playing the swing position towards CT spawn. He's going to have to pick whether he wants to put his attention on middle or towards that A site. At the moment, he can kind of just pay attention towards middle because Kenny is aggressive on catwalk. He's right at the sandbag. So as soon as Kenny takes a shot and falls back, that's when Happy knows he's got to provide a little bit of support for him. And how effective is Flusha going to be? He's already crossed, and Kenny's got to be very careful of that. And the shoulder peek. Flusha spots him out, though, so just naturally that forces him away because he doesn't have the surprise advantage anymore.
Quite good play from Flusha. I mean, he was never in any danger, it seemed. That flashbang was so well put. Even if Kenny was behind the wall, he still got flashed by it. So that's just a great way of clearing out the core position. Now, Flusha's still up on catwalk. That means they could very easily split B. And look at, Envy would be in a horrible position if that happened.
Well, also, Fnatic's done a great job of putting pressure on B with JW and Olafmeister and Flush on catwalk. That prevents any defense from rotating over towards mid. So now Dennis and Crims, they have every opportunity to just smoke this off, and it's a natural mid-B split. It's going to be very dangerous for Apex and NBK. There's the first kill from NBK, though.
Taking out Dennis, and shot in the back almost then. Kenny goes down, and so does MBK, but Apex is still alive on the side and trying to buy time. Flusher, maybe a little bit too brave, jumping through the window. He is going to be eventually going down, Apex, but Olofmeister, 3 health left. They don't have any HE grenades, though. They actually can't immediately take him out. Flashbang goes through Devil. We can't see a thing to try and help out here. JW will be going down. Now it's a one-on-one. Olofmeister getting the kill on Happy finally, but he should be going down here. The bomb is planted, and no one's defusing it just yet. There's Devil picking up the kill. It's a team ace for Envy, and they will win the round.
Yeah, nicely done from Envy. I don't think that Fnatic was aware there was a second player in that B bomb, so they only ever had to deal with NBK. Apex wasn't really spotted. Even now, doesn't look like he even shot a bullet there to give away his position. So eventually in that 3-on-3, one player comes through the window and is just not ready for that position. So Envy holds on. It looked very, very dangerous because Fnatic did have the jump on them in that split. But plenty of money is built up so they can buy again into this next round.
And again, yeah, crucially also for Envy, only one person surviving in the last round. So, you know, we're talking about the double op. As long as they keep losing 3 or 4 members per round, that's going to be a long way off.
And Dennis had the spawn towards long, so he's got the AWP right now. He's just going to try and go for this pick onto Devil, see if he can grab it. That flashbang's perfect, though. He takes the shot. Devil jumped over. That Molotov actually isolates it, pushes him forward. He had to run right back through it and loses half his HP. Last round, JW had the op, so it'll be interesting to see if he passes that off eventually.
Yeah, I mean, interestingly, there are a bunch of people on this team who can reliably use the AWP, so even if Dennis keeps it, it's not going to be necessarily a bad trade. Olofmeister being allowed very far into the middle without anyone spotting him, and that's dangerous here. This is good information for Fnatic. They know maybe they could use this later on as well. Smoke goes off, and Olof, he might have been spotted there. I'm not entirely sure, but either way, they've got so much mid control and a good little peek in there. Olof goes down. That was NBK helping out. Now up on Catwalk, they do have the bomb and have already taken a fight. Happy going to be going down. Kenny with a big job to do, and he's going to take care of Flusher now. 50 seconds left on the clock here and a 3-on-3.
Yeah, they're going to have to just play this retake. Dennis trying to get in towards long, and Devil's going to deny him that. The bomb is going to get planted. It's planted for Catwalk. There's a Molotov on JW, so he's got a little bit of utility to delay this plant, but they don't know. All 3 members of Envy are coming Catwalk. One is spotted. JW cannot possibly know all 3 are here, so he's got to check long with that flashbang, and he's going to have a nasty surprise when he peeks up towards the A site.
Yeah, and this Molotov not even going to help him that much. He's going for the spray here and actually somehow fails it. NBK to take him out, and that's another round for Envy, making it 3-3. Again, if he had known, then he could have put the Molotov down immediately, but we've got to remember, we're also playing sort of the, you know, after the instant fade to black patch. Yep. So Fnatic, Envy, they just push up immediately.
Yeah, that one kill, that fade to black denies the information that normally before that patch they would have had. And now you mentioned it earlier, here's the switch into this double op setup. And it's going to be NBK and Kenny who take it. So Happy's not going to be using the second op.
All right. I'm guessing that's positional because they want one of the ops to be in B. It's almost got to be. I'm not necessarily a big fan.
I actually also did hear a couple of rumors after Cologne that NBK was going to be picking up the op a little bit more frequently. So we'll see how this goes.
Yeah, this is like every time I talk to Dupree, he said that if only he got the chance, he could be the main opera of the team, and I just quietly smile and say yes.
That's your team, Anders. You gotta stomp that out before it begins.
Yeah, that's true. You know, just slap him across the face immediately. Stop it. No, but he is recovering, so you can't, you know, obviously can't
physically abuse him.
No, not just yet. We'll give it a while. NBK and Apex are in the B bomb site, and it looks like a very default setup once again here for Envy. Nothing much being changed out, even with the double orb.
It's a little bit more slow pace from Fnatic. Actually, I mean, a minute left on the clock. Just over a minute left in the round, and they haven't really applied pressure anywhere.
Oh, whoa. MBK does get the first kill there. Actually, Happy and Kenny are in a bit of an interesting position. The way they're covering sort of mid and catwalk here. That's not something you see every day, but so far it hasn't been tested. Apex going to be pushing up behind. This is brilliant. NBK fires the gun way in the back of Plateau, so Olofmeister is thinking, well, he's just shooting blind, and then Apex peeks right behind. And just great use of sound there just to fake out Olofmeister a little bit. Happy with a good headshot and eventually a kill as well. Kenny helping out on Flusher, and now it's all on JW. So this is a great round for Envy right now, and it looks like they're really starting to come into their own here on the CT side.
Yeah, this has been a great hold. They really didn't have anything to worry about in this round. Kenny Nicely done from Carr, and yeah, I agree. I love this play from Apex. Normally when you have an op in this position that NBK is in, it lets you rotate players out of that B bomb, so the second player can play a little bit more free so you can have more attention on middle. So that's kind of the assumption Olaf is making when he's nonchalant like that holding a grenade. He's saying, okay, they have an op far back, and he's going to be there alone. But Apex just kind of surprises him, catches him off guard. So Envy take the lead 4-3. And this double op setup initially looks strong, but now that Fnatic knows it's on the board, you know, how do they counter it next? Because that's the thing. Now that this defense has been spotted, this is where Fnatic can just try and counter it.
Good kill from Apex. Again, the MP9 picked up in anticipation of the fact that they wouldn't have any armor, and that was a correct guess. But the Deagle is still pretty powerful, so Apex just going to get the one kill in the round. Now in a round like this, I really don't like NBK being alone on the B-bomb side with an AWP, but it doesn't look like he's about to be tested, but it's one of those positions where you could very easily lose a lot of the round here. And well, it will actually be Kenny going to help out. Now they've got both the ops on one side of the map. What is this?
Yeah, I mean, this is just for mid control. It looks, if you just check out the minimap, that it's Kenny and NBK playing in middle. It's actually Kenny and Happy playing together. They want to have mid control. So Happy's going to start getting aggressive now that Kenny's had pressure put on him. He drops Flusha. So now they have the intel of what's going on. Crims has got to fall away as well. So that's a nice defensive setup. It's just a little bit scary with both ops on that side of the map. If they were to lose A somehow, the retake is incredibly difficult, even against pistols.
A little bit of confusion, but eventually it will work out just fine. JW put to rest on that box, and Envy going to survive with both the ops still intact. So that's obviously good news. But yeah, you never know. I mean, it's one of those things where, yeah, if they had rushed in, if they had one smoke and they could get close to NBK, that would have been a bit weird.
Yeah, even just one flash out middle that Kenny poorly times looking away. If he's blind and he falls, then all of a sudden NBK is in a really exposed position. But that is one of the things where if Kenny falls there, Happy gets way more aggressive. He drops down if they're doing a mid-B split. He tries to come behind quickly. Look at the aggression in JW. He's prepared for it, not fooled at all. Devil trying to respond, but it's NBK who gets the equalizer.
The timing is almost unreal, because if he had peeked a little bit sooner, he would have walked right into the scope, but you could tell that Kenny was thinking, all right, if you're not going to peek middle, I will try and take advantage and maybe go and challenge lower dark, and then the timing just worked out perfectly. But he's also returned upon by NBK, so it's still a 4-on-4.
Fnatic has long control as well, and it looks like Happy is not actually playing in the site, so him and Devil are actually, I believe Devil's got to be on catwalk, so he is. But I mean, that's a situation. Eventually, Devil's going to be forced into the decision: do I watch long or do I push catwalk? You have to make that, because in that position, too many angles for you to stay alive from. He's got to be very careful. Once this smoke fades, he's going to have a decision to make.
And I love the fact that they left all of Meister down here with the AWP. This is sort of like a test of Envy. When they lose long control and nothing much happens there for a long time, eventually someone is going to have to go and see what's actually up, and that's all of Meister wants. You know, come check if we're still here. Because it seems like not that much of a risk to maybe just peek around the corner, but if that's what gets you killed, then that's all they needed, especially now that they're moving in on catwalk. Devil is here, spraying down. They do line up for him, and it's not quite going to be the double kill. Does a little bit more damage, and a grenade there to follow up. Almost takes out Dennis. He's very low on health right now. And Olaf backing up Flusha, who's creeping up long with the bomb. It's still a 3-on-3 with just 20 seconds now. They need that bomb plant. That's going to be Flusha going down. Dennis creeping in. He can't see Apex, and what incredible luck here. Apex getting a real chance, and that's going to be a headshot now. All on Olaf. 1 versus 3, and it's not going to happen. Apex picks up the triple. I can think of any number of ways that round could have worked out different.
I was going to say that round was on a knife's edge for Envy. So many different situations, maybe like a second difference in a couple different situations, and Envy actually loses that round. Either way, it's a good winning streak for them. Apex gets aggressive up ramp. A lot of times you'll see that kind of a situation played out by the CTs. You'll see it a number of times. They'll just give up the site and they'll retake mid, and they'll flank up on catwalk or out towards long. Instead, Envy remains and just takes that fight. So a little bit bold, but it works out. Now we have the Tech 9 armor, the upgraded pistols. There's enough of a losing bonus built up to where they can take this risk, use this kind of economy to try and limit what Envy can build up.
And it looks like they're going to be fairly quick out the catwalk, dropping 2 people down into CT spawn. Kenny has got to be a little bit careful, but I think he's got MBK also in the middle trying to back him up. So again, the AWPs sort of trying to help each other out a little bit. Flashbang, or actually that was a grenade to help out Happy, so no problem for him to get a double kill. Leaves JW and Crims, but they've recovered one of the AWPs, only for a second it seems. JW going to be going down, so no issue there.
I think Fnatic was actually just a little bit surprised that dropping down CT spawn, they saw absolutely no one. It seemed to get a little bit stalled out because they were just like, this isn't right. There's supposed to be someone here for us to kill. And they couldn't find any openings.
And actually, since you bring that up, Envy have had a bunch of rounds where they've had nobody in CT spawn, which is, I mean, normally a position you use, obviously, to try and stop a B-split. So now that Fnatic have seen that, maybe they could use that later on for another B-split.
Well, they started out this half doing a lot of B-splits, and they had a lot of room to work with. And I just think the fact that Envy was able to hold on just barely on a couple of those rounds is very impressive, and that's kind of forced Fnatic away from that tactic. So maybe when they switch back to it later on, if they end up doing that, it could be effective. Now, though, they have NBK. Instead of playing inside B, he's actually more towards middle. So he's going to be taking that fight in mid, and that's perhaps why you see Envy not really playing in that position too much in this half, is because that's a good way to lose one player and now a second and Happy.
Big opening here for Fnatic, and they really do need to win rounds. I think Envy, even if they lose all the rest of the rounds, they'll still be a very good half for them. 7 rounds on CT side is definitely not easy to get on Dust 2, so now it's up to Devil and Kenny to just try and save these rifles. I mean, even if they've been winning a good number of rounds, and they could still buy even if they lost both these rifles, but you want as much as you can, obviously. So Fnatic are already out hunting. Crim's alone on the B-bomb side, putting the bomb down. Interesting.
Well, that's also the question, is how much is Fnatic going to be dedicated to this hunt? I think if they know that they've cordoned them both off towards long, which it seems they have that idea already, the issue is they don't have very much money built up, so if they lose 3 players and hunting these weapons down, it's really not that much of a win, all things considered.
Just a small point that really irritates me as we're trying to watch Envy save what they can. Pretty good job from Kenny there. That box that Devil is on, when he stands up, he can actually look through part of the texture there. And obviously, with some tournament rules, that's not technically allowed. Now, obviously, he doesn't gain any benefit from it. But I really wish that would be patched out. Just someone textured the other side of that wall for us in the next update. That'd be good.
I'm really not a big fan of how Fnatic handled that hunt for these weapons. It is the T side, so it's a little bit easier to manage your money, but now you're rebuying 3 AK-47s on a run where you just finally, you lost 6 in a row before this. So now if they lose this, it's a reset economy. It's back onto a save. So they've had to actually invest a lot of money into rebuying the weapons. If they didn't have to, they had all 5 players alive.
And if you look at the scoreboard, it definitely has a big impact on this round. I mean, we're only in the 12th round starting. If they lose it now, they're probably going to be, well, they might actually just force up, I think, if they lost this round. But either that or a straight eco, they'd definitely be put to the test here. Kenny jumping in, gets legged in transit, and now they're rushing him down. He's trying to get back. They got both the orbs in here, and it's just a favorable trade for the Fnatic team. 2 for 1.
Yeah, there's that double op setup we talked about, how dangerous it can be. There's the smoke on the Molotov just in time. And actually, it almost seems like Fnatic didn't have the intention of being so aggressive towards that B site. It's when they legged Kenny and they just lurked in on him. No one else is here except for Flusha. Everyone else had to go back and get the bomb. That's a good kill. And now JW on Catwalk cutting things off, and it's just down to Devil so quickly. JW sees him as well.
Pretty good grenade, but Devil's still in too much trouble and ends up going down. And I think you're exactly right. The fact that Crims was in T-spawn, that JW was in the middle, it's a pretty good sign that they weren't actually thinking of taking the bomb site, but that just sort of happened anyway.
Yeah, he's like, I legged him, and then so they know that he can't really take a wide angle at that point, so they creep up along the wall, and it's just... I mean, Envy still could have gotten out of that situation if it wasn't the 2 ops in the B bomb site, like we mentioned earlier. If they had an M4 there on NBK instead of Kenny, or instead of the op on NBK, then that might go completely differently.
Envy have evened out their economy in this round, just buying on whoever can. It's not a full investment, but they've certainly invested a little bit into the round here. And again, very aggressive with Dennis running through the smoke. In fact, they're trying to see if they can win the fight against JW, but he's also going to know that there are a lot of people there, so it's pretty easy for Fnatic to make the choice to go towards the B-bomb site.
This is, this is going to be a lost round. The best thing Envy can do at this point, they have the AK on Devil. If he can keep that, that's huge. You could see him hiding out towards long. He's not even progressing across the map anywhere. And this is a round where Fnatic, now they've built up the money, they have a couple round wins. This is where they can actually dedicate a lot of people to the hunt if they want to go find this. But what they have to be careful about is Happy and Kenny. If they're able to get away with some AK-47s as well, that's when the next round starts to get much more dangerous, because this investment from Envy is going to set them back. But if they have AK-47s, they can also buy the armor and the nades outside of it.
Good little spray there coming out of Flusha, not caught at all by Happy. And Kenny trying to see if he can make it out. He was flashing for Devil. Actually, if Dennis was real smart, he'd realize that's what happened. You'd be like, where did that flashbang go? Crims obviously didn't realize, and Devil gonna be all on his own. Still trying to run out the clock there. Going to be saving the AK. And again, every little bit matters here. 7-6 is the scoreline.
You know, that's probably one of those... Kenny might be a little bit frustrated from that just because Devil was probably hearing the footsteps of Crimson saying, hey, flash over so I can peek this, kill him, and stay alive. And it just cost Kenny his entire life because he's just so overexposed. Just a little bit of a bummer when you're trying to be too good of a teammate.
Well, they are flashing out long and running right into Crims there on the corner. Devil going to be going down. Kenny was there with the backup, but it's kind of hard to be backup with the AWP. If you go near that corner and you end up dropping, then there's no one that can save you. Now Kenny's alone, and he's being pushed on from 2 angles and immediately goes down, leaves NBK alone to fight the rest. He does get a kill, but I don't think that's going to spark any enthusiasm here to try and win the round. Fnatic going to tie up the scoreline here at 7-7.
And at some point, there was just a switch flip that, you know, Fnatic started winning all these early fights. I mean, look at this round and some of the previous rounds we've seen out of Fnatic. Olaf's still on T-spawn. He hasn't left this. So they're doing this largely without some of the players that they, you know, it's not even a 5-on-5 essentially. So Fnatic is just being so successful in getting that first kill and snowballing. And NBK's going to go for this because he knows how far away Olaf is. So Grimm's had to be very, very careful on how he played that, but he plays it wisely. And he does find the kill in the end. So all tied up now, what looked like a very tough half for Fnatic where they were down so much. It's now brought right back into the equalized favor. 4 straight for Fnatic.
Definitely a very good run for the Swedish team. And just like on Cobblestone, it's actually Kenny doing a lot of the work here. So 15 kills on him. I would consider that a pretty good sign for Envy overall, though, even though he looks a bit annoyed there. Oh, and we've got the auto sniper in play in the middle. Actually, Olaf Meister takes a lot of damage, but they did get the kill on Apex, and they're going to be rushing into B. NBK, we've seen him in this position before with the scout, but they're going to push him down, and that's a really good choice, and no issue at all. Fnatic, 1 kill away from making it 8-7, and actually ending up with more rounds than Envy on the first half here.
That's the key to that play, right? When you're spamming those doors, the auto sniper and the op, you send like two players in those B tunnels, and you're like, all right, if we get 1 kill, and then you just rush the bomb site because you've thinned it out. So they get that kill, and they've also injured the next player. So easy round for Fnatic there to end things.
And even if you don't get a kill, just if you slow them down, if they hear the gunfire and they stop, then you know they just lose the B bomb site anyway. So yeah, it's not a bad idea. JW to take a kill, and that will be 8-7, favoring Fnatic. After a really rough start, they managed to make it back, and that's quite impressive here. We'll see if Enemy can actually finish this. I mean, they have been looking really good on this map, so T-side, I expect big things out of them.
Yeah, it's just such a Fnatic thing to be on some kind of a losing streak and then just find something that works, and you just barrel it home. So they end the half up 8-7, up 1 round.
And we'll see how it goes. We'll be back after the break.
Welcome back to ELEAGUE, everyone. We are halfway through map 2, and I got a quick moment to talk with the coach of Fnatic. That's Victor. I asked him, what does your team have to do here? Who do you have to boost up to win this one? And they said, oh, the whole team has to play. Everyone here has to stand up, but Olaf Meister is making the plays for the teams today, so that's a big factor. Although Dennis chimed in and said, hey, watch me too, so that might be a hint there for you guys, but let's check out the rest of map 2.
Well, there we go indeed. It's going to be tough, I think, for Fnatic to close this one out. Envy are looking pretty much on point, and I think the terrorist side of this map is still very, very good. If they could just win a pistol round and not lose
and the following round.
It's those two conditions, right? Then it could work out.
I mean, the issue is that Fnatic, no matter what kind of a losing streak they go on, they always find something at the end. Like we just saw in the first half where they were completely, it was what, 7-3? And then it was a 5-round winning streak, so Fnatic just finds something, and they're so good at just hammering it home repeatedly that it just ends up in their favor. So, and I mean, just to talk about it, as cheesy as it is to say everyone on our team's got to step up to win this, everyone on Fnatic is within 3-4 kills of each other, so it's not really any kind of star performance. The whole team is actually doing well.
Yeah, and I mean, that is always a bit scary. You don't even get the comfort of sort of a round where you take out that one big player and you think, oh, right now we've got it. Everyone seems to be able to do it here on the Fnatic side. JW and Olaf are very aggressive in the middle, and in fact, they're using the grenade that was put in from Envy to try and see if they could take the fight, but now they're going to get overrun. JW hiding in the corner. No! How does he get that second kill? And he's still alive, falling back into the middle, looking for a bit more. He's got the double, and I have no idea how he's making it out. This is ridiculous. This is some Houdini-type Counter-Strike. Oh no, he takes out Kenny as well. What a madman. JW, how does he do it? He's looking for the fourth. He gets the headshot mid-air, looking for the ace. Hasn't reloaded. He's out of bullets, and he's going to end up going down. But what an absolute magician. It's going to be down to Happy now in a 1-on-2. And I am absolutely just disgusted at what we just saw from JW.
Probably the only player who can have that kind of a sequence the way he does. And now Dennis is still alive. One of the best pistol players in the world that Happy has to go against in this 1-on-2. And he's not even going to be able to find that. What a round from JW. The fact that he survives this long and just gets away, goes back for more. It's the crazy thing about JW. This is why he's such a benefit to this team, because we see often these kind of plays that he does that get punished, where he actually just dies and it doesn't turn into anything incredible like this. But other teams always have to be aware that he's going to try and make those plays. It's always something that has to be on their head, so when they do come out, what an incredible timing for it.
But it also seems like if your mind was in a place where you were trying to anticipate that, then you would lose so many other fights, you know?
Exactly, and it's psychological warfare that comes out from JW is the best aspect of his game.
It's like if you were trying to plan for like the most obscure scenario, then you'd end up losing to all the regular stuff which is people just being traded in the smoke. That's obviously what should have happened. That would have been such a great trade for Envy. They would have they would have traded 2 for 1 or something on the platform, and then just gone straight into A and probably won the round.
They'd even have had a lot of control of Catwalk if they wanted to slow things down, but now it's Fnatic who's got to go against this second round buy. Here comes the smoke. They've all dropped off Catwalk. They're pushing out towards long, but it's JW who holds on. Gets another life-saving shot, and then Devil just walks into his crosshair. So NBK with the scout, the only thing that's left. He's going for the jumping shot. Can't land it. He's done some damage, but eventually he is going to fall. It seems like he's just kind of out of time, out of opportunities, and it's Flush who responds with a jump of his own.
NBK not looking too happy on the camera there. I like this pre-fire from JW, the second one here, where he's actually shooting just like a little bit before. And that's so smart because he's so low on health, right? So he knows that if he goes to take sort of a quote-unquote real fight with him, then he's probably going to die anyway. So just, I don't know, the last 2 rounds from JW have been kind of insane. He's also top ranking at 20 kills, 5 ahead of Kenny, who's at 15. So Fnatic suddenly looking a lot more serious.
And now in this series, oh, actually, look at the aggression from Flusha. I mean, with the SMG, just trying to go farm up some of that bonus money, just on the hunt, knows he's going up against no armor. He's actually being very creative with this Molotov. Going to force Devil out. He's got one to his left. Dennis does find NBK and Apex. He's aggressive in B tunnel, so Fnatic is just going searching for this, and they're going to find everything. Happy's the last one left, and he hasn't taken the fight yet. There's a nice shot, and he even gets a dink onto JW. So he's got to fall away.
I mean, obviously they knew that they were up against his pistols, but it's kind of interesting, right? Because they actually pushed down so that one Fnatic member is holding here, JW is behind him holding right here, so all the way up there, and then Flusha's up here looking that way, right? So actually Flusha doesn't need to turn around. They've got the whole middle covered. You could probably mostly do this in a round where you're fighting, you know, no armor pistols, but it's still very aggressive And Flusher doesn't have to worry about anyone sneaking up behind him. I like that setup.
Yeah, very rare you'll see that on gun rounds, but I mean, it's designed because they're like, you have an SMG, so who cares if you lose it? And on top of things, if you get the 2 kills that you got, then all of a sudden you have all this extra money that we can utilize for the rest of the half. So the economy plays coming out for Fnatic. Kenny's back on the off. It is a glass cannon, but a nice find from JW. Over the Molotov, he's just pre-firing that angle, and then Olaf Meister chimes in. This has been such a good run for Fnatic. They've had 8 straight, and it's looking like they have a huge advantage for 9.
Flashbang out, and it didn't actually affect JW, but the headshot most certainly did. Now, Flusher taking his position. Devil, is he going to see that coming? That's the big thing. Flusher only has a UMP, but at this range, it's going to be just fine anyway here. 3 on 3 at the moment. And the setup, I mean, especially right now, if you're Crims in the B-bomb side, you're very much alone.
Yeah, that's his strength. Fnatic is, I mean, on every single map, they don't mind leaving Crims all alone into a bomb site. Such a good player. What might catch Envy off guard, now they'll more than likely suspect this to a certain degree as someone being in this cave, but they've already killed someone there, so Flush is actually pushed up behind it, and he's going to get it with the UMP. There's a good trade from Kenny. And now Olaf has the decision to make. Does he watch long? Does he watch Catwalk with his AWP? 40 seconds left, and Envy is going to go right up the middle and split the defense.
Olaf Meister down on long, and this is a really good position. With the AWP, you can get a couple of free shots in. They only have 1 smoke, so they can maybe cover off his first position, but he can easily move around it, and just as I say it, he actually moves into a very tricky position with the AWP. They're jumping down, he takes the shot mid-air, and now it's all on Kenny. 1 versus 2, hiding in the corner there. Olaf gonna pick up the kill. 3 for him, and Fnatic gonna make it to another round, so a little bit of showboating almost for Olaf Meister, maybe for the crowd that's just turned up.
Yeah, why not? You can even see the stress on Kenny's face in the last second there when he loses that, but there's no way Envy could have known that Olaf was going to be on the ramp like that, or else MBK doesn't make that kind of a drop. It almost seemed like they were trying to be fancy, though. It looked like they did want to kind of drop in towards CT spawn when they had mid control. They were at Xbox. They could have just done a standard mid B split.
Maybe overthinking things a bit too much here. It's going to be a 5-round gap, and Envy out of money and soon to be out of rounds to play with. This second half definitely hasn't worked out the way that they were expecting, or we were expecting either. Olaf up in the window there, got to be a little bit careful, but he's got a bit of backup behind. Flusher and Dennis both helping out, and even the blind shot with the pistol are actually connecting with Happy, so that's interesting. Happy getting 1 kill, not that it's really going to matter. We'll make the scoreline 13-7.
May have actually been dangerous for Fnatic, but I think Flusher got a double kill through the smoke.
Oh.
That'll shut things down.
That will shut things down. You know, I'm impressed that people made it into the studio today. We've got a sort of almost a heat wave going on here in Atlanta. I think that this even been on the news and everything. People said it was going to reach 100 degrees during the weekend. That's mad.
Isn't that just a standard day in Atlanta, though? I think that's pretty typical. I think everyone here is probably used to that.
No way. That can't be true. That cannot be true.
I'm pretty confident it is. They do call it Hotlanta.
Yeah, for good reason. It's interesting to be outside. Let's put it like that. JW and Crims are down at long, and look at the Fnatic setup here compared to Envy when they were on the CT side. Look at the impressive amount of mid control. I mean, Envy had multiple rounds where they had no one middle, and now Fnatic have got both Olaf and Flusher there.
And this all does come down as well. I mean, Dennis is even in the B bomb site now. We saw Crims last round. There's a pick from Olaf with the AWP. So they're going to punish Envy for wanting to go here. And there's Crims. Gets aggressive out towards long. We've actually started to see this out of Fnatic on Dust 2. They've been very aggressive at long, even at Cologne on Dust 2. Pop flashing over, going for that peak, because oftentimes it is only just one player there trying to watch for that push. So that's something they can take advantage of. And now with a 5-on-3, no one's even taken damage from Fnatic. And look at how far they just slink back on this map.
Oh, NBK right underneath Olaf's scope there in the smoke. It's very hard for Olaf to predict that happening. Just stunning individual play from NBK. That's a huge risk, but when you're this far behind, you kind of have to do it. Flusher picking up a kill right at the edge, and NBK going to be going down. Just solid work coming in from Flusher, and he's going to get a chance to reload behind the box as well. Devil has to go quick. He can't play this game. Waiting is dying in that position, and Dennis to pick up the 3rd kill there. I thought that was Flusher somehow, but yeah, Dennis with the triple overall. It's a really solid play coming out of him.
Oh, what a flick down. What a drag, especially blind. He sees him at the last second, but here's that pop flash out towards long. And this is not a very typical play to see, and that's why you see Happy just standing in the open with no cover to block himself from a flashbang. There's just not many teams who will be that aggressive out towards long, and essentially what was, you know, a 5-on-4 situation. It was very early in the round as well.
14-7 is what the scoreline is right now. And I mean, it was 16-13 on Cobblestone. So right now, it actually looked like the Cobblestone game, I mean, certainly closer than this one certainly is.
Well, the scoreline that's got to be worrying to me, and probably is what you see Envy, why they look so stressed and happy, looking very unhappy, is that it was 7-3 at one point for Envy, and now it's 14-7. So it's been 11 rounds straight for Fnatic, which is just so difficult to deal with mentally as a player.
Yeah. We do have a coach that was quickly crashing here, but we'll be back into the game. Just a brief technical pause. It's already been resolved, I can tell. I mean, right now, the odds are stacked fairly heavily against the French team. They're up against 2 AWPs. The money on Fnatic is pretty good. It's not through the roof yet. That might be the sort of the one thing that Envy could do to get back in here is win consecutive rounds, force an eco, and then try and see if they can build something. Look at Dennis rushing up. We said this was effective against no armor and pistols, but Fnatic don't care. They're going to do it in a round where Envy actually have bought, and Fnatic definitely know that they have as well. We're right at the edge here. Dennis going to be pushing right into Kenny, who's up top there. Bomb is down as well. Instant headshot from Dennis. What a way to start a round.
If you're Kenny, that's so stressful. And now the rest of your team, look at what the change with JW and Flush. And now JW pushes up. He has the angle with an AWP. Dennis is just going to keep that smoke down, and they're going to say, all right, we'll fight mid now, because you have to come from this angle. There's Dennis covering JW. He gets a second and a third one for the round overall. Happy finally responds, but the damage has been done again in a 4-on-2. Fnatic with this huge advantage.
Oh, and there's the shot coming in, finally picking it up. 15-7. JW getting a little bit of action in the middle. And again, he's playing very well at the moment. Him and Dennis both at 22 kills. This style of play where you're sort of breaking the rules a little bit and just being super aggressive, it's something that we've seen the Brazilians do a lot as well. It's just very annoying to play against, I have to imagine.
Fnatic's always been that team who their playstyle with this aggression is they'll get aggressive when it almost doesn't make sense. When you're thinking of like the right style of Counter-Strike to play, they get aggressive when you're supposed to be passive. And it's worked in the past, and it's working here still. Not giving Envy time to breathe, not giving them time to set anything up. And you can see Olaf with his op, JW now, still peeking every angle wherever they're at, peeking and taking fights and winning all of them, forcing Envy to finally win something.
Yeah, it should be a tell almost that when you don't even get to the point in the round where we can analyze what the terrorist team is doing, because they never actually get to do anything apart from just having fights. You know, there's no tactical aspect anymore. It's just Fnatic forcing fights so early on that Envy just have to try and see if they can maybe make up for it, which in this round they're doing a pretty good job here. Devil and Happy left alive, trying to see if maybe they can salvage the round. 2-on-2 with the bomb and still more than a minute left.
That's just that Fnatic confidence. After they win everything, they're like, all right, let's just keep pushing, and they get picked off. You can see how slowed down. There's still a minute left in the round, by the way. This has all happened so early on. But now, I mean, the issue is so many players have pushed so many different locations that Envy in their heads have no map of where the players for Fnatic are. They have no idea where Olaf and Dennis could even possibly be.
No, that is absolutely true. So, and I mean, because they don't have all the time in the world, 35 seconds, the bomb is being picked up as well. There are 2 Molotovs left on the Fnatic team, and that could be very significant when it comes to the retake here, assuming they can even make the cross. They don't have a smoke to cover this, so this is just cross your fingers and pray that Olofmeister is going to be a little bit slow. Are they going to run boost it over? That's brilliant. Devil going to try and make the jump, but it's not actually a run boost. Oh no, he just gets sacrificed for Olofmeister, and now there's 10 seconds left, and Happy's going to get legged. That run boost would have been perfect if it had worked, but it doesn't, and that's going to be 16-7. Fnatic defeating Envy on 2 maps here, and going to make it onto the semifinals. I swear, Moses, if that had worked, it would have been beautiful, but look at this.
Did you ever see that movie, Enemy at the Gates, where they argue over who's going to jump first? That's that scene exactly just played out right there. But I mean, that's the thing. Look, that Fnatic just ends up crushing that map at the end. They finally, you can see they kind of get in that mood, that zone where they just want to continue to be aggressive.
And I like the fact that it adds to sort of the Happy legacy of letting other people go first. Like, you jump up, I'll take care of it afterwards.
I'll be right behind you.
Yeah, you know, to be honest though, if I had to pick someone to sort of, you know, throw me across somewhere, I probably wouldn't be Happy, would it? He's not a big guy like that, you know.
No.
I don't think anyone would be throwing me anyway, but you see where I'm going with this. We are going to be going to the analyst desk right after this break.
This is absolutely terrible work. You're fired, Klaus. Oh, hello there. I'm Seth Rogen, and you found me at my animation imaginatorium, where I'm hard at work on a new picture called Sausage Party. But don't take it from me. Take it from the star of our picture. Say hello, Frank.
Hello, Frank.
Oh. Now, Frank here knows a lot of stuff. He knows how to dance.
Yada-dee-dee-da-da-da-da-da.
And he knows how to curtsy. But what Frank doesn't know might just kill him and everyone he loves.
Wait, what?
That's right. Here's a taste.
I forgot that
Oops.
You monsters! Those were baby carrots! They had their whole lives ahead of them!
Don't be so dramatic, Frank. It's a comedy. Now, you can check out Sausage Party yourself in theaters everywhere August 12th.
Yeah, so that was a look at Sony's new animated feature, Sausage Party, which is in theaters August 12th. Make sure you get along to watch that. And of course, now what we're going to do is we're going to talk to Olaf Meister. Fnatic have done it. They are into our semifinals at the Cobb Energy Center. Fnatic fans, you can now officially go and buy tickets. But more about that later. First, let's hear from Olaf Meister. He's with Rachel.
Thanks so much. So, Olaf, we have a couple questions for you. First up, you guys, Fnatic versus Envy was a huge matchup last year. What has changed between last year and this year, facing off against them in ELEAGUE here?
Well, I don't think you can really compare the matchup before, because Envas hasn't really been themselves in a long time, so it's been easier this time around, I'm not gonna lie.
Well, talk to us about what happened a little bit on map 2. You guys were down 7-3, and you found the weakness in Envy, and you guys just came back with the quickness. So what changed?
We kind of just told everybody in the team, just said, we're not playing with confidence. We need to do what we usually do and don't be like cowards and take the duels. And yeah, it worked out.
Well, the next matchup today is Na'Vi versus Cloud9, and you guys are going to face the winner. So who would you prefer to face off against?
I don't really care who we play, but it will be fun to see Cloud9 winning here in America.
All right, well, we look forward to it. Thank you so much, Olaf Meister. Back to you guys at the desk.
Yes, so thanks very much there, and you can see some highlights of Olaf Meister just there on screen. He had a good game, guys, and Fnatic did as well, but that's certainly not who I went with for my blazing hot player of the match, as presented by Buffalo Wild Wings. I chose Dennis. I thought Dennis had a very rounded game, really sort of came alive on Dust 2, and you can see from the stats here, really solid, you know, the ADR in the 80s to high 80s, solid kills, very good kill to death ratio, and on Dust 2, I thought he was really just all over Envious.
Sure, pretty solid performance by Dennis. Obviously, this was one of the key rounds, actually, that broke open that Cobblestone game where he got those 2 insane entry headshots on T side, which it's really difficult to get into that A site often. I mean, this was towards the end of the game, admittedly, kind of showboating a bit at that point in time. Now, for Fnatic, this was kind of a matchup where Envious was very much in the first map. You know, 1 or 2 things go wrong. You go, okay, fair enough, we'll come back on the next map. We're good on Dust 2. Dust 2 was like a blowout by Fnatic, especially when you consider that they were actually just coming in that massive streak towards the end. It's not like it was even back and forwards and then they led away. Actually, it was Envious who was leading. They had stuff going for the first half, and then it was the big Fnatic roll that just ended the game.
And I've got to talk about Apex here. I mean, you said it yourself, Puckett. You were fanboying hard and Envious. No logic, no rhyme, no reason to your predictions. I thought you could come here on the analysis desk and show us all up. But you did identify one key thing, and you said, just one, of course. You said Apex had to have a good game, and he was just absent.
Yeah, Devil and Apex, I mean, a slightly better game out of Devil, but Apex just fell apart in this one. He's going to finish the game with just 8 kills. And this was a guy who looked good in those first 7 rounds when they were picking up the wins, but then he just disappeared, especially in the second half. He didn't get those entry frags to close out the first half as well. So, you know, I think you look at Apex, he had a bad game, but everyone on Envy had a bad game. Only 1 player above 75 ADR. You compare that to Fnatic, 4 players above 85, and the one guy who didn't, that was Crims, who had the least deaths in the game. So Envy just looked outclassed. They fell apart, and you have to wonder, was it the in-game leading, some bad strat calls, or just terrible execution from all 5 players?
What's your read on it, Duncan?
I mean, that's why I identified MBK as my X factor, because I felt like what's changed in this matchup from when Envious used to win the best of threes against Fnatic earlier in the year, end of last year, is they used to always actually have the fragging on their side in the matchup. They would have across the board more kills. Fnatic might win the clutch rounds, you know. This time around, Fnatic's winning the clutch rounds, but also consistently out-fragging your guys. Like, Cobblestone was fair enough. That was a pretty even matchup, except the Devil scenario. Dust 2 was all about Fnatic at this point in time, and you can't really look at Envious and see a lot of positives from the Dust 2 game.
Yeah, but it now makes me a little bit worried for teams that have to go up against this Fnatic team. Looks like Dust 2's a map that they're going to pick and dominate teams on again.
I mean, I'm not so sure in the rest of the bracket whether we'll see it, because, I mean, we're expecting probably they would play... Well, it is either Na'Vi or Cloud9 next. It's one of the best maps for Cloud9. Na'Vi, obviously, we certainly know how to play the map. It'll be interesting to see. I think it might be like a pocket pick, and they're just going to keep it there, and maybe it's the curveball they'll throw in, because they haven't got a lot at the moment, actually. Their map pool's a bit shallow, and like I say, on the maps that aren't their strong ones, Train, Dust 2, they're mainly winning like this. They're just out-fragging people. It's not like they've figured out some new style that you have to counter necessarily. So certainly Fnatic look intimidating. That's the key detail for me, because when they have that kind of fear factor around them where other teams are scared to play them, that's when we're going to see the Fnatic that can win this tournament.
Yeah, and obviously Fnatic will move on to the semi-finals at the Cobb Energy Center. Envious out of
tickets available?
Yeah, I've been told at e-league.com/finals. Thanks for that, Duncan.
Okay. Smooth. Very smooth.
He's very smooth. Didn't shoehorn that in. But just the final words about your boys, Envious. A little bit disappointed.
You know, they got to regroup after this. This is 2 majors back-to-back that they've gone out in group stages. Now here at ELEAGUE, after really strong performances in the groups, falling apart. But, you know, hats off to Fnatic. These guys simply outplayed them throughout this match.
All right, well, thanks for that, Chris. Now, we're going to reset the Twitch stream. So if you are watching on Twitch, we know there's a few tech issues. We're going to reset that for you. Do not go anywhere. It's going to be fixed, and we will see you after this short commercial break.
This E-League Game Break is brought to you by Sausage Party in theaters.
Hi, I'm Shaquille O'Neal. When it comes to Counter-Strike and ELEAGUE, I wanted to get deep into the game. Ha ha! Scared you, didn't I? Fish gun. You go ahead. I'll watch the chickens. Hey, man, you want some cheese before we roll out? Nobody's gonna hurt my little chickie, baby. No. Shackle flies. Boom, boochie, boom. Don't shoot. Boom, boochie, boom. Shack out.
I think Nico is the best player in the world. For me, it's actually quite conclusive. Not only is his level individually as good as anyone's, if not better, but I've actually seen him have fantastic games consistently when his team was losing.
What a magnificent sequence here.
He can do pretty much everything in game. He can AWP, he can rifle. He's really good with pistols, especially with the Diga.
He's one of the best players in the world. He's got unbelievable aim and probably really good game sense as well.
That's a shot, Nico! In another team, you probably would make him a specialist in one area, play this one role, do this one thing. But because he's in a team that's not that good, sometimes in a round he's called upon to do different things. Maybe he starts out the round opening it up, then his teammates die, he has to close the round and be the finisher. So he's literally doing everything he can. He's struggling to try and carry his team on his back, and he can't always do it, but then he's one man trying to play against five guys, so I think he's fantastic.
Originally, I wanted to be an Olympic speed skater.
I was playing football my whole life. I was pretty good at handball.
Baseball and soccer.
I played badminton.
I played football and handball.
I've played handball for pretty much my entire life.
I played soccer for 14 years.
When I was 18 years, I got a knee injury.
Knee injuries, knee broken.
I was trying to impress a girl. I flipped and I hit my arm on a bench and it just totally snapped my arm clean.
I got an injury and I had to be out for 3 months. Then I got an injury and had 1 year off, so then I got more into gaming.
I were not allowed to train or anything, but then it was CS all the time.
That injury is the only reason I think I found CSGO.
I picked up Counter-Strike to be competitive because I'm just like competing.
The competitiveness is something that really drives me, always wanting to be the best.
I'd rather spend my time playing computer games than hurting my knee playing handball. All the time I couldn't leave my house, so video games were there for me to compete in, so became one of the best.
When the adrenaline is pumping and you're winning rounds, it's nothing better than that feeling of having comrades and someone supporting you is really important to me.
Yes, welcome back to ELEAGUE. We've got an awesome studio audience in here coming out to support the hometown heroes of Cloud9. But first, it's the Lords of the Desk. We have a Goblin, a Hobbit, and on the end, Boromir, the great betrayer, who will sell us all.
I had a pretty sick death scene, though. Spoiler.
Yeah, ruin that movie for everyone. Anyway, look, it's good to get you back on the desk, Moses. Let's talk about Cloud9 and indeed, of course, their young star, Stewie 2K.
Yeah, he is the guy who's really just kind of come out of nowhere. He developed so quickly from earlier in this year where he had literally zero professional experience as of January, and now he's basically the focal point of this team. He's the only one who is really stepping up any significant levels. They have these established stars like Skadoodle, Shroud, nothing, but you kind of know what you're going to get out of them at the moment. They're not hitting any kind of magnificent peak. Stewie's the one who's kind of come alive. He opens rounds up for them. They use him in an entry fragging role. Highly aggressive player. He loves that style. He can also op, so he's formed this very, very frightening double op setup with Skadoodle. And this is the guy who's right now the key to their success in every matchup they play, every international competition they have. He's having the most success against the international teams. Right now against North American teams, Cloud9 still is able to win some of these matches and be a very scary lineup, but without Stewie hitting a peak form, this team will go nowhere internationally.
And over 10 maps, very impressive stats for a young player developing and really taking his first strides into international competition. Very exciting prospect if you're a Cloud9 fan. Now with Na'Vi, it's kind of the same old, Duncan. An amazing story team, and of course an AWP superstar in the form of Guardian right in the center of it.
Yeah, and obviously this whole team, they can still be very good even when Guardian's not at his peak. We've seen it when they had DreamHack Malmo in the major. They were still one of the top teams making the finals. But when he can do things like this, when you've already got a very solid, well-rounded team, very tactical team, and you add in a star talent like this is what will put you over the top. And this is why at one point in time, it was only for a month, admittedly, I actually had Na'Vi ranked as my #1 team in the world, where they just had that level of consistency, always making finals, always very, very difficult to beat. Like even when they tend to lose maps, they put up double figures, they grind out rounds, they're a very gritty team, got a lot of guts. So I still feel like even though Na'Vi did go out in the quarterfinals of the major, they've still got that lurking there. And I actually think one of the interesting things is it's true Guardian has been a little cooler recently. He hasn't been that like blazing hot star that we expect, but that surely can't last forever. He's got such a long tenure in CSGO of being one of the best players. It feels like sooner or later he's going to figure it out, maybe be a bit more serious, and then actually start owning and dominating the game again.
Yeah, and I'm sure that's going to come. Like you say, he's too good a player for that not to happen. Now, here's something. When we were doing our picks and our predictions for this particular tie, you described it, Duncan, as the biggest mismatch out of all of the games we've got left. I mean, I'll throw you in here, Moses. Cloud9 got no chance? I mean, they didn't do badly when they were here in the regular season.
It's not a matter of having no chance. It's just when you look at this matchup for Cloud9, what map are they going to beat Na'Vi on? I mean, Navi's got the strength in the map pool in terms of both stronger on every map and just the depth. I mean, there's no good choice for Cloud9 in that regard in terms of the players, the star powers. I mean, we see guys like Nothing, who's a big key to Cloud9's success, being very inconsistent. We have Skadoodle, who doesn't want to take over the game like Guardian is known to do. The one cool thing about about Na'Vi that they have going for him is actually when Guardian gets injured and he comes back, that time that he missed actually made this team better, which we didn't expect to happen. But it seems like they had to find ways to make up for that injury, to find ways for Edward to get better.
I was going to say, it was
find
mainly
ways for
Edward, right?
for C's to get better. And now all these guys have these different playstyles and different matches where they were stars in the team for that one particular game, and now they're bringing it all, and they've made it this complete package. So everyone on this Na'Vi team has all of a sudden been able to take over games.
Now, you alluded to Na'Vi having an incredibly deep map pool.
Sure.
Let's have a look at the maps and see how that's going to go. I mean, it's real tough veto for Cloud9.
Bans alone for Cloud9 the hard one, because it's either going to be Mirage or Train most likely, but they actually can float Mirage if they want. Instead, they go with Nuke, which is actually very surprising. It's a map where it's not even on their map. It's like they banned it like a little bit, but you usually expect it to be Train because you're scared of like potentially Na'Vi picking Train. Instead, Na'Vi's gone with Overpass. I think that's a clever pick. I was talking to Moses before, actually. Na'Vi's won their last 6 Overpass in a row. So this is a map where if you know the opponent's not strong on it and you're Na'Vi, it's almost a certain win. Now, this pick from Dust 2, Cloud9, is very obvious. It's the map that online they play, offline they're good on it. Amazingly, it's Na'Vi who bans Mirage. It's true, Mirage has been less dominant for them recently, but it's not necessarily a map you think of as strong for Cloud9, which allows then to get the Train ban from Cloud9, which means you end up on Cobblestone last. Now, Cobblestone last is fine for Cloud9. That is a map that's one of the better ones for them on LAN. Problem is, it's also a very, very good Na'Vi map. Like, I made the point when they were at the major Na'Vi and they lost in the quarterfinals. They lost to Team Liquid, who was very, very good on Cobblestone, and they lost to a Simple, who was in incredible form. Yeah. It's not like you're going to beat Na'Vi on Cobblestone very often. That's another map. They've won, I think they've won 5 of their last 8, and even the 3 losses were all to good teams on Cobblestone. So I feel like this is a team where, if you're the Cloud9 guys, first and foremost, you must secure home court and win that Dust 2. Yeah. That gives you a chance. If you don't, I mean, Dust 2 is still a map where, sure, it's not in the wheelhouse of the Na'Vi guys, but we know they can get wins there.
And just some quick thoughts, Moses. I feel like they've slipped something in my tea. Seeing Na'Vi ban Mirage is a bit crazy, right?
I mean, I don't know if it necessarily even matters. I don't even think they're expecting it to get to that third map. It is a map I think that they're not as good on it as Cobblestone. I think they just have that much confidence in their Cobblestone, despite that loss at the major. I think the fact that they basically lost to Simple, who hit that peak form, just like Duncan just said, where who really cares? Maybe they just lost some confidence. At times, even they're not allowed to play it against some of the best teams, so maybe they're feeling it's a little bit under practice, a little bit unpolished, and just don't want to touch it. But either way, against Cloud9, they have such a huge advantage on all these maps.
The big surprise to me was that the guys from Cloud9 banned Nuke. I actually feel like they wasted a ban there. Yeah. They could have put that into an overpass ban, or if they were scared of Mirage, they could have took that earlier. Because actually, Na'Vi was no kind of threat to pick Nuke. They were not going to do that. So I feel like that's one of the weird areas where maybe you just automatically banned it yourself, but you didn't necessarily need to.
And it's sometimes we've seen it used, I mean, kind of as teams start playing Nuke more often, it's still kind of used by the underdog teams as that pocket pick to say, let's find a map that's kind of the great equalizer, and it's Nuke because no one really has that much experience on it, so let's see if we can just cause an upset with a little bit of a gimmicky win.
Well, thanks for that, gentlemen. Now, we've talked a lot about him. Of course, Guardian is a big star from Slovakia. We've got a feature here that'll tell you a bit more about him.
The top player in the game as it is currently is Guardian. Guardian.
Probably the best AWP player in the world.
I'm Ladislav Kovac. I'm Guardian. I'm playing from Team Na'Vi as a sniper.
Here's Guardian getting the shot.
I'm coming from Slovakia, small country in the middle of Europe. I started to play on semi-pro level in 2008. My dream was becoming a pro player.
Na'Vi are in the grand final, the second straight time.
My role in the team is being the main sniper.
It's all going to be down to Guardian now. And Guardian hits the shot onto Fur.
Making the advantage for my team by entry fragging.
Guardian is so slick.
And Guardian not going to miss.
I always try to do plays that would keep the morale up for my team.
Guardian has everything going for him.
You have to be calm. You have to make good decisions under pressure.
Pressure's on here for Na'Vi. Guardian stops him cold.
My nickname, for me, it seems a little bit childish. I called myself Guardian because I felt like guardian of my team.
He is the gatekeeper. If you want to go through bomb sites or anything, you have to pass Guardian.
Guardian is covering you, going to be peeking in again, he hits the shot.
That is so ridiculous. What in God's name is Guardian made of?
Being on national television and the huge stages, that means a lot.
So you can see there, Na'Vi are in the huddle. They're getting ready. Is Guardian going to go off big time? We're going to find out after a short commercial break. So there you have it. Lots of fans here. While I'm sure there's many here to see Na'Vi and Guardian. Obviously, lots of Cloud9 fans in the audience. We are here in Atlanta, Georgia.
Some on the desk.
It is Moses. I'm expecting him to go full fanboy in just a bit. Yeah, you know. You're known for it.
on long enough.
You're known for it. No, come on, man. Okay. You do like a good NAT.
Still mates, though. Still mates.
All right, then, gentlemen. Let's start getting serious for a moment. Obviously, Cloud9 do have an incredible task. Probably weren't expecting to be in this tournament at all. We all know.
Few of us were expecting.
There was some mitigating circumstances around that mean that they're going to be here. But of course, it is a fantastic chance for them. What do you make of all of this stuff that was going on coming into the tournament about Slemmy maybe having a move to coach? That's their in-game leader, and that doesn't inspire me with confidence that the team's coming in great shape right now.
I think that was mostly community-driven. I didn't ever really hear any chatter about that from the team. I think they mentioned, I think Shroud maybe said something on a stream that kind of sparked the debate. But I mean, that's also something that's been going on ever since Slemmy joined this team. Is like, yeah, we gave him a chance for the first month, see him in his first few competitions, and it's very apparent that on an individual skill level, they're not going to be competitive deep in tournaments with European teams involved. So, I mean, that is an area that they can upgrade, and the only logical move they could have is putting him as a coach, because they need that tactical or strategic
Well, he's definitely
aspect.
transformed the team on a tactical level. Even you'd agree with that, Duncan.
I actually think he's done a good job as a tactician. That's why I think it's worth trying him as a coach, because actually in the game, I think he's quite poor individually. Like he just has shown he can't keep up, and that's even sometimes at the North American lands. He's never really had a good showing, so I feel as though it's worth giving a try to anyway. I think they certainly found something there. They found an in-game leader that can do something, has molded the team a bit. And you notice Stewie 2K's performance rose a lot more with Slemmy's arrival. He never really quite had blossomed as much, so I think there's something to that.
So then, guys, let's do our quick predictions. Who's taking the first map?
Na'Vi.
Yeah, this is Na'Vi's playground. They're going to win Overpass.
All right, then, well, let's get into our RB's map fly-through of Overpass, and then we hand you over to Anders and a surviving Semler.
Well, thank you very much, Richard. And yes, indeed, I do have Semler with me, and he's alive. It's just generally better idea to have, living casters doing the games.
It would be a little bit dull if I was just strewn over the table,
unless
not moving,
we could have
not
you
saying anything.
reanimated, and that would be like a whole new level of excitement. Everyone picking Na'Vi, it seems, to win Overpass. Do you have any disagreement with that?
No, I have to side with the analysts on this one. I think the Na'Vi are pretty much the clear-cut favorite for this match on any of the maps that it may wind up on, almost barring Cash, but then Na'Vi don't play Cash, so no luck there for Cloud9. Going into Overpass, though, I mean, Cloud9, they've got a lot of experience on the map, but very quick pistol round coming out here, actually, for Cloud9, and they're getting caught.
And just a little bit here, trading favorably all of a sudden, though. Skadoodle, Shroud, Stewie all helping out, and Stewie following up with a good headshot on Flamey, which is going to leave Zeus alone. 1 versus 3. He might be able to pick up Shroud here, who's got the bomb, but he's flashed, and Shroud just trying to make it out, dodging past, and Zeus trying to get closer, and not going to make it happen. Shroud somehow living. I like the movement in that round, especially at the end there. That looked a little bit ridiculous. But it will be Cloud9 picking up the pistol.
That was some straight stream stuff. Is Shroud9, Shroud9.
Yeah.
Is Shroud thinking that he's on the stream right now because he's up there skating, surfing, still gets a shot onto Zeus. Zeus just a little bit frustrated with how things turned out, I'm sure. But still, I mean, Na'Vi, they just have so much experience on this map. This is their playground, as Thorn put it. And so losing the pistol, it's a better start for Cloud9, but I don't think that Na'Vi are going to be too worried about it.
I hope that Shroud thinks that. It's been a theory of mine for a while that they should just pretend that it is. They should tell him, like, Shroud, the game is cancelled. We're just streaming anyway, so just don't even worry about it. We'll just relax and then just watch Shroud be really good.
Yeah, just give us some odd shot clips,
Yeah, that could be a thing, right? 3 HE grenades picked up on Na'Vi's side and a little bit of armor, but obviously those 3 grenades hoping that they would end up in the B-bomb site. So I like the idea, but it doesn't currently look like it's going to pay off that well.
No, I like right now, considering some of the anti-eco situations we saw between Envy and Fnatic, where teams aren't taking precautions when it comes to dealing with pistols. Cloud9 in this round, they're just playing super passive. They're waiting it out to see if Na'Vi were going to try any aggression over at long or in mid. Once they figure out, right, there's nothing coming at us over there, then they start pushing around. Nothing starts to make his way up to Monster, as you can see, and he actually catches out Guardian. So now Cloud9 might be feeling like we have a little bit more of a grip on the situation. We kind of know what's going on.
They're heading back to the B-bomb site, and actually now the 3 grenades are not even there anymore. So it's going to work out just fine if they do walk into it here. A little bit of a careful play, nothing making sure that no one could help out Guardian. They knew he was on that side. There was no way he could have escaped. So all in all, just a very careful and measured round coming in so far here. And a good opening. The grenades, they do a tremendous amount of damage, and Seized has one more. Is he going to be able to put it out? It could kill 2 people in 1 grenade, but I'm not even sure that's going to be enough for them to win the round, and it doesn't actually connect all that much. Edward playing close, and he knows the bomb is being planted right on the other side, and he just cannot stop it. So it's all on Seized to try and save what he has.
That was excellent work from Cloud9. That's exactly how you're supposed to handle an anti-eco situation. You're just moving together as a unit. Once you figure it out, right, okay, no stack waiting for us. We actually have some information. We know the Guardian's pinned down. Group up and move together so that they just can't trade 1 for 1. That's the whole point. Cloud9 are just looking to try and get as many rifles up against the pistols as possible. So really solid work from Cloud9, actually, taking their time, showing some patience. And now they should be in a position to pick up a 3rd round because Na'Vi are going to be hard ecoing after that. So this is actually an ideal start here for Cloud9.
Yeah, definitely looking very confident. I like the fact that they took it so slowly, right? I feel like if you're Cloud9 and you're playing a team like Na'Vi at this point, you've got to be a little bit worried. We do have, once again, a bunch of Cloud9 fans, including some who've even made their own signs. I absolutely love that. But I'm also seeing a lot of T-shirts and everything else, so maybe they will be rewarded. It seems like there's...
turf?
Yeah, maybe there is that, right? In the past, at least in Counter-Strike, that's been a thing, but...
We've had that debate many a time.
Yeah, not always, I feel like, for American teams. Though we haven't had that many tournaments in America.
That's the thing, right? That's the thing. Now, we're starting to see more lands happen over in North America, and finally Cloud9, they don't have to go for that 12, 17-hour, transit across the ocean. Just a quick flight over from, what is it, Santa Monica, I believe, is their team house, is where it's located. So,
yeah.
Not too bad, 4.5 hours on a plane. But
There
you go, Cloud9.
Could definitely make that work. So Seized, the only one they would have to be slightly worried about here. Maybe Edward with the Deagle, but he's alone out on long, so not much of a chance for him to really do anything. And again, they're just taking the safe approach here, which I absolutely think is fine. I think this is a solid way of playing against a team like Na'Vi. Gotta respect the fact that if you become a little bit too excited, you could lose the round very, very quickly.
Now, there's a difference between playing scared and playing just careful. What? That UMP sound, that new UMP sound is still doing my head in, man.
Yeah, I'm not quite getting used to it.
I like the Bison, though.
Yeah, I still wish they could make the gun sounds in general sound more like gun sounds. But I was actually reading a whole there was a huge discussion going on in some random Reddit that I happened to browse about why it's difficult to record gun sounds with microphones. And that it's actually very hard to reproduce.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe it isn't just pure laziness. There could be a real technical issue. But I still wish they sounded more like guns. Anyway, Stewie having a bit of an interesting fight up here. Eventually goes down. But they spot out Guardian, and that means that there aren't that many players left on Na'Vi that could be somewhere else. So right now, if Cloud9 just group up, which it seems like they are, they should be fine in this round. Nothing already clearing out the B bomb site. And Slemmy being left alone, it seems, to just guard the rear.
These are minor mistakes that are being made by Cloud9, but still, I mean, you just lost a guy who donates a Galil over to Na'Vi, so that's $2,000 that Na'Vi get to save for the next round now. Slemmy's going to catch out Zeus, easy shot for him in Connector. And so Cloud9, with the 4 players alive, they've planted B. All they have to do is just sit around and just guarantee a way out. Now they have Connector control, they can start looking towards Monster if they want, and they'll be able to back off of that site and hold on to their guns. But yeah, it's Stewie, it's like I'd much rather have Slemmy alone lurking. If anybody's going to be alone lurking for Cloud9, right? Put him with the UMP. You don't care if Na'Vi pick up a UMP. But, donating a Galil, it's these small mistakes if you want to get nitpicky, right? But that can make a difference. Look, Guardian already picking up another kill.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially if you want Guardian with the AWP later on. For him to get a couple of kills in a round like this, maybe he can throw that Galil to somebody else.
Oh my god, and he actually got... Did somebody else go with the bomb? I think so.
Yeah. They lost one more person with the bomb. Oh, man. Well, 3-0 for Cloud9. The definite underdogs here in this matchup, but they're looking decent early on. Guardian with the AWP picked up, then they will save the Galil and even buy a UMP. So now you're feeling pretty confident early on here, it seems.
Yeah, that's Seized, actually. And that's all going to be about position where he wants to play from. And it looks like he is going to be heading down, well, for now, towards the B site. So if he can get close to Monster, close to Short, that UMP can do some damage.
Do something, but they're really sticking to this slow approach here. It's interesting to see if Cloud9, I mean, their past results haven't been looking too convincing. So Maybe they've been practicing for this one match. This is certainly a huge match for them.
That's a big opportunity, right? They get a second chance. And so now is their time to deliver. Themselves, right? Going out in the major much earlier on than we thought they would in the bracket play. I mean, just looking a little shaky. And Zeus missing a free kill there. Nothing somehow survives, finds the headshot. Now there's a 2-man advantage for Cloud9 pushing onto the A site. There's a rotation coming in, but Edward is in position.
Flamey is definitely running up from behind right now, so if they wait too long, Cloud9, that could be really bad. Great shot from Edward, stopping the bomb, getting a second kill and a third one too. And now Flamey's so close to making this work. This is a horrible turn of events for Cloud9. They had everything going their way. They had the whole bomb site open. They could have run in there and got the bomb down. And instead, now they're on a 2-on-2 with 18 seconds on the bomb. It's dropped right in front of them. They need to go and pick it up quick here. Skadoodle close with the AWP. He's going to miss the shot, and that will be Edward ending up with a quad kill, and Flamey there to help out as well. Na'Vi, they should have never won this round.
That is obscene. And that's as good as it gets, right? If you're Edward, at that point you're thinking, hey, they're running in one at a time. I'm in the perfect spot to deal with it. There should, like, every time there should be a 1-for-1 trade immediately if nothing dies. But it's just the fact that Edward right now, he's stepped up recently for Na'Vi. There's been a lot of talk about Na'Vi, how they used to rely so heavily on Guardian. Now, in recent times, it seems like Seized and Edward are guys that we're seeing do a lot more of the work. Flamey as well, right? It isn't only the Guardian show anymore for this team. There's just so much depth in the roster.
Guardian being aggressive. Did they actually spot him jumping over the wall? I'm not sure if Stewie didn't see that. That could be crazy. I'm wondering if we get the replay from his point of view. If that's possible, if you can make that jump work, then it might be worth doing almost every time. I don't even see a way that can easily be punished, because you're not going to be scoped up to look over the wall if you're right there. That's interesting. Shroud is quite far pushed up here, but overall, Cloud9, that's got to really hurt your confidence losing around like that.
Yeah, 2-man advantage going onto the A site. You should, that in your mind, you're thinking, well, there's no way to lose this now. We just have to play solid trade CS, what we've been doing so far for the past 3 rounds. And somehow, I mean, it's just an individual play that you can't account for. Edward just completely unlocks it. So, Na'Vi, that's the kind of big play. Guardian in the interview right before this match, he's saying, I like to go for the flashy plays to, hype up my team. That kind of play right there from Edward is definitely going to, get his teammates fired up.
Nothing playing alone outside of the B-bomb side. And this is such a common terrorist side setup where you have one guy lurking outside of B and 4 people on the other side of the map. And they haven't really found anyone by restrooms or indeed over at long. So it looks like right now they're starting to bring the bomb back a little bit. Sue's playing right on the other side of the smoke here. We'll see if Cloud9 can make this work. They've left themselves almost no time at all. This seems like an actual mad round coming out of Cloud9. I don't even see how this can possibly work. Edward spraying around the corner, Skadoodle, bomb down, and Flamey helping out. Now it's time for the Deagle, it seems, and Flamey taking a bit of a fight here, and Cloud9 just crumbling in this round. Double kill for Edward, double kill for Flamey, and again, there was 9 seconds at the end. They just had no time to do that.
Did I just hear like a collective like come out of the crowd here in the studio when they're watching Cloud9 run into that blender? That is painful, man. And that is actually how you feel when you see that happen, because you're thinking 2-pronged attack onto the B site. They should be able to trade versus Edward, but this layered defense set up by Na'Vi is just so good. Flamey and Edward, both of them just hitting their shots. So that's going to put Cloud9 onto pistols. I mean, Cloud9, they won the pistols. So they have those 3 rounds. So they just need to, we're not so far gone yet that, it's lost, it's over the first half, like abandon all hope. No, it's still so early. It's still early enough where Cloud9, they should just be going through the motions.
It's also a round where you see that the previous rounds where Cloud9 did well were rounds that started off with big kills for them against Na'Vi. Now Na'Vi just plays so defensively that it's almost impossible for Cloud9 to get like an easy early kill and then try and build something behind it. And as a response, Cloud9 just did nothing for like a minute or so, right? So, I mean, if you're not going to get an early kill, you've got to have like a plan B. And it seemed like they were much too hesitant in that last round, simply waiting until there was 25 seconds left. And I don't think that was by design. I think that was out of frustration that they couldn't even find a kill on Na'Vi.
It's a fine line, right, between being like cautious and being like obviously overly cautious, like scared, where you're starting to actually hesitate. You need, like, it's good to play slow pace and look for areas that are going to be made by Na'Vi that you can take advantage of. But at some point, you're going to have to decide, right, it's time to make the play happen. All of these nades just going straight into the choke point there.
That is
bottleneck, that's brutal. But there's the round of eco. It's done. Cloud9 don't get a bomb plant, so they are somewhat limited. Not the best economy, so not the best nades, but they still have all the rifles, and they're going for a bit of a change of pace here. Stewie, man, just straight into Sewers, like getting in here so quick, trying to find an opening pick. But instead it's Guardian, takes down Shroud and Connector, and so man advantage now for Na'Vi.
Yeah, but I like this. Look at Cloud9 trying to switch up the pace again. This time they're much faster than the previous 6 rounds, and we'll see if this is going to work out. They have been trading favorably down here at B. In a 3-on-3 right now, nothing is very low on health, though the bomb is being planted. And Edward, rather than reveal his position, he's going to wait until they're gone, and that's Skadoodle instantly down. So a bit of a risk on Edward's part. If he doesn't get that kill, then it's not worth it, and he's just giving up the bomb plant for no reason. They're going to try and see if they can maybe boost up on the sandbags here to look over. Zeus already taking some damage. There is a Molotov on Na'Vi still, and that's going to be fatal in just a couple of seconds here. Stewie going down, and now all on nothing. 1-on-3, and there's the Molotov coming. Oh, actually gets cancelled by the smoke. He's still alive back here, spraying right through. He doesn't have the angle, and he's going to end up going down. But the Molotov failing there, that could have been absolutely lethal. It's going to be Na'Vi winning the round, though, making it 4-3, but there was a glimmer of hope there for Cloud9.
It's real tough for nothing in that sort of scenario, right? Because Na'Vi are obviously like, wait a second, he can't get up onto the sandbags alone. You know, so it's just like, you know, right, if Stewie doesn't get the kill, you've just given away all of the information that Na'Vi need to succeed in closing down the round, even though it did look a little shaky there for Na'Vi, trying to get the kit into play once the bomb ticked past a certain time. Still, rough scenario for Cloud9, but at least they're making it close. They're keeping it close here. The economy hasn't totally taken off for Na'Vi just yet, and Cloud9 with a bit of a half buy here.
Yeah, and also noticing that there's no one on Cloud9 who's not doing anything at all. They all have, you know, something on the scoreboard. They're all sort of a team right now. So that's definitely good news. You can see no real discrepancy there. C's not doing much on Na'Vi's side, but then again, Edward definitely is. But it's always a bit discouraging to see sort of just one person doing everything, because people tend to, especially in best of 3, people tend to sort of run out of energy after a while, so can't just use it all in the beginning here for Edward.
No, and as far as Cloud9 are concerned now, they're looking to just get that straight execute going, and they're going to go for the long push again, it looks like. Just trying to wrap on it. Stewie, great play from him down in connector. Finds seized. Shroud will annihilate Guardian, just drops him with the 1D to the face, and now it's on Zeus. Trying to bring it back. He's going to get one big spray, but he can't get the follow-up, and somehow Cloud9, they've found their way onto the A side again here.
Edward gonna go down to nothing as well, and Flamey now trying to see if he can take this fight, but again, they don't really need to do this. There's no reason to give him a chance to 1v4, just wait for it, and nothing hitting a second headshot. Very clean indeed, and that's a shocking round for Na'Vi. Their economy was starting to build, and now they have to spend pretty much all the money buying into this round, so just great stuff here.
That is Shroud9 was just Shroud9. I gotta stop doing this, man. Shroud.
It's too late.
It's too late. I mean, like Shroud, just that is when he's dialed in, man. When he is focused, he starts hitting those shots like that, where it just looks so clean, so crisp. You're just like, Shroud, you have to do this every map, man. If you do this every map, Cloud9, they look invincible.
Yeah, I mean, the fact is he's a good enough player to be able to do it, so that's also one of the reasons why it's so frustrating to not see him do it. It's because you know he can, you know it's somewhere in there, but it just doesn't always happen. That's a great peek. Skadoodle taking down Guardian. You could even see that he was sort of, psyching himself up for that, and he takes the jump.
Dude, that's the kind of play where it's just like Guardian, it's just like, he's just like, what's going on? Doesn't even manage to pull the trigger fast enough, right? Like
yeah.
He actually jumped into the angle and made that work. Okay, Ska.
Again, for any fans of 1.6 out there, will remember that was a very common way to peak back then. It's sort of gone out of style a little bit, but yeah, it's not easy, but it's definitely viable if you know the angle.
It's just I would love to be able to start talking seriously about that duel that duel that we used to have between Skadoodle and Guardian. At one point, it was that discussion, who's the best, and it was just going back and forth between the two. Skadoodle would have crazy maps, and then Guardian would just come right back swinging. Only problem is, obviously, Ska still struggling to make it out of the groups and majors. Definitely hindered things for him a little bit. But as far as like an individual level, he can go toe-to-toe with Guardian, the likes of Guardian, and actually make it work. Stewie's going to find Zeus. Nade in hand, bit of a, rough timing there for Zeus.
I've been saying this is a map that Na'Vi feels so comfortable on, but right now, they are getting beat up a little bit, and if they lose this round, it could be horrible for them. And remember, this is a very CT-sided map, so Cloud9 are doing a really good job at the moment. There's nothing going down. He should have probably got that kill on Flamey, who's very low on health. Pre-firing is Shroud, and the bomb has been planted finally. Skadoodle trying to make it out, not going to happen, which leaves it all on Stewie. He's flanking in from behind, and they know it as well. What a bad position to be in. I mean, it would have been great if he had teammates alive on the bomb side, but it's very hard for him to win that 1v3. So Na'Vi are going to win the round. And it actually seemed like they shouldn't have. Again, Cloud9 just failing to close out the round there.
And it's a big save here for Cloud9 as well. The fact that they actually won basically a half buy the round before means that they actually have some money to fall back on in this one. It's not back to ecoing for them. It's not Na'Vi right back in the driver's seat. They're actually going to be able to put up a fight here, but they are going to tap out all their bank. So Cloud9, they just need to get these kind of like afterplant scenarios to have to start going their way. If they keep getting into sites, having an advantage, and then squandering it, that's another thing that will start chipping away at your mental game, at your confidence, your ability to close out the map.
Well, there's Stewie with the jump again off of the slide. Not recommended playground safety policy there, but whatever works, I suppose. Stewie down to 75 as well, but right now, you got to think that Na'Vi are maybe a little bit anxious. They don't have a lot of money here, and again, if Cloud9 win this round, probably it'd be like a 6-5 situation in favor of Cloud9. Edward is out of control, though. I think he had, what, 126 ADR right now. Still early on, but I mean, 13-3 scoreline. Can't really ignore that, can you?
Yeah, you can't knock that really hard. It's just Edward doing work, and on the other side is Seized, but you know, that is Cloud9 have definitely changed it up. Seized should be getting a little bit more action, but not for now, not yet. Nothing is the one lurking by Monster again. Standard, and Cloud9 choosing to actually get some map control. They're going to show themselves over here at long and actually look to take a fight. Na'Vi, though, with that flash, there's the peek, and Skadoodle just blind. He's waiting on Stewie, and Stewie's kind of just like, are you ready for me to take this fight? Oh, Scott not going to hit the flick.
There's a little bit of damage to Guardian. Oh, what a flashbang to come through. Zeus probably could have gone down there as well. He was turned, so he didn't actually get flashed from it, and he's going to fall to Slemmy right afterwards. So 4 on 3 right now, 25 seconds, nothing. Taking out Guardian, who was caught trying to rotate back into the bomb site. Flamey in this position again, and they don't check it. He picks up one, and he does eventually go down. Cloud9 really got to start checking that position. It's so common, but they will win the round regardless, and now Na'Vi have a really hard choice to make. If they buy, it'll be on 3 out of 5 players. The last 2 can't.
It has to be half-fight territory here for Na'Vi. Because Na'Vi also have a terrific T side on Overpass. They should still be feeling confident, even if the half ends kind of at a close score line. It's still not the end of the world for Na'Vi. So they are going to try and go for the long game here. It's just a half-buy. They're going to be balancing out their money. Flamey had a little bit more, so he goes for that MP9, and we'll see if he can get anything out of it. But the rest of them just saving for the next round. So we'll see. Na'Vi, early presence towards B, and Stewie, same thing, man. Not showing any fear whatsoever. Just goes charging up on a short, and he might actually be able to catch out someone on Na'Vi with how quick he is here.
Very hard to anticipate. Flamey, you could tell he's got no idea. Is this going to be a free kill here for Stewie? No issue at all. Guardian did take down Flamey, and Stewie, he needs to decide if he wants to push up or not. The surprise of it goes away if you wait too long. So now we're in a 3-on-4, and Guardian is pushed up. Does see the bomb, still waiting. And on the other side, Slemmy there to take him out. The aim punch, just too much for him to handle.
Yeah, that aim punch, that made all the difference. It looked like Guardian had the drop on him. Now 3-on-3. Again, Cloud9 going to start grouping up together. Definitely get that bomb carrier Slemmy over towards the rest of the teammates. And nothing will take points. Skadoodle's there to lock things down on the defense. Slemmy, though, going to crouch right into Seized, and Seized just makes it look so easy.
Yeah, and that's a good little double kill there for Seized. See if he could turn it into a bit more and maybe actually get himself into this game somewhat. 40 seconds and nothing, trying to see if he can sneak in. That's such a sick flick coming out, and Seized is down. It's been a while since I've seen nothing play like this, but definitely very encouraging. Running into the smoke there, Skadoodle trying to get the bomb plant down, will be successful. So a 2-on-2 for the retake here, and Na'Vi, they need this round. They desperately need this round. Skadoodle gonna miss the shot. Now he's alone. They're trying to see if they can rush him down. One more shot missed. He's gonna get a 3rd strike and misses it. And now surely they can simply run him down. Close range here with the AWP. Not the best position for the weapon, but he takes out Edward anyway. And now it's a 1-on-1. He's in the smoke. They can't see each other. Skadoodle, he's gonna whisk one more kill. And Zeus is on the other side, but time has run out. Skadoodle somehow gonna be able to win the 1v2 here. There's simply no chance for a defuse, and Zeus trying to run away, not going to happen. Well, he gets the kill, but the round 1 for Cloud9.
Oh, he should survive these well. Yeah, saves the AWP for Guardian. That's so frustrating for Sky. He was so close to making it out of there intact. He has enough money. No, Slemmy might have to drop for him.
He actually missed 4 AWP shots, and they were basically at knife range. That's so ridiculous.
And then he hits like the no-scope flick kill onto Edwards. So, I mean, it's just like, all right, Sky, all right. Eventually, you were going to hit one of the flash shots. We get it. But this is a problem. Look at this, Scott. Like, nobody going to drop. This is almost a situation where I'd say Slemmy, I mean, listen, Scott, he may have struggled a little bit there, but you still want him to have an op in his hands every round possible. I'd probably say Slemmy, you know, drop the op for Scott. You can hold on to an AK, get some nades, some Tech 9, whatever. But get that sniper rifle up there for Scott so that he can go toe-to-toe with Guardian here, who's going for the pick in mid. I do like that Na'Vi continue to challenge in mid. They're definitely putting Cloud9 on notice over here, saying that, you know, we're not going to give up this part of the map for free.
Na'Vi are almost entirely out of money. 3 of their players have $0 in this round, so if they lose now, Cloud9 actually, I think, it would have a decent chance of almost even of at least setting themselves up for winning the map here, which would be a huge surprise. Again, Na'Vi are very good at playing overpass. And Cloud9, like we've been saying, not looking too impressive recently.
Might be that element of not, you know, having anything to lose. Flamey's going to trade 1-for-1 over towards B. So now, I mean, it's Guardian, Edward, Flamey very low, and Zeus, and the rotation has begun down towards this B side. Nothing trying to take advantage of this. He's hoping that somebody gets, you know, ahead of themselves, goes for the peek, and he walks right into Edward, sees the boost, and he takes too long to react. Nothing gets picked. And now a man advantage for Na'Vi. Cloud9, though, they're in position to try and pounce on this site, and there we go. Stewie comes roaring around the corner, shuts down Guardian.
And he had to do that. There was a smoke blooming right in front of Stewie, so if he waits, then look at the time. I mean, 30 seconds. They can't wait 17 seconds for the smoke to disappear either. Stewie goes down eventually to Edward, but it's still a 2-on-2. Favoring Cloud9. Bomb down, and Edward Flamey very low on health right now. Does he get spotted? Slemmy, I think, almost saw that. No grenades on Cloud9, though, but this is going to be a near impossible retake for Edward, especially with a bullet in his head.
Wow, beautiful shot from Ska. And now Flamey's got the op. We'll see if he's going to be able to bait a reaction out. Both players from Cloud9 are basically just waiting for the tap to happen on the bomb. Flamey, one parting shot, drops Slemmy, and now goes for the wall bang on a Skadoodle. That is nuts. That is nuts.
Just imagine if that was a headshot somehow.
Right. Okay, then.
That's terrifying. Well, they made it expensive, but it isn't enough to actually change anything here. 7-5, and Na'Vi, they don't have any money. And look at how much they're talking right now. There's definitely a heated debate going on.
Yeah, there's always. It's actually Edward who seems to speak up quite a bit right now on Na'Vi's side. You know, Zeus and him having a little bit of a back and forth. I'm wondering, like, we should get a camera shot of Starix, their coach, the in-game leader, the man who actually calls the shot of this team. The shots, rather.
Yeah. So apparently, just a quick tech issue, and then we'll right back into the game here. But I think Edward just basically said, I mean, my Russian lip reading is not that good, but I think he was saying something like, I can't possibly carry anymore. I can't possibly carry anymore. You guys need to help me.
You know, it's like we don't even need to worry about lip reading with Starix, right? You know, he's just hiding. You can't actually see if he's talking or not.
He's gone full American football, you know. Just
exactly right.
Just making sure no one can read it. I like that idea. Maybe one day that will be the case. So, Max 7, a Deagle, 2 P250s, and a CSET 75 on Flamey. That's what Na'Vi have to try and see if they could maybe win the round here. But again, Cloud9 very slow, very patient, not giving much of a chance for Na'Vi to just bring any traps on them. I like it.
The fun thing, Anders, is, you know, we're so used to being in Europe, right, where it's just like you have to specify American football, but you could actually just say football here and people will just, you know, automatically just be, oh, yeah, I get it.
See, there was a brief moment where I thought if I should risk it and say American soccer just to see how many, if I could trigger everyone at the same time, but I went with that. I couldn't do it.
You're too kind, man. You're too merciful. What is this? Where's the Anders that I know?
You know, maybe it's a jet lag. I'll get into it for sure at some point. Stewie is the most forward player, and he's only just made it past the connector here. So Cloud9, we were talking about this balance between being careful and outright scared. And with 40 seconds left, when you still haven't even made it across sort of the midpoint of the map, you have to be careful. Even if you're not up against that much, you know, eventually you could run out of time. The stack is in B bomb side, and that definitely helps out Cloud9. But if Edward gets this kill on Stewie, who knows what can happen? And there it is. Max 7 shot down. He can't get the follow-up, and now it's on Zeus here. 23 seconds left. He's going to execute one. Goes for a second. Slemmy will take him out, and it seems to be working out here. 18 seconds for the 2v3. The bomb needs to go down. Skadoodle there to help out, but Flamey, he can't get the kill. Imagine if Skadoodle had gone down there with 10 seconds. Very scary for Cloud9, but they make it work.
This is stressful, man. This is way too stressful to watch. If Cloud9 are going to try and play that game where they run the clock down, I mean, you can see Flamey. If Flamey has just a little bit more time to work with that CSET 75 up close, like it's totally possible for him to just completely wreck things there for Cloud9.
Yeah, or if any of the first 2 members of Na'Vi that were engaged upon in the A-bomb site, if they had got 2 kills instead of 1, who knows? It's risky to leave that little time is what we're trying to say here. 14th round coming up though, and you know, however you want to put it, this is very impressive for Cloud9. They've got 8-5 here and looking to make it a little bit more.
Yeah, T-side overpass. This is excellent work. If they can pick up the next 2 rounds, I mean, Na'Vi, they're going to be in a position where they have to force buy if they lose this round. And actually, if what's probably going to happen is if they start to lose control of the situation, they'll just look to save the guns and just to make sure that they actually have the rifles and they're not back into a pistol sort of scenario or Edward with the shotgun. So we'll see. I mean, Guardian changing up his angle. He wants to fall back a little bit, make sure that he's not going to be... He actually can, you know, fall back and play it safely. Not going to find the angle through the smoke. Instead, that's Zeus finding Shroud down in connector. And again, nobody there to back up Shroud. And Guardian through the smoke, blind, just lucky shot. Picks off Stewie, who was in the wrong place at the wrong time. And well, now it's shaping up beautifully here for Na'Vi. I kind of cursed them, I think. Cloud9, that is.
Yeah, and nothing is actually running near the playground there, and Zeus is down in connector, and he heard those footsteps, so now even more confirmation for Na'Vi of what's happening. Edward going to be able to sneak up here. Right now, Cloud9 are boxed in, and there should be no way out. Guardian picking up a 3rd kill there before he finally goes down to Skadoodle, seeing if they could do a bit more damage here to the economy leading into the 15th round. I'm not sure it's going to make a big difference at this point here. Skadoodle just seconds away from death, and it's going to be Edward sneaking up from behind. And a 6th round being picked up by Na'Vi here. So 15th round, the last of the half is coming up, and the money's not that great for Cloud9, which is almost a bit depressing. They've been playing so well, but they don't have much of a chance to fight here.
Yeah, these resets keep happening to them. But yeah, that's a good reaction, right? Because for Stewie, it just sucks. You think, okay, with the AWP, one shot, is he actually going to hit me through the smoke? Sure enough, it's Guardian. Sure enough, Guardian's going to find you. Curious to see if Cloud9 decide to go for some aggression, though, now that it's a 3 pistols, 2 rifles, kind of force buy coming out from them. And it is, once again, straight into Stewart. Stewie 2K taking point. Edward going for some wall bang, and he actually does get some damage onto Stewie.
Yeah, Na'Vi been trying to do that boost. They did it last time as well, see if they could look through the tiny windows there at the connector and look into sewer. Shroud, they open the door, and he replies with a AK shot to the face of Zeus. That's a good way to get started, but then they forget about Edward, and he takes out Slemmy, so it becomes a better trade for Na'Vi overall. Some wall bangs are coming out, and Edward seems to be just plain ignoring it. Stewie creeping in and taking out Edward.
This change, I like this change. They could go through connector now. They actually have connector control. They can try and make their way up to A if they want, or at least just slow things down, because Na'Vi have fully rotated over. You can see Guardian with the AWP. He's going to be looking, and he gets a free kill on nothing. Nobody there to watch short. Nothing, expecting maybe the jump. So he was looking to get some kind of lucky headshot going, but not going to happen that time. Stewie, though, will bring it back again. Young Stu just decides time to get the job done. Brings it back to a 2-on-2. Guardian's going to drop him in the end, and that puts it all on Skadoodle with 10 HP. Not for long. Guardian there to get both final kills. 3 kills total for Guardian.
Yeah,
and
really solid work. And I mean, they knew that he was down there somewhere, so maybe they could have tried to escape, but eventually they end up trying to take the fight. A triple kill for him, and an overall scoreline of 8-7, favoring Cloud9 for the first half, which is definitely still very impressive. We'll see if they can close out this map as well. They've already laid such a good foundation. It's going to be the second half right after the break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Before we go into the second half, remember to go and download Team Stream, the free app from Bleacher Report, and follow the esports stream for all the latest ELEAGUE and esports news. We are certainly ready with it here, and we've been surprised that Cloud9 are doing much better than we thought. They got 8 rounds on the T side of Overpass. What can we say about that?
I mean, that's an excellent performance so far. It's actually something, I mean, this whole place is packed to the gills. I just looked up and realized how many people are in here with us, and I think a lot of them have got to be Cloud9 fans. So far, Cloud9, I mean, they didn't just tear away with the first half, but they definitely showed something good.
Yeah, and I'm getting nervous because I was sort of trying to have a bit of banter on Twitter earlier, and I said Moses had picked Cloud9 to win everything. So if they do a winning today, I will accidentally have sort of done that for him, and he can actually, in reverse, claim that he really did do that, which obviously is not the case. I hope that's not going to be the case. He's going to be so smug if that happens. I can already feel it. Right now, Na'Vi have put Flamey with the Tech 9 and armor. I kind of wish it would have been Edward. He's been playing so well. I feel like he should be rewarded to get that equipment. But either way, it's a strong setup here for Na'Vi. They have 2 smokes as well, so they could go for a really big execute here on the A-bomb side.
This is actually one of Na'Vi's favorite kind of like pistol strategies to go for, because they also have Guardian with that P250 Kevlar. It's Zeus and Seized. They just get nades, and then they drop guns for their teammates, and there you go. Right now, it's this, you have those 2 players like Flamey and Guardian who are going to be able to do a bit more damage, although Stewie will eventually find the headshot on Guardian. Drops Flamey, though, with the run and gun Tech 9. Will strike right back, and it's a 4-on-4 pushing onto the A site.
Nothing is creeping up from behind, taking a fight, and Skadoodle missing all the bullets. What on earth is going on? Skadoodle, now is the time to snap out of it and get back in the game. Slemmy and nothing have gone down. And even though he didn't hit a single bullet, somehow it was still enough that now we decide to go the other way. It's probably more likely the kills they got sneaking up from behind there. Shroud is at the B bomb site. We'll see if he can maybe make it happen. And now we actually decided to double back again towards the A side of the map. And Skadoodle has to get back up here. Now Seized is ready and waiting. I have no idea what we just watched, but it was definitely ugly. And 4 versus 2 at the moment. Skadoodle getting shot in the back as well. Shroud, the last man alive. The bomb has been planted. I don't see any way out of this one. Looks like Na'Vi are going to be off to a good start, although that's a great headshot. But again, he's got no kit, no grenade or anything, so how do you possibly do this?
Yeah, he just needs to hope. He needs to hope that he finds somebody out of position here, and they're just not giving him that chance, Na'Vi. And he is going to find the kit eventually, but this bomb is ticked down so far. Now he might actually have to just go stick it, and it's not going to happen. With 2 players there, one of them can sacrifice themselves, one of them can go for the peek. That's going to be Zeus. Hits the shot and just shuts it down. That's a pistol round picked up for Na'Vi now, tying it up 8-8. And well, that's pretty much worst case scenario for Cloud9. The last half, they had those 3 rounds to fall back on, and then they kind of battled their way back and actually picked up some rounds with the rifles. Here, they're not going to get the strong start, and they are going for the force buy.
Yeah, I had to look up for a moment and make sure it wasn't James Bardolph playing in Skadoodle's place, just because that was definitely interesting. Moving into the 17th round, though, we do have a tied scoreline at the 8-8, and with Na'Vi picking up that round, you got to expect that they're feeling really good and just want to make a full comeback here. They are a team that, from time to time, have a slow start to their games. It seems like they're everyone a little bit slow at the gate, and then when they start to get back into it, it's definitely scary. Flashbang maybe going to come in here. In fact, it's from the other side there. Slemmy trying to flash himself into it. And Stewie switching between the guns, almost getting caught off guard, but he does pick up a kill with the help of Skadoodle. So 4-3 now. Yeah,
Na'Vi just continue to press forward. They've got those 2 killing groups, basically. The 2 flanks. Flamey's going to find nothing instantly. Skadoodle not going to achieve anything either from Optimus. And it's just on Shroud now in a 1v4. No kit. You can see just in the eyes. He knows 1v4, bomb about to get planted. I hear it getting planted as well. Are they actually trying to bait him out?
Shroud without any hope. I don't know if there's anything you can do. I guess just creep out of there, save the armor. He's got plenty of it, so why not? An exit kill or 2 if someone is brave enough to jump down. He will see the shadow before they come around, so I mean that could work out for them.
Wait a second, how does he have 2,000 in value? Am I missing something here?
You doing the math right? I feel like that calculation doesn't always work out.
Yeah, clearly. I mean, 500 for a 5.7, and then 1,000 obviously for the helmet Kevlar.
Yeah.
So
that's some easy
correct
math.
me if I'm wrong, right? Yeah, exactly. That's
500 for his life.
There we go. We got it. Shroud.
Yeah. Yeah, speaking of Alive, we did have a plan similar in case that apple was ultimately going to end you. So just to make sure.
What?
Oh no! How did they even find that picture?
Exactly. What is this
on?
picture of you, dude? Not even that picture is old as sin, man. That is like, where was that? That was DreamHack winner 2011, I think. 2012, they took that picture. But yours?
I don't know. Someone's been lurking on Facebook or something. That really scares me. All right. 9-8 being the scoreline, and we are going to move into the 18th round here. Cloud9, not really a lot to talk about in a round like this. Unless Na'Vi makes some big mistakes, it shouldn't really be possible for them to win the round. Edward going to be attacking, just following up behind that.
Oh, that's brutal. Flamey with the triple. He will be able to spray down at long and actually pick up all those kills. Very solid, kind of expected result there for Na'Vi. You saw Cloud9 doing that when they had the rifles at the beginning of their T side, right? They're all sitting way back in playground, and it's for that very reason right there. Na'Vi do the exact same thing. They sit way back in playground. Cloud9 choose to go aggressive, and Na'Vi have all of the angles covered with those rifles, so they just mow them down as they come around the corners. That's the whole reason why. You just got a very clear picture there of why you would set up in that defensive position on the T side when you know that Cloud9 might have pistols on the other side. Now we have to see if Cloud9 want to go aggressive when they have the rifles, and it looks like it. Early presence here from Skadoodle. Not sure, is that intentional? Was he just like stopping there? Did he get caught? He's been spotted though.
Yeah, and the fact that he unscoped, I mean, that was almost a bit frustrating to watch. I'm not sure what that was about. It did seem like he just generally was hesitant and maybe a little bit confused, but that's a great shot on Edward. And that's the kind of Skadoodle we want to see every day.
Yeah, making it look easy. Clean flick. Now a man advantage for Cloud9. Still a decent nade count on them as well. They have the 3 smokes, and we're just now approaching that minute mark. So this is pretty solid here for Cloud9. They could burn a lot of time off this clock, and they want to hold on to those as long as possible. So that's it. You know, it's just like sit and wait. You get down to 50 seconds, start throwing the smokes out. And Cloud9 should be in a pretty decent spot. Na'Vi are just hoping now. You can see Guardian scoped up at long. He's just like, hey, like peek for info, and I will be there to get the trade kill. But Cloud9 are playing this perfectly.
Yeah, now is where they can really afford to just take it slow and steady. Nothing and Shroud are in okay positions, but not great positions. It's perfectly possible right now for Na'Vi, if they go B, to have a fight with nothing without Shroud being able to do anything. So that's a little bit frustrating, I feel like, when you've got the man lead here. That shouldn't be an option for them. But it seems like Na'Vi are leaving Flamey alone, and then they were thinking about rotating back, but Flamey's made it so far in that they're not quite sure what they want to do right now. Guardian also creeping up, 20 seconds left. Can they get the bomb down at least in this round, if not just straight win it? More smokes raining in and looking for the kill there. Stewie gonna get one, but he's returned the one, and Flamey gonna be going down as well. 8 seconds left right now, and it looks like Cloud9 will have made it through. Guardian, the last to go down. Slemmy with the kill, and Shroud with the double. It's gonna be 10-9.
Yeah, there we go. We actually have the signed Cloud9 jersey as well. I dig it. But that is so important for Cloud9. They've won the first buy round now, when they were kind of cobbling that together too. Not the best guns. Shroud, though, just going ham. You can see with the spray, he saves the day there basically on that A site, because for a moment it looked like Na'Vi might be able to brute force their way in once they trade Stewie effectively. But still, 9-10. Cloud9 still trail, but it's looking good. Na'Vi, they're going to have to tap out their bank to get this full buy going. And so Cloud9 have a chance to try and get Na'Vi onto pistols and actually get some steam going for themselves here.
Look at Seized being very aggressive here. Far forward. Normally, if you leave one guy inside of B, you leave him in a safe position. But the fact that Seized has made his way in here means maybe if they try and make noise somewhere else on the map, that will force someone to go and peek where Seized is. So I'd love to see Na'Vi just try and see if they can maybe bait that out a little bit. Zeus and Connector alone with the bomb, that's always a scary idea, but he won't run into anyone just yet. Maybe Stewie around the corner. There's Stewie, and he goes down. Zeus to win that fight. So bomb still intact.
Bizarre. Seized calling Astralis, like an Astralis setup, it seems. Like maybe spotting Stewie there is actually a tell that Na'Vi know what Cloud9 are going to go for now, because or that it's a common setup for Astralis. Whatever. Teams actually, as far as call-ups, they do have team names for that. But Slemmy going to be able to pick off Edward in restrooms, and we're back into a 4-on-4. C's still lurking over towards B. Hasn't gotten anything, but that bomb is waiting in Connector. It could quickly make its way over towards B to back Seized up if he actually finds something to work with here on this site.
4-on-4, and look at the time again here for Na'Vi. I mean, we know that they like doing this on the T side, but still every time I see it, now 28 seconds on the clock, and they're still just right outside of the bomb site. So, you know, one Molotov there on nothing. If it's put down in the right spot, that means they can't actually get the plant in, and that would be horrible Grenades are raining in from the Na'Vi side. Skadoodle has gone down. Slemmy burning a lion. That's Guardian with the Molotov. And there's the actual grenade coming out, and nothing to stop the plant. 9 seconds, 8 seconds. The smoke to cancel it, and Shroud alone. He's going to drop to seized. It's almost surgical for Na'Vi. 9 seconds for the bomb plant. If they didn't have that smoke, then they would have had to try and plant somewhere else, and that would have been within sort of Shroud's field of view. So, wow.
Yeah, that's like the OG kind of approach from Na'Vi, man. We were talking about Cloud9, you know, how Na'Vi used to run the clock down low. Na'Vi are just showing Cloud9, this is how it's done. You have all of your nades, you get the Molotovs, you just roast Slemmy to the point where he has nowhere to go. There's 2 Molotovs completely blanketing Bank. He had nowhere to go, right? Just a nightmare sort of scenario there for Cloud9. It's already done before it even starts. They're already on that site. Guardian looking for the aggressive peek. He might be able to catch out Skadoodle, and this is a pistol coming in here for Cloud9. And again, the aggression. But Na'Vi, they're in position to deal with this. They're not overextended.
Oh, that was 2 for 1, I think, but none of them died, in fact. Edward coming around the corner, spraying as he goes, leaving Shroud alone. And that's going to be the round here, 12-9. I do feel like if I was ever to do a bank robbery, I wouldn't choose a Molotov as my weapon for so many reasons. It seems counterproductive, you know. Good chance that whatever you're trying to rob is going to go up with the flames anyway. All right, that looks so comfortable. We've got the tea and everything.
Where is he watching from?
His grandma's house, I have to assume. Which is great, you know. Make a connection with the older generation. I like it.
Yeah, you know, spend time with grandma. Watch some CS. That makes perfect sense.
I love it. 12-9 is the current scoreline, and Cloud9, not a lot of money, but they are certainly trying here. Na'Vi have a 3-round lead, grenade in, and the wall bang as well, seized to pick up Slemmy. That has to feel bad.
Oh, the wombo combo, man, that is brutal. And now Na'Vi have everything they need. They have that man advantage, they've picked it up, so Cloud9, they're spread out 2 to each side at this point, so it makes life a lot easier for Na'Vi to actually get in. But they're still going to be so thorough. It's still just, okay, we got the first pick. Zeus still clearing our connector. Still a presence on long for Na'Vi. They're so methodical, Na'Vi. Even with that first pick, they're still going to take the time to canvas out this map and figure out what Cloud9 are up to. Nothing is able to trade it back on Zeus. And C's not quite in position to be able to follow it up. No! Another wall bang!
How can it be real? That is so ridiculous. And I was about to credit Cloud9 because actually what they did is so smart. You lose a player like that early on and you're on the CT side, you really do want to make a play for information and maybe even get a kill like that. And they did it, and then C's just doesn't care. And he's actually the first guy to start spraying through that way back when the map was sort of just being invented and everyone started playing on it. Flamey taking down Stewie, and that's going to leave Skadoodle and Shroud 2-on-4 right now. They're both at the A-bomb site trying to see if maybe they can guess the right angle here. And actually, they'd be right as well. Na'Vi don't really have that much time to rotate back to B, so they're just going to stick it on A.
Yeah, this is ridiculous, actually. And it seems to me like Na'Vi are a little confused on what they want to do. There was definitely a lot of milling around going there. C's going to get shut down by Skadoodle, so there's a free kill, 2-on-3. Cloud9 with the retake. Bomb only just now getting planted, 7 seconds left, and Guardian will find Shroud. Not going to take down Skadoodle, though. It's a 1v2 now, and Scott just going to go for it. Not going to hit the shot. Catches a man with a nade in his hand. It doesn't get any better than that, but the headshot will do. And it's Flamey versus Skadoodle. 1-on-1 for the clutch.
10 seconds. He jumps. Oh, no! Skadoodle. I'm not sure where that came from. If he'd had the kit, I'm wondering if he couldn't have maybe held it in. But either way, that's a scary position for Flamey as well. Because if you walk around those boxes and he's right there scoped up, you're just dead. So, I don't know. These sprays from C's are just so beautiful. But this is really heartbreaking, isn't it? Cloud9, such a great first half for them. But into the second half, they've only won 1 out of 7 rounds here in the second half. And, you know, you see the result here. It's just not good enough.
Yeah, it's just taking off now for Na'Vi. This is what you're so scared of when you're playing in that first half. If you're Cloud9, you're on your T side. You're just like, we need to just dominate. We need to dominate this first half, because otherwise, Na'Vi on that T side overpass, they're just so methodical, so good. Yeah, it's not looking too hot here for Cloud9, but it's never over yet. P250's in hand. It's an eco for Cloud9. And Na'Vi, once again, just taking their time with it. Edward has actually gotten pretty much out on this B site, trying to figure out where they're coming from. He spots out Shroud, drops him with the MAC-10. That just sounds so weird.
Yeah, I feel like that. The MAC-10 sound especially is odd to me. But Edward doing really good work with it, regardless of what it sounds like. It's going to be a triple kill for him. And a 14-9 scoreline, and Na'Vi really starting to show why well, many people believe that they might even make it all the way into the finals here at ELEAGUE.
They're always a contender. They are one of the best teams in the world right now. And so we do expect them to actually make it through. Cloud9 obviously getting their second chance, but this is where it starts to get difficult. You know, actually it feels like we're seeing a lot of teams right now. A lot of it's coming down to the T side for them. We're not really seeing, you know, those stellar shut down CT sides. It's a lot of, you know, just powerful T sides looking for duels, winning those duels, and then capitalizing on that, rather than, you know, that lockdown where all the crossfires are you know, perfect and the team play is perfect that you need on a CT to actually have a strong CT side. It's a lot of work that goes into a CT side, and we're seeing some teams struggle with it.
Yeah, and just as you say that, they do win 2 really big engagements early on, so I definitely agree, though. It isn't easy these days being on the CT side. Shroud picking up a quad kill somehow, gets the headshot unseized. And that will be a 10th round for Cloud9. It happened in just the space of 3 seconds. And we're going to be at 14-10 for the scoreline. Na'Vi, they have money, but they are running out. So Cloud9, they still have a chance to do this.
All of these were like right on the edge as well. Like just reliving it. Beautiful work there. But the wallbang shot on the Guardian, it doesn't get any cleaner than that. But right through the smoke. Dude, he was just zeroed in, Shroud. He knew what was up.
Yeah, again, I mean, Shroud and Skadoodle are, I think, for me, are some of the most frustrating players to watch. Because, again, you know that they have the level in there somewhere. You know they could do it. But you feel like you're all the time being cheated out of actually seeing that great Counter-Strike, you know. And I'm not sure why that is always.
Well, he shows us rifle, pistol, and then AWP. Gets the opening kill for Cloud9 in this round, Shroud. And I think that was a pick over by Monster. So not too shabby. Na'Vi now have to show us there was some resilience, basically, because they're down a man once again. So we'll see if it actually works. Cloud9, they haven't fully relinquished control of mid either. They are taking up a little bit of a scenario. Basically, it's a setup that Zeus likes to do a lot from Na'Vi as well. Hang around the mid side of the restrooms there, not quite falling back to the A side. And so Stewie, along with Skadoodle, they'll have that double layer of defense basically over here towards that A side, hoping to find a pick and slow Na'Vi down further.
Again, running down the clock somewhat low. They're about halfway across the map with 40 seconds left. So Na'Vi have already proven twice here on the T side that they can recover those rounds even if they're low on time. But if you try it too many times, eventually it'll mess up for you. They are going to go for the push. 3 people on this bomb site. Slemmy, Skadoodle, and Stewie. They should be able to hold here. They see the grenades very early on and the shadow being shown there. Stewie trying to fall back around the corner. Skadoodle picks up a good shot with the AWP. He needs one more. Very low on health for Zeus. Trying to just peek that angle with the shoulder there, but not quite going to work out for him. And now it's Guardian and Flamey left 2 on 4 at the moment. And they just give up on that mission. You can't really blame them. So Cloud9 making it to 11 rounds.
Yeah, that bomb dropped out front of restroom. The big plays, the aggressive defense kind of set up there for Cloud9 actually works. And so they continue to battle back. Na'Vi, I believe that's 3 rounds in a row now for Cloud9. Just two, but still, solid work.
Yeah, but I mean, the fact that they saved those 2 rifles, and they can actually go for a full buy in this round, so that's a good choice to save. I do think we have a bit of a quick break. I almost want to call it a bit of a discussion going on, it seems like.
It's the tactical timeout coming in from Na'Vi?
Maybe. I think Zeus is wondering what was up. Yeah, regardless, I understand if they're a little bit nervous, because some of these rounds for Cloud9 have looked fairly solid. They need a way in, Na'Vi. I would like to see them go for a bit of a change of pace and maybe try for something faster towards B. They've been able to get C's to run into the L bend really quick, so if he can just run in there and the rest run through Monster Tunnel, that might be a pretty good way to set yourselves up.
Yeah, and it seems like it was just a miscommunication actually on what kind of timeout it was for Na'Vi in that last round, so just a little bit of a technical hiccup there. They got it sorted out pretty quick. Wasn't a tactical pause, so Na'Vi still have that. They can still go for their 1 tactical pause that they're allowed per map. And so we'll see how things go here. 14-11, Na'Vi still in the lead on that T side. And a lot of nades have been used already, but minute 15, perfect time for that incendiary to go down for Shroud. Or Skadoodle, rather. And now it's going to be Scott on the site once again by Optimus.
Yeah, really good position. One that could definitely easily be smoked out by Na'Vi, but again, you want to force them to use those grenades at least. Stewie's on the other side of these boxes, and I've said this multiple times, you can shoot through these boxes with any gun. Even a Glock can shoot through the sort of the where those two boxes connect, and no one ever does it, and it really bugs me, because that's exactly where people plant on the other side, so you can literally just kill people who are planting. It's a risk, it's not completely without a risk, but someone should do it just one time.
Are they fully committed to this, Na'Vi? 30 seconds left. Setting up with the nades once again. They want to get out onto the A side. They're going to be stubborn about it. Na'Vi have hit A quite a bit, and they're just going to continue to persevere. Skadoodle on the wrong side of the wall, and he has to try and play it safe. But you can see it going through Stewie. He's just thinking, do I go through the smoke? Do I not go through the smoke? Do I want to put on the pressure? Where's that bomb plant? Times are running out, and finally it's going to go down, but the spray covers it. Stewie right through the smoke is going to find Zeus. He gets a second spray as well.
Oh, and nothing helping out. Skadoodle hitting shot there finally, and now Seized alone. He gets a tab on Skadoodle, but it's not enough. Cloud9 will come through with a win in this round and make it a 14-12, and that was actually Na'Vi planting not in the default position, so that's interesting in itself. That only, I mean, like I said, like 99% of the time people plant default on this map.
I'm just looking over towards Na'Vi right now. If there was a bit of a discussion going on after that round, Seized was shaking his head. Zeus as well, but Zeus is pretty emotional. Like he shows his emotions. He's easy to read. So a little bit of frustration there perhaps from him. But yeah, you guys are going to see here as the plant eventually happens, all of this spraying going down is actually kind of throwing Stewie for a loop, because I think he doesn't quite hear when the bomb starts to get planted. He only spots Zeus through the edge of the smoke afterwards. Still, just chaos, chaotic round. And this time Cloud9, they come out ahead. So they get another chance, 14-12 now, and Seized. He knows that nothing. Oh, he turns away just as nothing goes for the jump, and he might be actually able to. He might be able to pick up another one.
What? More grenades? I haven't seen that position grenaded too often. That's very interesting. Seized has got to be a little bit annoyed at that. Now they're actually shooting him in the back as well. Oh my God, that could have been a headshot.
That would have been beautiful.
I was getting a little bit nervous then.
How annoyed are you if you're Seized, though? He turns away from nothing, doesn't see him jumping, but nothing spots him. That's just the way it goes sometimes, though. So, once again, Na'Vi working, canvassing out on the other side of the map, looking towards that A site, getting the info. Guardian goes for the peek aggressively. Flamey there to follow it up. Not sure if Scott spotted them there, but he might be trying to change it up as well, because you have some kind of reaction coming out here from Skadoodle and Stewie both.
And last time Na'Vi had plenty of grenades to use. This time they have 2 smokes left. I think they actually put up 3 of them there, so this has to work straight off. They can't even fake it out, and a good kill coming in from Skadoodle. Rotating around there, the smokes are blooming in front of him, so he's got to keep moving to find a new position here. And Na'Vi, now he knows, definitely knows they're on the other side. 25 seconds here, and they're trying for the bomb plant again. Zeus out in the open, not actually being covered. He will get the bomb plant through. Flamey helping out. C set 75 to take out Flamey, and that Shroud to actually pick up that kill, but Skadoodle doing the most of the damage, I think, and he's going to pick up a kill on Edward too. Now it's Zeus, and Seized from behind here goes down immediately. Zeus can't save this round. Cloud9 making it to 13.
Beautiful work.
4 rounds in a row, Semler.
There we go. Yeah, they're starting to get that train going on the CT side. And now we have the timeout called by Na'Vi. So this time it is the tactical pause. They are going to have a full 2 minutes to discuss what is actually going on here. Because they aren't holding, they aren't able to hold. They're having the same trouble that Cloud9 had in the first half. They aren't able to hold those after plants. And so Scott, that's actually Guardian kind of jumping the gun though. Because if the nades are supposed to come down, you should be waiting for those smokes to come up basically before you're actually running out into the open.
No, that's definitely a good point. And a lot falls apart after that. It puts so much less pressure on the rest of the defense, because they don't have to worry about that long angle. And then obviously the fact that the flank didn't work either didn't really help out. They did get a bomb plant, so technically they could all go for AKs and armor here, but they would have maybe like 1 or 2 smoke grenades. It's very, I mean, the problem is if you don't do it, you're giving Cloud9 a real good shot at actually bringing this home. They're going to have so much more money to work with. I mean, I think Na'Vi probably are going to buy. And here's the other problem, right? We've talked about the pace, and it's been so slow for Na'Vi, as we would expect on the terrorist side. If you take a timeout into a change of pace, you take the time and then you rush, there's no way Cloud9 won't see it coming. Or at least I'd be supremely disappointed.
Well, because Cloud9 right now have that mental checklist going down. Like, what are their options? Where have they hit us a lot? They've been going A quite a bit. Is this the time that they change for B? Are we going to play a passive? Do we have all the anti-rush nades? Yes, we do. It happens. Turns out we have all of the incendiaries and all the HEs. We have everything we need to deal with the rush, right?
And so, I would expect them to use maybe more grenades than they normally would in a round like this, just because, yeah, that monster tunnel, if you put down one Molotov, one good grenade, that's it. You know, if they rush through, they're gone.
Well, Zeus is doing a lot of talking right now. I mean, what I'm curious to see is with Na'Vi could go for the half buy right now. They could afford to let it get up to 14-14 and then just, you know, have this strat that they're working out right now that they'll be able to actually just kind of collapse on and pick up that key round. What is going on? Starix, again, having a discussion right now with the admin.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what about, but definitely some back and forth here. Oh, got Hayes, some CLG. Homemade pancakes.
Yeah, boy. Dude, homemade pancakes, those are the best. That's how you have to have that for breakfast every day, Anderson.
Not to criticize, but some really thick pancakes there, Hayes.
Oh, we're not going to get into this debate again, are we, Anders?
I mean...
Hey, because in Europe, in Scandinavia in particular, they call crepes pancakes. And this drives me nuts, because I'm just like, it's a crepe. And they're like, no, it's a pancake. I'm like, no. That's a pancake, Anders. Like, nice, it's thick, it's fluffy, you put some syrup on it with some butter, and, you know, well, yeah.
Definitely not in Denmark, but I know, we've discussed this before. That did look good though, I'm not gonna lie. So, yeah, what a way to enjoy ELEAGUE. I like the idea. It seems like the tactical timeout has been, it's done with, and we're gonna head into the 28th round. Cloud9, the problem is, the first part of the second half here was 7-1 in favor of Na'Vi. They won 7 out of 8 rounds. So if Cloud9 end up losing now, they've just got to beat themselves up mentally and think, wow, if we could have just won any one of those rounds, we'd probably win the game.
If Cloud9 take it to 30 rounds and lose, or lose in overtime, they're going to get, like, destroyed on Dust 2.
Yeah, that's my worry as well, that mentally that's so hard to come back from here. Bit of a jump there from nothing. Sees one, maybe... Here's the second jumping around the corner. There's Sue setting up, and Spray does connect. They really don't have a lot, and we were discussing whether they'd go for just sort of raw AK armor. They've gone for Tech 9 armor instead, so seeing if they can make that work. The Spray down Shroud, picking up a triple, making it a quad, and going for the ace. He's blind, he can't see a thing. And on the other side, Slemmy there to cancel it out, but still great defense being put up by Shroud, and that will tie up the scoreline at 14-14. To sort of accurately predict. Maybe you can't, it's more like a coin flip really, but whenever it works out, it feels so good.
No, yeah, I mean, Stewie's definitely in a feel-good moment.
And I mean, also the upside is the fact that there was another guy peeking behind Stewie. So even if Guardian hits the flick, there's a chance they just trade it anyway. So I mean, overall, a good setup for Cloud9 and a great way to start here. Looks like they're heading back towards the B bomb site. Slemmy and Shroud are on the site, and Nothing, I think he's not too far away. He's actually up in the sniper's nest, so a very, very strong setup to stop a B push right now. Slemmy, the first to engage, and he's going to get shut down. That was Seuss picking up a good headshot. Now the rotation is happening. Can they actually get the bomb plant here? Again, only 25 seconds, and Seuss is on the site. Going to be pushing up there. Edward taking a kill on nothing, and the bomb is down as well.
This is getting a little bit scary here for Cloud9. Stewie trying to make the big plays happen. Going to spot him on the edge of the smoke, but they get back in time. And now it's a man advantage for Na'Vi going into this hold. Bomb planted for them as well. They do have a man holding on short and 3 moving up from Monster. Skadoodle's there to shut down C's. Gonna miss the follow-up shot. That's gonna cost him his life. And that opens it up for Edward to peek Stewie. It's all on Shroud now. 1v2 for the clutch. and Flamey will find the headshot. Na'Vi in the 29th round, they pull into the lead, 15-14.
Oh man, we're right at the edge. Here we see the peek coming out of Stewie, and again, if he shoulder peeks it, he's probably going to be dead, but the fact that he sort of peeks that far out just means Guardian is going to be a little bit off. Seized excited.
That was a bit of a reserve shout from Seized, though. You know, that was like the halfway. Usually Seized is just like full bore, arms in the air. That was just definitely a little bit more of a restrained Seized.
Well, I mean, think about how close this game is. Maybe they're just a little bit worried right now. Some cheers coming out. Cloud9 looking to take this into overtime if possible. If not, then it's going to be an absolutely heartbreaking loss here on this map. Seized. You saw that almost happening. The grenade follow-up and the spray. It worked last time, not this time.
Yeah, Slemmy is not actually holding hard on the B side. He's actually a little bit... He's actually playing from Sniper, so... Interesting adjustment there made by Cloud9, but it is going to be Guardian now, trying to show something over here in mid, trying to find that man to get that peak battle going with, but Stewie and Skadoodle going back to a similar setup that they used earlier on in the half, holding right around the corner towards that A side and restroom. So Stewie, again, going to be looking towards the main avenue with Skadoodle there to back him up.
Yeah, a bit of an interesting setup. Stewie slightly elevated on that trash can, and we'll see. 55 seconds, so still technically for Na'Vi, plenty of time here. I can't even imagine the heartbreak if Cloud9 can't win this map. They had a great first half. They've had a great run here at the end. But I think it's the beginning of the second half that really is ruining things for them. Otherwise, they would have closed out this map quite a while ago. They just couldn't pick it up at the beginning. And now the hit is going to come in. The bomb is making its way towards the bomb site. Flamey goes down. That's a good kill for nothing. Smokes are up as well. Backup is being called for Shroud. Can he find the angle? It's so close. But the bomb will be going down, so now it's a 4-on-3. Skadoodle picking up the kill there on Guardian, and more sprays coming through. They're trying to see if they can hold on. Stewie getting a kill, and Skadoodle picking up Zeus. It's now all on Edward, 1-on-5, trying to see if he could maybe run down their clock, but it's not going to happen. It will be overtime on the first map here.
That adjustment just doesn't work for Na'Vi. They spent all of the beginning of the half hitting that A site pretty much. It's not until the very end after the timeout that they actually start going towards B. And yet Cloud9, this time it was an impeccable read on their part. If nothing dies, if he loses that fight versus Flamey, it could totally change the situation at that point. Does Na'Vi have a man advantage? But instead, we're going to overtime.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff.
Why is it always the chickens? And what's with those ghost chickens at the top?
They're obviously driving. They're on the other side. Look, we'll have an explanation for that after the break. We'll be back with overtime here. Na'Vi and Cloud9. It's overtime between Cloud9 and Na'Vi, and here are the rules in case you don't know. We're looking, it's just in summary, we're looking for the first team to 19 rounds here instead of the normal 16. So that's what all of this means. They start with $10,000 on either side. So that probably is a big help to Cloud9. Been struggling a bit with the economy in the second half. We'll see if maybe this straight AWP here from Skadoodle is going to be able to help out.
He is he actually going for it? Yeah, he is. He is trying to manage his money a little bit, but it's going to be a bit touch and go here for Cloud9. They really are investing in just the straight Skadoodle to get the job done instead of going for the double AWP, which is sometimes one of the more effective strats to go for. They certainly have that capability. Instead, Cloud9 just focusing on Ska to get the job done. And it's, again, a bit of a defense here at long. Stewie turned away, not going to get flashed, but instant picks. Skadoodle finally steps in, finds 1 kill, and he's going to go for the repeat, but he flashes himself, doesn't stop him. No, he misses the shot.
That was so close. It looked like it was dead on, and Cease actually trying to run him down. Sprays blind, and we'll be picking up Skadoodle. So a horrible start here for Cloud9 in the overtime. Shroud and nothing are left. Trying to see if they could maybe turn the tide here. Shroud very low on health. Any grenade on him right now and he would be gone. Almost takes down Seized with him there. But nothing to try and clutch it in a 1v3. Does not seem very likely at the moment, especially on 15 health. I feel like the odds are stacked against him and he will be going down. Seized, coming alive in the overtime. This is a bit disappointing though. Like, if you have 3 men stacked at long, you really need to win a fight like this. And they just couldn't.
They couldn't, yeah. I mean, they even had the setup.
Yeah.
Turned away for the flashes, all that jazz, but nothing working for Cloud9. Slemmy, oh, what is this? How did they actually juggle their economy? What?
They just kind of go, I mean, what else could they do right?
Well, Slemmy dropped the AWP, but he drops it to Stewie and not Skadoodle.
Maybe he spawned closer here and they just want to try and see if he can maybe make that work. That could have been it. It's the best explanation I got, Semler. It's the best I could do.
Right? Maybe it's because Skadoodle is holding a connector, so he's not too far away from where Stewie is right now. And Stewie, man, he's just trying to go for the big plays. Not sure if he hears the footsteps, but he will be able to back off in time. And it's a bit of a mental duel, a battle going on here between Stewie and Edward. And Stewie, he turns away just as Edward would have come around the corner.
Man, only by watching the VOD will you know how close he was to getting that kill. Bomb down outside of B. Nothing, and Slemmy, though, are set up fairly aggressively and Seized. You can tell he was actually aiming for the jump on the wall there and not at that close position. So pretty good. Sadly, though, he gets returned quick, so not going to be too much help for them either. And look at Stewie. Even though he's not getting a kill, he's realizing there's no one on this side of the map. And that should be a big tell.
Is this miscommunication? That's what I'm wondering right now. It will be Na'Vi committing to the B side eventually, but great anti-flashes here to buy some time for Cloud9. It's definitely slowing things up for Na'Vi, who continue to just pace this bomb site with nades. Eventually, they'll work their way out, though, because the smoke is up on the site, giving them some room to work with. Shroud hoping to get lucky, not going to find any damage through the smoke. Instead, it's Guardian dropping Slemmy. Flamey's there to hit the headshot on Shroud, and it's a 2-man advantage now for Cloud9. And the reason why I wonder if there was miscommunication at the beginning of the round is if Slemmy's, or if rather Stewie and Skadoodle are pushed aggressive in connector and at top mid, almost into T-spawn, why does Nothing think that Seized is alone over there, right? Like, should he be expecting that there should be an extra person there or two, you know, that might be backing him up if there's literally nobody towards mid or A?
Yeah, no, that's, I mean, I don't know. These rounds from Cloud9 are really upsetting because, again, when Stewie's that far up and he knows there's no one coming A, they did stack 3 people on B, which should be a really good defense. You know, how often wouldn't you love to have a 3v4 in the B bomb side on the T side? You know, you're in a good position at that point, and then they still just get utterly shut down. So just like the first round of overtime, when you pick the right setup to deal with whatever they're doing and it still doesn't work, it's hard to rationalize that, and you can't really spin that in a good way, you know? Like, if you have the wrong setup and you lose, you could always tell your teammates, well, that's it, you know, next time we'll have a better setup and it'll work out. They have the right setup and it still doesn't work.
Now I'm curious if they have, what are they going to go for here? And it looks like just, again, straight aggression towards top mid.
Double up, 1 scout on Na'Vi for some reason.
Oh, really, and it's on Guardian as well. He's going to go for the jump into Sniper. Sick. Will it actually work? Does he actually get a target? You know, it's like, obviously, all the Cloud9 fans are like, no, Semler, I hope he really doesn't get a target. But at the same time, I'm just like, but it would be so sick.
It would be sick, wouldn't it? Yeah, Overpass is, again, it's a map that has so much potential for sort of wacky play like this. And I expect people will find even more places like where that stuff could work. And it's not that big of an investment for Na'Vi. Again, we're heading into the last round of the first half of overtime here, so they might as well try and do it. Guardian picking up the AWP, and we'll see if Cloud9 could put together any sort of defense. Nothing in Shroud, again, the way that they're set up here, it's very hard for Shroud to help out Nothing. If a Molotov lands on those barrels, then Nothing is gone already. He's going to be coming in. Flick actually doesn't connect, but again, what can Shroud do right now to help out except maybe flash him out, but that's not going to be enough.
And it's just not going to happen. It all falls into place so nice and neat for Na'Vi. And now the push begins onto the site. Anti-flash is coming out from Cloud9, but it's not enough. Na'Vi are just going to start moving that bomb forward and closer, and they're looking for the trade. Stewie trying to get through the edge of that smoke, not going to happen, and just goes leaping onto the site once again. But Flamey's there to take out his teammate, and Guardian was ready for him. And it's all on Shroud now, 1v5, and it's just, of course, not meant to be this time. 18-15, the final score here at the end of the first half of overtime. And so, now all Na'Vi need is one round on their CT side to lock down this first map.
Yeah, and even though it wasn't the best CT side for Na'Vi in regulation, I still feel like this should be manageable. So, good kills coming through from Guardian this round, but obviously Cloud9, again, we talked about this, it's a best of 3, but we go into the second map after having been so close. You upset Na'Vi on this map, that's the dream scenario, but when you get close and don't do it, I don't know what to say.
Especially because keep in mind, it's going to be Cloud9's pick coming up next, and that's Dust 2. It's one of their strongest maps, if not their strongest map in the pool. So they're thinking, right, upset here, and then we're on our own map. We're on a map that we can really just wreck people on. Yeah, there's a lot going on through their heads right now, Cloud9, but they need to actually just start focusing up and get the job done here. So trying to force the situation, trying to make some magic happen. Turns out that Flamey does not believe, well, in magic tricks at all. He just actually snapped his wand and laughed at him.
Guardian 2 with a magic stick of his own, taking down Slemmy. We're in a 3-on-5 right now. Guardian close range here, scoped up. A little bit scary if he misses a shot at this range, but Skadoodle on the other side and Shroud 2. And they get the kill. Guardian picking up one kill, going for it again and shutting down Shroud. Now actually hits that shot on nothing as well. That's ridiculous. It's going to be a 1-on-4 here. And I don't see any way that nothing could actually survive this round and maybe bring his team back in. Walking up from behind, Su, don't knife him. Oh, he's going to shoot him down instead. 19-50, Na'Vi pick it up in overtime and defeat Cloud9 on overpass. What a heartbreaking story, really. No other way to put it. Cloud9 so close, but not close enough.
Not quite able to just close it down. It was when they got to the finish line, they were running it back, and yeah, nothing. Just what he said right there, pretty much sums it up for Cloud9.
Yeah.
Lip readers out there, if they would have seen it, they would have spotted it, but it's just a brutal turn of events. And now, but they do get to go onto their map. We just have to see if they have the mental fortitude now, Cloud9, to get their heads back into this game.
I imagine they did this just because they knew exactly how many rounds to win to get Moses hoping. Maybe it was enough. We'll find out after the break.
Yes, so welcome to ELEAGUE's Game Break, presented by Sausage Party in theaters August the 12th. Make sure you get through that one. Now, Cloud9, they might need a light-hearted comedy to take their minds off what happened there. You get so close to an incredible upset, and then you falter in overtime. They've got to be heartbroken.
Yeah, that's actually the worst case scenario.
Oh,
is have it be that close and then just lose it right at the end. The tough part for me when it comes to Cloud9 is, not that it was. I mean, I wanted to use the word squandered because they actually had nothing.
Was it on your word a day calendar?
No, but like I was trying to think if there was a better word to use. But Sherrod has 27 kills.
See what turns up tomorrow.
We don't see that kind of performance out of him like very, very frequently. I mean, Stewie had a good game with 20, Skidoo with 23, but they had like the ideal situation where everyone outside of Slemmy actually had a pretty good game. Had a lot of decent impact rounds. And they still can't pull out the win. So that's the thing. We just don't see that consistent enough against European opponents. So now it's that situation where can they do it again, even though it's unlikely.
So Duncan, what word would you use?
Well, I mean, Edward was ubiquitous on the map for most of the early
That's an egregious use of language there, Duncan.
A lot of good kills early on in the game. Interestingly enough, actually, he kind of slowed down a little bit when Na'Vi was struggling late in the game. I have to say, I was pretty impressed by Cloud9 overall on the T side because they had a very respectable first half. It's not like they don't play this map. They played it once with Slemmy on LAN, and they did beat Astralis, who obviously are one of the better teams on this map. Played it online a bunch, but I still didn't think they'd be able to go head-to-head with Na'Vi. I mean, Na'Vi, they always get their work done on the T side. You saw it in overtime. You saw it overall on the T side here where they're able to get... The problem is, the Na'Vi guys, it looked like they threw away part of that end part. Like, they just kept coming to the same site over and over again when they were in position to win the game. Well, and just gifting free kills.
Let's start talking about the AWP players. Obviously, this is a map where it can be a vitally important weapon. It is on quite a few, but, who had the better of that, guys?
I mean, it's hard to tell. I actually think that Skadoodle towards the end started to heat up. He had fairly salacious AWPing.
What do you think, Moses?
Actually, I would have gone with Guardian, but I think actually Guardian had a pretty slow start to the game, and I think by the end of it, we saw towards the end of overtime, we even commented when we were watching it that Edward quieted down towards the end of the game, and it didn't really matter too much because Guardian was there to pick up the slack, and it's just kind of the strength of this Na'Vi team right now with how deep they are. But I mean, no doubt, Skadoodle had a good game as well. I just think Guardian at the end was more impressive.
Well, speaking of Guardian, there he is on camera, and we got the head-to-head stats here. You can see it was actually Guardian that just edged it, but I agree. I thought towards the end, Skadoodle was starting to wake up. A big proponent of anti-establishmentarianism, Moses.
Yeah.
That's great, guys.
I mean, it was a close game, but
continue with the wordplay.
Close game, but in the end, Na'Vi just had that little scintilla of clutch quality that you need.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a big problem, I think, when Skadoodle can't be consistent over the course of a game, right? That's going to really hurt Cloud9's chances.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, 27 kills from Sherrod. I think that's the one everyone is kind of watching because he has been under the crossfire a little bit with the fact that he hasn't had those great performances. He's the one who everyone always mentions. What's the difference between the guy we see on the stream and the guy we see in these professional matches? And this is one of the games where we saw there were a couple rounds in that B bomb site where he had those quad kills to save the round to really bring Cloud9 to keep them in this game.
I actually thought there was a couple of rounds though where Stewie2K trying to be aggressive kind of like cost Cloud9 on the CT side, because there was one particularly where Cloud9 was in position, if they won this CT round, to just break the economy entirely of Na'Vi. And Stewie2K, inexplicably, on his own, with no flashes, with no one else helping him, pushed all the way up to past the bathrooms area and just was killed in the back from a spot where you can be shot from about 4 different angles there. So it was the kind of play where, like, if you make it, you're the hero, you get behind them, kill 2 or 3. But when you throw it away like that, that's a round where now you wish you had that back again. You wish you could just play in the site like it was working for the rest of the game.
Got to watch yourself in them bathrooms. Now, we want to talk about Slemmy just a little bit. It kind of feels like I'm repeating myself because he was a drag factor. He might have reinvented them tactically.
Well,
but you can see I titled this one "The Devil in Disguise." He's very similar to Devil in the sense that he might be a tactical mastermind, but look at that ADR 45.
Yeah. Well, the difference is, in Slemmy's case, I mean, we have seen the impact on the team. He clearly does have a good tactical impact on the team. Envious, obviously, is a little bit more of a loose bag there. They do whatever they want. But, yeah, I mean, unfortunately, when it's a close game, you've got to point to the guy who has the 45 ADR and say, if you just even come with anything but approaching something decent. I mean, for people who are just new viewers, like a decent game at the pro level would be, you know, like 70 ADR. That's like that's fairly reasonable to have. So 45, that's very, very low. And you played a lot of rounds. So it's not like you just lost this game 16-4 and you didn't get into the game. You had a lot of opportunities. You just couldn't put a lot on the board.
All right, gentlemen. Well, thanks for all your pontifications. We'll be back after a short commercial break.
Why is Moses so quiet? No contributions?
Can Cloud9 claw their way back into this one against Na'Vi? We're going to find out after the break.
This ELEAGUE game break is brought to you by Sausage Party in theaters August 12th. Rated R.
Yes, welcome back to ELEAGUE. Na'Vi are sitting in their chair there. One map up. They struggled against Cloud9, but that doesn't matter in a best-of-3 series. They got the map in there, and now Cloud9 have to mentally reset. They're going on to their choice of map. It's Dust 2, but I still think they're up against it now, guys. It's going to be very tough for them to kind of come down from, you know, panicking and feeling really negative after being so close to an upset.
I'm not too worried about the kind of mental game that they're going to bring into it. I'm more worried about the fact that, yeah, they picked us too. Yeah, it's a map that, you know, historically it's always been a favorite of this Cloud9 core to be playing against all their opponents, basically. But for Na'Vi, this used to be, like, their best map. They used to be one of the best teams in the world on it. Even if they've slouched a little bit with it now, I mean, they're still going to be very, very strong on it. Great idea how to play. And the scary thing is, too, a lot of the strength is obviously on a map like Dust 2 going to come from Guardian. And as we saw, he started to really come alive at the end of that last match. And if he's carrying that level over into Dust 2, it's just going to be so difficult for Cloud9.
I mean, if you want kind of a light at the end of the tunnel for the Cloud9 guys, if you remember the first map we saw of the Na'Vi guys in ELEAGUE, the first series rather, the second map they played was against Echo Fox on Dust 2, and they actually did lose that game. That was the one where it was like a close game. Echo Fox had quite an interesting counter to Na'Vi's terrorist play at the catwalk. They had kind of a stack that they had timed there that they read. Problem is, that takes, like, Sean Gares obviously had a good read on them. He'd done a bit of studying. That sort of gimmick doesn't work that often, so I kind of agree with Moses. I think just in terms of the depth and the quality in the Na'Vi guys, I certainly think this is a good chance for Cloud9, but I have to feel like I'm going to edge it towards the Na'Vi guys, and they're probably going to 2-0 here. Yeah,
good to see all the fans joining us from all across the world there as well. Obviously, this is a global game. You can see it's 4 o'clock in the morning, and I'm still watching ELEAGUE, so thanks for joining us wherever you may be. But yes, you're absolutely right, guys. I got to say that I kind of feel this is one of those things where Cloud9 are going to look back, and this one might have got away from them a little bit because Na'Vi have had that brush with death, so to speak. I think they're going to come out here and be incredibly powerful. They've done it multiple times in best.
I even actually thought that Cloud9, one of the reasons they had an opportunity to win on Overpass is Seized was unusually quiet.
Yeah.
I mean, he was
gonna
really
mention
struggling
that,
early in the
Well, he
game.
was down there with Slemmy for a long period of time.
He was really slumming it with Slemmy, so he had a tough time going on there. You don't expect that to happen because he's actually been one of the players over the last few months. He's been one of the best players on Na'Vi, actually. So I think for Na'Vi, Guardian can definitely win this map for them. They've got such depth as a team. The only reason I can see that they'll have difficulties here is because one of the reasons I think it's dropped down the map pool for them is just psychological. I think they've just decided that they don't want to play it that much now, and they've been going towards you overpass the train, etc. So Cloud9 got to bring exactly what they did on map 1 there, and a little bit more maybe.
And let's see if Stewie can keep his head. So we're ready, guys. Predictions, quickly.
I'm taking Na'Vi. I think it's going to be pretty wide margin, pretty big.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Na'Vi to close it up 2-0.
All right, thanks, guys. And now we're going to have our map fly through with Dust 2 and hand you back over to Anders and Semler.
Thank you very much for the desk there. A regular kakistocracy, it seems. They were doing weird words earlier. I had to get mine as well. We are on Dust 2, and it's Na'Vi and Cloud9, and everyone, including Moses, who's obviously homegrown here, still siding with the European teams.
Homegrown as if he was like born in a vat or something. Are we in the Matrix, Sanders? Is this all real?
Something like that.
Cloud9.
I'm not sure it is. Some of it certainly has been a little bit odd, but it will be Cloud9 starting on the terrorist side. Nothing, already down to 6 health, so I'm guessing that was a fight in the middle. A little bit of a shame for him to be that low early on. Seized and Guardian are controlling a lot of the middle, looking into Lower Dark, looking into Suicide as well. So this is a very aggressive setup from Na'Vi early on.
Interesting tidbit here from Stewie, actually. Just the fact that he moves his mouse like that regularly, just tries to keep... It's basically his way of trying to keep focused on an angle, not fall asleep. Not going to help him when Edward just takes his head off. Guardian's going to drop Slemmy, and this is looking fantastic now for Na'Vi. It's 3 players left alive here for Cloud9. Now 2, and Guardian just stands his ground, looks for more. Finally, nothing can rush him down. But it's still 4 players with nearly full HP here for Na'Vi up against Cloud9, who are just battered. Shroud and nothing.
Yeah, there's obviously no way out of this situation. They're boxed in, they can't get the bomb plan down anywhere, and it's just a question of time here. Shroud doing his very best, a good headshot coming in, maybe looking to see if he could do a little bit more, but without the bomb plant even, it doesn't look that much of an encouraging start. Great shot from Shroud, but again, the amount of health he has left, it should be very nearly impossible for him to do anything. Right now, just hoping that Na'Vi make a big mistake.
Exactly. He's got 30 seconds left to play with. He's got the bomb on himself, at least. And he's hoping to battle his way back towards that B side, it looks like. Shroud just hoping to catch a man out, but it's not going to happen. He has no way to open up a way. He actually has nowhere to go. He has to go towards that A side because he's out of time. 18 seconds left, and he spots Edward. Instant dink on Edward, though, drops him down to 17 HP. And now there's only 13 seconds left. Flamey will eventually find the shot.
Look, that's just very impressive from Shroud. The fact that he does that much damage, and he couldn't know this, but we could tell that there was even a chance for him to put the bomb down there. Like, he could have probably run to put it down once he dinks Edward over a long. Nothing that Shroud could have done about that, but that was very good accuracy, so you got to give him credit for that much. And it allows him to buy a scout, and they will actually buy into this round, which is interesting. With the scout.
Skadoodle doesn't spend a dime. And that's still the long con. He's like, okay, you guys can go ahead and invest in this round. We'll see if we can pull it off. But I'm still prioritizing the AWP. Big nades going into Longhouse, so drops Stewie down to 4 HP, nothing down to half HP, but nothing through the smoke. He will take out Guardian. So a little bit of something there going for Cloud9. Now they actually have a man advantage, even if Stewie is just like hanging on for dear life at this point.
Flamey being quite aggressive here, which you got to think is a bit scary. If he gets caught somewhere, and they are coming for him as well, Skadoodle walking out, Suicide, Edward there to help out, and that's a really big help. Now they should know that something is up. Going to go for a fight here. Flamey takes one and a follow-up as well. Slemmy going to be able to pick him off. So I think Na'Vi have managed to stabilize here, although Slemmy just doing a hell of a lot of work right now. And Na'Vi losing way too many members in this round.
This is unbelievable. Yeah, they're charging up with SMGs, so I guess that's why they're thinking, okay, whatever, we can donate a few guns. But Slemmy with the UMP, I mean, he's got a smoke grenade to work with. Shroud has got a smoke as well, and Shroud still has that scout. No Kevlar on Shroud, though, so that's not ideal. If he runs into Zeus or Seized, he could still fall prey to that to the spray.
Yeah, but look at Zeus. He's out in the open. If they actually peek the corner when he's on that ramp, it's not going to be great. Oh, what a shot coming out. Zeus just somehow internalizing that timing, and now it's going to be Shroud 1 versus 2. Bit of a jump action going on, about 30 seconds here. Bomb plant will be great. What a headshot coming out. Shroud taking down Zeus, and now out along. He spots out, he's still 1 health. He hits the shot. That's a no-scope jump with the scout, and he's going to try for it one more time. It's not going to happen. Seized will take him out. What a nightmare round from Na'Vi. They almost lost that, but Shroud, my God, he seems to have turned on here for Dust 2.
Nothing. It's just like, good job, guy. You know, keep doing that, Shroud. Shroud's waking up here on Dust 2. I mean, this is like the ultimate pug map. It would work.
Yeah, this is great, but the second shot that he hits on long is just stupid.
Unbelievable. Yeah, the no-scope jump. Okay, then. Okay, Shroud. Like, that's what you can do. You know, Na'Vi now, I mean, that was such a phenomenally expensive round. They're going to take their time. Seas is going to go aggressive with the UMP. Still picks up 2 kills. 1,200. Well, 1,200 bucks in his pocket. Playing with the MP 9 kills, and now Slemmy all alone. Going to get caught by Zeus. Nothing but SMG kills for Na'Vi. That's perfect. That's exactly what they want. Make as much money as possible going into this next round. Will they be upgrading to the rifles and actually going straight up to the double AWP strategy here for Na'Vi. So 3-0 lead, and now Guardian and Seized have both got ops. And Skadoodle, he will have enough to go for his AWP.
Yeah, and our slightly obscure desk were pointing out that that there's a good chance Na'Vi could come in and simply wreck Cloud9 on this map, and it does follow a sort of a common pattern that if you play the first map real close and you're the favorites, chances are you really wake up for the second map, and I think that logic is pretty good right now. Shroud very aggressive out here. Flashbangs are everywhere, and I don't know who's seeing what right now. It looks like it's going to be Cloud9 coming out on top of this engagement. Quite heavily, in fact. Edward just over-peaking that angle, leaving Seized alone. There's so many flashbangs. I don't know what part of that was planned for, but it worked.
And then Stewie just goes jumping in. Double AWP now for him. Shroud had no idea that there was a man in pit as well. Just gets vision long enough to spot the first man, and then this is just random spray that he takes out Guardian. Unreal. And it almost looks like he should be actually picking up that last kill there too on the man in pit.
Yeah, I'm loving it. Shroud right now with 6 kills, so that's pretty good at the moment we go ready to start off. And they really, it'd be great to see him have like a whole map where he's like this. You know, that's what I want one day.
Highlight clips, you know. It's not going to be from the stream, from his stream, right, on Reddit. It'll be from here at ELEAGUE on LAN. Yeah,
that's what we need. Skadoodle, a little bit quick with a shot, but he's going to take out Guardian, and don't think he needs to hang around anymore. He's got some backup here, so actually now he definitely can. I'm just always worried about, you know, the playing alone. Good shot from Seized, in fact. Scar doing a bit more. Now he's going to fall back, and that's a sensible choice. But actually, because they stick around, they sort of do give the AK to Seized there.
Mm-hmm. Decides to play it safe, does not want to get rushed down. Skadoodle, he doesn't know how many people were out there. And so now it's just Flamey and Seized left alone for Na'Vi, and Seized actually has that AK, and he is now alone. Stewie finds a pick on Flamey. That should open everything up here on B side for Cloud9. They're instantly going to start rotating over there with the bomb, and that leaves Seized alone over here on A, where he's kind of yawning. You know, he's just hoping that somebody's going to come around over here, but I think he would be perfectly happy saving this AK for the next round. So he's just like, yeah, don't come to this site. That's fine. I'm all right with this.
Yeah, it would be more than just a little bit helpful, considering that Guardian has no money at all. So Seized can drop this AK for Guardian, and then the rest, I mean, Zeus is going to be the top position, but the rest can certainly make a buy happen. So it definitely makes a big difference if they save the AK or not. I'll see.
Now 1900, I mean, he can still actually, he'll be able to go up to like a FAMAS Kevlar sort of setup for Zeus.
Who really wants that?
Yeah, I know, FAMAS, man. That just feels like a gamble every time you go for a spray with that gun, seriously.
Yeah, I say auto shotgun, you know, it seems to be the new thing.
Take a page out of NBK's book?
Yeah, put it in middle, try and play close.
Zeus would do that too.
I mean, no one's really tried it on Dust 2. It's obviously going to be real bad for retakes, but same is true for Cobblestone, so why not? 3-2 being the scoreline here, and the 6th round coming up now. It's double up for Cloud9.
Nutty start for Shroud though. So it's going to come down to Slemmy now to try and figure out what is the play to go for here. He's got that double op, so he needs to go for some default plays, basically just spread out across the map and look for picks. That's going to have to be the answer, unless they can gap someone here. Skadoodle's going to be in position to look for the jump. Not going to find anybody, though, unfortunately for him. And what they don't realize is that Na'Vi have 4 players over Stewie, though, with that AWP, he's going to be looking for the pick, and it might actually come up here. Seized on the site, could go for the shoulder peek. He's deciding if he wants to throw out that nade right now or if he wants to wait a little bit. But he doesn't have a smoke. So he actually has to just cross his fingers and hope that it'll hit the headshot if anybody tries to peek through, if Stewie's going to go aggressive.
Yeah, but for Stewie's point of view, this also, you know, walking out here is so scary because you don't know if there's going to be someone right on the edge, so...
It's like those angles, right? Here you can control the angles. As soon as he goes past and actually looks out to the site, he's got like 3 angles that he has to worry about. So when you have the AWP, it's not ideal.
Stewie's got to be thinking right now, how many rounds does no one move past this point? You know, usually there'll be some movement in the bomb site, you know? He's just here and waiting. Nothing on the other side. Could probably peek around the corner just to help out. But I guess they're worried about flashbangs and all being flashed at the same time. Nice shot early on. Now they're going to go for the peak flash. So the flick there just misses and looked like he was actually blocked for a moment by nothing. Yep. So now things get even worse. So they do trade unfavorably here out in the middle. Slammy going to be walking in, and there's a great setup here. Oh, but he takes down Flamey, who had backup in Zeus. That was a good setup for Na'Vi. Maybe not good enough here.
They're getting picked, though. Slammy gets caught. It looks like Skadoodle will be able to sneak his way out from Upper Dark. Seas is right behind him, though. Could go for the push. Going to be a second too late, though. Not going to be able to stop Skadoodle from rotating over towards that A site. And Shroud trying to set it up for his teammate, make it a little bit easier. Skadoodle and Shroud now pushing onto the site itself. And they don't know that Edward is waiting in Goose. This could be terrifying. They could think that he's over it long if they haven't spotted Edward yet. And is he going to check it? Skadoodle not even going to do that. They line up, and he somehow fails to get the kill on Shroud. But with 6 seconds left, there's just not enough time. And Na'Vi will pick up the round. Zeus and Seas survive.
Yeah, and because they heard them running out of the B-bomb side as well, Seas got confirmation that that was happening. That's just so valuable here. It's so disappointing because they had a good setup for it. You know, they waited so long and then they still couldn't make it work. So 4-2 being the scoreline, Cloud9 they can buy. They do have a lot of money, but Na'Vi winning a really big round.
Makes you wonder what the ideal decision there for Stewie would have been. If he just needs to commit, did he know that nothing was right behind him? You know, again, we wonder. But anti-rush nades going down here for Na'Vi by Longhouse, and it's perfect. Does a lot of damage to Slammy and Stewie. And Stewie going to get boosted up onto blue. I like it. A little bit of an off angle. Na'Vi wouldn't really expect to have to watch up here, so Stewie could actually take advantage of this. He's turned away, looking for the flashes. They stack their flashes, though, Na'Vi. This is perfect, and now Slammy and Stewie, they're stuck.
Oh, look at the grenades raining in. Just so much damage onto those two players. But it will be Zeus and Flamey going down first, so somehow Cloud9 actually fighting back. They sort of commit to this push over long, and that's really scary, but it does pay off ultimately, and then they're just going to leave Slammy there with Edward. Bomb being brought back. Seas, though, is actually pushing into T-spawn. It's very unlikely he can get more than 1 kill here, because as soon as he does, they're going to know where he is. But it might just be the free run. He's making a lot of noise. Skadoodle doesn't hear it until it's too late. I think he realized just as he walked back then. Now it's just turned into a really odd round. If they go catwalk, then Guardian is there with the orb, and they can still lose. Going out mid, though, might be the one perfect choice right now. So really good call from Cloud9.
This is still nightmarish, though, because look, no smokes to block off CT. You're just crossing your fingers and hoping that Guardian isn't holding at cars. Turns out that Guardian had fully focused on long, and it's going to be seized. Still finding 1 kill. Edward takes out Slemmy, and that was the lurk over at long. And now, well, Na'Vi, they've got a long way to go to get over towards this B site. 2v2 retake. Both of them have kits. And they're actually trying to make up their minds. Are we going to go for it or not? Edward and Guardian still moving forward.
Cloud9 have 2 Molotovs, and they're actually holding on to them for quite a while. There's the first one going out. Shroud has the second one. And you don't want to throw them too early, so just saving these right now is going to be pivotal, especially if they come, both of them through upper. If Shroud realizes he will put in that Molotov, and now Na'Vi are in a lot of trouble. They have to wait for it to go. They're already really far away, and they're just going to try and see if they can run in here somehow. Takes the first fight there. Guardian gets the kill, but he knows there is no time to find Shroud. So Cloud9 going to pick up the round and make it 4-3. Guardian saving the AWP and Shroud surviving on 3 health. All right, then.
Ooh, yeah, right? I was just cutting it a little bit close. Now, nothing has the money to drop an AWP for Skadoodle or Stewie, whichever feels like opting this round, I guess, considering it seems like kind of ambivalent between the two. But there's the op buy from nothing. He'll be able to hand that over. Well, Na'Vi, they are in a bit of trouble right now. They don't have the money to go for a full buy. Zeus instantly, actually, he spends a lot of money this round, Zeus. He goes straight up for the max 7. Or not the max 7, rather, the 5-7.
Oh, no. That's not how you want the round to start. They only have that 1 weapon in their arsenal, so if you lose any more players now, it's going to get real weird. Stewie there holding strong and taking down 2, and those are really big kills. Again, if he dies, then suddenly they're in a 5-1-3. Flamey will eventually take him out, but still, Cloud9 should be in a good position. Guardian is covering the cross, but oh no! Even with the smoke up, and Edward with a headshot. What's happening? It's now all on Shroud here. 1 versus 3. They even had the smoke, but it wasn't good enough. And Shroud out in the open. He's going to get the first kill in. Still has plenty of time here. And the bomb, but he's been snuck around, and it's going to be Guardian to pick up the triple kill. Cloud9. It's just heartbreaking trying to sort of believe in this team. Oh, the gap. That's what does it.
And then Slemmy getting 1-deeked by Edward. Unbelievable. And that's a catastrophe as far as Cloud9 are concerned. You cannot just win a round and then get ecoed right back. And it's the hero off again on Thus 2. This is the AWP map.
We need to open up like counseling hotlines for Cloud9 fans to call into after the show just to get confident and feel all right. Stewie helping a little bit there. Taking out Guardian.
Young Stu going to work. And Seized goes toe-to-toe with them and wins. So we're back into a 4-on-4. Still, Na'Vi now, they have those. They still have that double AWP set up. Zeus is able to pick it up off of Guardian. But Ska now has the AWP for Cloud9. We'll have to see if he can create some space here for Cloud9 to work with, because they have bought into this round, Cloud9. So a minute 20 left on this clock. Skadoodle going to be setting up that short smoke. And so this will give an opportunity for Slemmy to work his way out from lower dark and actually start getting some control in mid here with the help of the guys at top mid. You can see Slemmy being just a little bit careful about it, but he is checking his angles. And with that smoke down, it really does block off Zeus. Now we have to see, Cloud9, are they going to be able to actually make the play happen over at long?
They take down Edward, then Zeus is the only man left on this side of the map, really. Flamey and Seized are hard on the B-bomb side, so it would work out quite well. Slemmy down the middle, not seeing anyone yet, but now Edward's fallen so far back that it's hard for them to straight catch him without revealing that they're out on long. This is a really hard puzzle for Cloud9 to solve.
They don't have a whole lot of time to work with either. 35 seconds left on the clock now. And Cloud9 just now starting to move their way out onto long. And this is why Zeus's position is so important, is because, sure, Edward gives it up, but Zeus will be able to hear if there are any footsteps over there. So a little bit of an early warning system in, but Cloud9, they're really taking their time with this. They're slow walking their way out. 20 seconds left now. Zeus in danger of getting rushed down. He has no idea that Slemmy's right behind him with that P250. Slemmy not going to get the kill. Zeus survives.
I can't even explain that. Bomb has already been dropped over. He sees it happening. Zeus, I think he got another leg shot in there. And now Edward going to push out. 7 seconds left, and it's just not going to happen. They left Skadoodle behind in pit in case they could get the bomb down. And that was a good idea, but it just isn't working here. Cloud9, at least you can understand maybe why they wouldn't try for the run boost. Because we saw earlier what happened, and that just wasn't pretty. Wow. Okay.
Now, I mean, I'm just saying if we can get a replay of the bomb throw, just because it's just like you throw the bomb. In general, when you throw the bomb, you're throwing it to a teammate that's already made it across to the other side, right? It's like they kind of skip that step, threw the bomb, they're like, all right, now what?
Maybe the plan was to punch in the code and then throw it onto the side.
Yeah, if you could do that, right?
You'd think there'd be some tactical element there.
Well, all right, let's see. Guardian did the hero out play earlier. Now we have to see if Skadoodle, who saved the AWP from the last round, can come up with something big here for Cloud9. And I mean, nothing is looking at him. Nothing, you know, just like, hey, Ska, you gonna take the shot? Maybe find the kill? Do something for us here?
Yeah, oh, they're gonna run boost him over. Skadoodle still goes down. That's so confusing. I have no idea what we just saw. I think Cloud9 were probably just playing around a little bit then.
Like the ultra bait, right?
Yeah, I don't see, the problem is I don't see the benefit of that, really. Rather have like 2 people jumping and then Skadoodle peeking, but it did look interesting.
I'll give him that. That would be a bit of a distraction, but Seized. Not to be messed with. And now, well, now Cloud9 is just going to kind of gather up and hope that they can make their way onto A. Straight up catwalk, Guardian holding on A slope. He's in the right spot. He doesn't even have to worry about nades, and he's even going to fall back. And so now this becomes an impossible situation for Cloud9. Unless, exactly, Stewie can catch Guardian getting greedy. Guardian, he could have just held that angle and waited, played it patient, but instead he gets greedy, tries to go for kills, and now Cloud9 actually have a chance of getting the bomb down.
Yeah, you know, you'd say Guardian playing it safe is like the 100% win. Now there's a slim chance that they can actually do this. Stewie picking up 1 more kill. Very aggressive on the catwalk, so he knows that no one's coming there immediately. And it's a 3-on-3. The rest of Cloud9, they have very bad equipment. But Stewie picking up 1 more kill. Edward gonna finally shut him down, but they will recover the AWP. Nothing's got it. He's gonna get shot down by Seized, and it will actually be, oh, a little bit of an issue there. Oh, no. Ultimately, he did lose a teammate, and the bomb will be defused here by Na'Vi, but yeah, I think that's a good illustration of how out of control it can get when you don't play it safe.
Yeah.
A little bit of confusion.
I can guarantee, like, if we had a camera on Starks at that point, he's just face palming, like really hard, just boom, face palm. Still has a red mark, you know, on his forehead, because that's the kind of play that Guardian. Yeah, okay, you know, just go for the 100% play of that, you know, in that sort of scenario. Why are you going for the flash? It's not necessary. But what are you gonna do? Sometimes that's just how it plays out. Guardian wanted to get confirmation that they were pushing, and he walked right into the op. Definitely made Stewie look good. And well, Shroud just charging out, picks up 1 kill, still survives. He could get into pit and try to flank things now. It's Flamey who's stuck at cars. He needs some support. Not going to get it, though. Zeus abandons him. It's like, you're on your own, Flamey.
And Shroud actually deciding to stand in the Molotov to get that kill. So that's pretty good stuff right there. Guardian and Zeus now trying to take control of top mid, and you see nothing. He's well aware that that might happen. Not going to be a flashbang in. Maybe there could have been someone throwing that flashbang to help Zeus peek, but when it doesn't happen, it's nobody working out. Grenade, even putting Flamey on alert right now. They are stacking up in the A bomber side, so if Cloud9 end up pushing this, I don't even know what to say. I can't handle any more tragedy here.
Unbelievable. You should think that Seized is basically going to win that duel 100% of the time, but Shroud, he's just hitting that level right now. He's really making the difference. Flamey, beautiful flash, picks up a shot, takes down Slemmy, but he's now alone, 1v3, and they know exactly where he's coming from. 1v4, doesn't find a kill in the end. So 4 rounds on the board for Cloud9, Na'Vi on 7, and Na'Vi have to go on eco once again. So it's shaping up here for Cloud9. Now they actually have a chance to start putting some rounds on the board.
Yeah, I mean, that's sort of a testimony to the fact that they have been doing a lot of damage even though they've been losing the rounds. It's just been heartbreak after heartbreak, it seems. And we could be in for more. We do have 2 deagles and a flashbang and a grenade here, so Cloud9 still have to be a little bit careful. I think he spotted Seized going into lower then. That's actually an interesting peek.
Yeah, that's so important now. They have the rifle, so it's not even the AWPs here for Cloud9, so they shouldn't be feeling too flustered. They could get into a spray fight. There's the flash, actually, to back it up, and actually to give some space here, to give Stewie some room to work with, but he isn't going to find him. Does spot the man on catwalk, will eventually spray down Seized. That was definitely not as pretty as it could have been, but he gets the job done. He has the man advantage now for his team. And so Cloud9, they can continue to just play a slow pace here, just group up and work their way out onto a site together as a unit.
Zeus and Edward in the middle, and with Guardian up on the catwalk right now, it's a decent setup, but they just don't have the money for it, and a good wallbang coming out. So nothing to take down Zeus. And the rest of Na'Vi, I don't know if they can have a big impact on this round. Cloud9 are fairly grouped up, and especially with the bomb down there in the middle, I don't see any way that they can lose this one. Guardian going to be down in the middle. Flamey waiting in B.
Alone. He's got a dig. So there's a possibility here for some magic, but they're going to go for that B split, and he is definitely going to run out of room to maneuver with. Finds the shot, but not going to land it. Stewie instead opens it up on that site. Not necessary, but still, Cloud9 will pick up the round. And so that's 7-5. Cloud9 still trailing, but Navi's economy just barely good enough to go for the buy here. And they're going straight for the double glass cannon op. This is ridiculous. It's like 1 glass cannon op, okay then, but 2 of them, 2 guys without Kevlar, these nades that Cloud9 have, these AKs, they can do tremendous damage.
Yeah, if there was any map where you want to try and do this, probably would be Dust 2 just because of the positions you can take where you won't get grenaded. But I would agree, it's still a really big risk, and we'll see if it's going to end up backfiring. Na'Vi 7-5 right now. They are in the lead, but you know, Cloud9 are starting to wake up a little bit. Again, I have the feeling that the sort of the wake up for Cloud9, it happens too late, you know. I think 7 rounds is still a pretty good scoreline, and if Na'Vi get any more on the board right now, they're going to have a lot of trouble going into the second half, the American team that is.
We can see the defense falling into place for Na'Vi. They continue to try and put pressure on Long. So they had 4 guys over there initially, and then they just start falling back. They realize, right, okay, Cloud9, they could go for that B split, and so they get that crossfire established in mid. After just already seeing early on in Long, they establish Edward and Pit. Then they start falling back towards mid. No early pressure there from Cloud9. And so you can see how Na'Vi are just kind of like spreading out across the map now that they've slowly, you know, once again got that information. They're so good at it. They're so methodical, Na'Vi. It's one step after another, and everything just falls into place to establish that defense.
Zeus hearing them running around right on the other side there. Smoke gonna go up pretending it's a B split, but on catwalk. And I don't think Na'Vi are gonna buy this. They already know that that's not happening because Zeus has heard them running around on the other side. Now they are gonna get Zeus killed And Cloud9 still going to push onto the side here. 30 seconds with the bomb all the way up catwalk. Edward again in Goose just waiting. And he's got some backup, but this time they'll flash through. Good work coming out of Cloud9. But Guardian doing even better with the double kill. Now the bomb's been dropped. 18 seconds left. They're trying to see if they can get that bomb plant. And it's finally going to happen. Shroud on the other side. Guardian picking up a triple. Looking for the quad. Shroud getting a kill, but it's a 2-on-2. And you got to wonder they can finally hold on to a round here. They desperately needed Cloud9. If they let Na'Vi back in the game, it's going to be painful. Shroud, there's the kill for the double, and now it's a 1-on-1.
Trying to do the best that he can, and Shroud with the clutch. You could see so frustrated. Shroud is the one to make the difference, and once again, there's a big clutch play. It was Shroud. It was basically the Shroud show for the first 4 rounds of this half. He definitely quieted down a little bit after that. But that's a time to come alive for your team. That's a time to make the difference.
7-6, and yeah, a really big clutch. They've had so many of those not going their way, so it's nice to finally see it actually working out, because that seems to be one of the components that's been missing. Oh, Sue's getting tagged, and Seast also getting tagged when he was crossing, so pretty good work with the AWP, and they are pushing into the bomb side, and this round is pretty much already lost here. Seast, not a lot that he can do when they're all coming for him. They're going to be on either side, and Guardian also going down, especially with the USP. Oh, no.
Yeah, seeing that smoke go down. Skadoodle is already in position in T-spawn to back them up. Just headshots everywhere for Seas, but the USP, it's not going to be good enough. If he'd had a P250,
yeah,
2 kills, totally different scenario. But instead, it will be Cloud9 just restoring order. They get that bomb plant down, and now Edward, well, you know, no action on long for him, so he just gets to kind of float around and hope that he gets lucky. Maybe track down Slemmy. Where did Slemmy die? Did I just see him die on the B side? Is that what happened?
Yeah, I think he died initially on went running into Seast, was it? I think it was. I think that was the USP stuff.
Dude, this is perfect for him now. He gets that AK, he gets to back off.
Yeah, very, very impressive. So, and every little bit matters going into the 15th round. Again, Na'Vi's economy really, really bad. So saving an AK is huge for them right now, and even a Molotov as well. It's going to help out.
Still impressive to see just how close Na'Vi are bringing this. 7 rounds on CT side. We go into the 15th round, the last round of this first half, tied up 7-7. And because of that AK, you're right. I mean, they can actually hand that off. It means that Flamey's going to be full bot, kit, grenades, everything. That makes a big difference. And Edward as well. Double AWP once again for Na'Vi, man. This is a core strategy for them.
But 4 AWPs on the Cloud9 side here. They had the money for it. 5 AWPs. All right, then we've seen this before. Maybe we'll see it again. All the shots coming out, and really none of them hitting. Slimmy running for Lawn to try and take the fight, but the Molotov is going to deny him, and Skadoodle's over at B. So they've tried everything, and none of it worked.
Nice mind game coming out from Slemmy, though. He waited just for a split second longer in that Molotov, hoping that somebody would get impatient and peek out from Na'Vi's side. So some clever play coming out from Slemmy. He's not rewarded, and now, once again, now that defense is going to get established. Nothing, though. Not going to get caught off guard by Guardian. Sick shot right through the edge, but Seas is going to catch Skadoodle, and over at long, Edward finds Shroud. Just like that, it's looking good for Cloud9, and in an instant, it's all ruined.
Look at Stewie walking past the smoke seized on the other side. Is he going to check it? It's going to fade any second now. He's actually walking in behind, and should be an easy kill, but he wants more. He's going to pick up the one, goes into the middle, and Stewie, what a great play. Very intelligent.
They aren't booing him, by the way. If you're picking up on the crowd mics. They're saying Stu, they're not booing. Just make that clear.
Maybe there are some Na'Vi fans in the crowd. Edward and Sousa left, and obviously they have to find it. It's the 15th round, so they're going to go for it, trying to see if they get the retake. They don't have a kit currently picked up, so they've got to move very quick. They can't spend too much time trying to fake it out or do anything else like that. Just have to go for the raw fight right now. Flashes are raining in, and it's going to be nothing to pick up the kill, making it a double for him. He's going to be going down, and Stewie has been spotted on the other side, but Slemmy will save it, and it will be 8-7 here, favoring Cloud9. Man, what a strange first half. I feel like if Stewie hadn't gone off as much as he did, him and Shroud, 16, 17 kills on either player there. So if it wasn't for them, I don't know what would have happened here. Na'Vi definitely a strong force on this map still.
Well, I think, I expect that out of Stewie at this point, man. Like, I expect him to be the one leading the charge for Cloud9. What's a joy to see is this Shroud, showing up here on land, on a key map. Just terrific start to the half, making it just a real struggle between him and Na'Vi. And then at the end, some strong rounds as well. But between the two of them, yeah, they're definitely making it work here for Cloud9. Well, we'll see how this second half plays out after the break. We'll be back in just a minute.
Welcome back, everyone. After that first map, I had a quick chance to catch up with Cloud9's Nothing, and he looked a little serious about that last game. He said that the first map was not the one they wanted on Overpass, but Dust 2 is going to be a totally different story. So as we move into the second half of this map, let's see if that holds up. Guys at the caster desk, take it back.
Well, we'll see about that, Rachel. I mean, it definitely looked like they had a bit of a rough start. What do you think, Samler?
I like it. You know, he's like, it's going to be a different story. Actually, turns out it isn't a different story because it was 8-7 in the first half, 8-7 in the second half on Overpass. We get another 8-7 here. It's exactly the same thing, Nothing. What are you doing?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he actually wasn't doing that much. Shroud and Stewie, on the other hand, were doing a lot of work, and they're going to have to do even more to make this work. We see Seized and Shroud here being matched up here. I mean, fairly even, obviously. Seized even doing some AWPing, I think, on this map at some point. So a little bit interesting. I don't know what to make of it. I feel like Cloud9, one of these days, that they're not just going to tease us with that win. They're actually going to make it happen.
They get that best of 3 over a top-tier team.
That would be good news, wouldn't it? Stewie's out on long at the moment, and we'll see if anything is going to happen. Na'Vi, as they tend to do, being very slow early on here. Nothing... I'm worrying about Nothing's position right now. He's going to be... They can spot him from the middle, so a little bit scary if anything happens there. For the moment, very slow round here. And we've got Tech-9 armor on Edward. They seem to sort of switch it up who's going to be the one to get it.
That's almost on the call. I mean, triple Kevlar again, no P250, and already a lot of damage being dealt to Nothing. He just can't seem to catch a break in these pistol rounds, getting dinked down to 10 HP every time. But they do put up a little bit of a fight. Na'Vi going to go straight up to Catwalk, clear that out. This is methodical play again coming in from Na'Vi. This is their go-to bread and butter, always clearing out Cat. And then this opens up the options. You see Guardian starting to head over towards Upper Dark. He wants to make sure that nobody's pushed in from Cloud9, and they can actually execute a split if they want.
And they had one smoke saved now, which just went down in CT spawn, so that's definitely for the B-split play. You could see them running up now. A lot of trouble here for Shroud and Slemmy. They're going to have to go big, and they're already low on health. C's jumping in with a burst fire. Slemmy taking one, but it is just not enough right now. Stewie, he gets a kill on Flamey, and it is a 3-on-3, but it's going to be very, very hard for Cloud9 to retake this bomb site. Stewie, already aggressive in the doorway, hits a headshot on Guardian, and looking for more. Oh, Stewie taking down Edward, and Zeus all alone. Somehow he just opens up this whole bomb site. He's looking for the quad kill as well, and he's not quite going to get it. Nothing will take it out, but what a round from Stewie.
Young Stu, man, he is a monster. So sick to see. Cloud9, they really needed this kind of firepower, this kind of explosive play that'll make the difference in the big rounds, and Stewie once again delivers. Boom, the second kill is just brilliant. Just snuffs him. Edward, no chance to react. And so there's the pistol round, and again, more balance, right? Na'Vi and Cloud9 each got a pistol on Overpass. Now they each have a pistol here on Dust 2. 8-7 in this half as well, Anders. That's what's happening. We're going to overtime again.
And no bomb plan either, so they're not even going to have to worry too much about Na'Vi and any sort of big round coming out here with Tech9 and armor or anything else like that. I feel like Cloud9 needs some breathing space where they can relax and feel a little bit comfortable, and this should be the round for it.
This is the setup, and Na'Vi, well, they're just going to move together as that killing unit once again. Edward, he's got the utility this round. He's going to take the hit. But they're going up straight up the catwalk, and Edward will have the setup. Maybe just going to get that smoke down in CT spawn, try and make it look like it's going to be a split again. And in the meantime, his teammates ready to just rush up catwalk. Skadoodle's there with the scout, and he's got his 2 teammates at long. So the defense should be solid here for Cloud9.
Flashbang out just as they're making their way out catwalk, and that hits 4 people all slowed down. Should buy some time here for Cloud9 to maybe make this work, but they're very aggressive. Grenade going to land right on Guardian, but not enough to kill him, so he's still going to get the bomb plant down. And a full retake coming in here from Cloud9. It should still be fairly easy for them to do. But they're already losing one. A second one in. Flamey taking down nothing. Please, Cloud9, I can't handle this any longer. Slemmy, Stewie, and Shroud are left in there trying to see if they can make this work. Shroud charging onto the bomb site and getting a double kill. All now on Edwin, and he can't stop the bomb from being defused. So finally, something is working. That was almost too much.
This is unbelievable, man. They just have to make it this close. Bomb gets defused. Cloud9, they keep us guessing for a little bit, but I was just thinking, right, okay, Shroud and Stewie, they were still alive. There was still hope, Anders. There was still hope for Cloud9. Scott, you know, you're thinking, right, okay, they are playing it smart. That's some confidence in their ability to retake with how Scott was playing it very safe, waiting for his teammates to come over from long to support, to actually get in there. And also very clever play from Na'Vi with the delayed second flash. That was what was sick. They could have just flashed and run up and crossed their fingers and hoped, but Edward with that delayed flash made all the difference. Now Skadoodle just straight up wins the duel versus Guardian in mid. But C's just got the op now, and C's can definitely hit those op shots, so they have to be careful here, Cloud9.
It's such a good feeling when you're playing on Dust 2 and your AWP gets the first kill, whether you're on one or the other side in the middle like that, you know the other team is going to be feeling terrible. Stewie is alone in lower dark right now, and I'm kind of glad he's not by the box anymore. I'm glad that he's being proactive in this push-up here, because otherwise he's just a sitting duck. And that's going to be an easy kill. He even spots out Flamey, goes for the fight, and Stewie taking down Seized and Flamey both. Great play. Doesn't need to do anything else. He will go even more aggressive and hits a third headshot, because why not at this point? Zeus in the middle in a lot of trouble, and he's going to be going down. Flawless round from Cloud9. 11-7 the scoreline. More of that.
There we go. More of that. And now, Stewie's just like, right, I'm on my home turf. We're going to play some NACS here. Just push everywhere. Go aggressive, not respect you. That's what Cloud9 is all about right now with young Stu at the helm. Sick to see. And that third kill in T-Spawn, that's unreal. 11-7 now. And so Na'Vi have got to be just wondering what the hell is going on at this point, guys. Like, how are we just getting wrecked by this one guy? Pistols for Na'Vi in this round. Once again, trying to build up that economy. Cloud9. They just need to keep their cool. They can't let it get as close as last time. Don't let Na'Vi just get into a position where they can drop 3 of your players.
No, definitely not. And even if they win this round and it turns, 12-7, they also got to keep their cool overall in the game, because Na'Vi can sort of bounce back really quick from this sort of stuff. Again, smoke into CT spawn, exactly the same round as last time, and it did almost work, so why not just try and go for it here? Skadoodle gonna miss a shot, and once again, they're getting very close. One more shot being missed. Shroud is there to hit a couple of headshots and a grenade to follow up. No bomb plan yet, and this is much better than last time. Skadoodle still not really connecting. Molotov there, and that means Seized. He's gonna get the bomb plan, yes, but he's not gonna survive. It will be Cloud9, 12-7 here. And Na'Vi, with that bomb plant, it actually helps them out a hell of a lot. They've got the round bonus, they got the $800 bonus. That means they're going to have quite a bit of money in this upcoming round. That's a good start here.
So you just have that sick mechanical aim coming out from Shroud. His aim style is just ridiculous. Snapping all over the place. One other thing to note, though, is that Skadoodle just continues to stand in positions and eat flash grenades. Like, Na'Vi have got him figured out when it comes to these flash timings. He's just perpetually blind, it seems. Constantly trying to hit shots despite the fact that he's blind. And so a little bit frustrating for Skadoodle. He's definitely trailing on the scoreboard right now. But Na'Vi get a bomb plant that I don't really think they should have been able to pick up there. So a little unfortunate if you're Cloud9. But still, it just allows for Na'Vi to go for the double AWP. They're so light on the nades, though, Na'Vi. This is nuts. They're going to try and go. I mean, double AWP doesn't really make you think like quick, aggressive play.
Oh, that could have been very bad for Skadoodle. Seized had the opening there. Shroud in the middle waiting. And also Stewie helping out from the doors. So 4 versus 3. Flamey picking up a great headshot there. The Molotov, though, is going to force Seized forward, and still he picks up the kill. That looked like it should have been the perfect move, but I don't know how that goes bad. And Seized picking up one more shot through the smoke on nothing, leaving Slemmy alone in a 1-on-3. And this is exactly the kind of round that could really crush Cloud9's confidence.
This round is just nonsensical. Like, you have double op. You're thinking slow, measured pace, go for picks, map control. Now you're just like, actually, no, we're just going to kind of go for a very quick B split with 2 AWPs.
Yeah, and
okay then.
They traded 2 for 1 Cloud9 in there, so it should have been a really good start. Right? They should be feeling really good about that. The C's just, I mean, apart from missing the shot early on Skadoodle over at B, he just did really well that round. Now, the money's not that great for Cloud9, and if, I mean, again, Na'Vi can come back into this game very quickly.
This is Na'Vi's chance. They're going to have a real chance now to have an impact on Cloud9 economy. Going to force Cloud9 to spend a lot of that money, and Seized, I mean, that's just...
He sees the traces and just goes for the shot. Oh, God.
Seized looks pissed off right now. 19-14 scoreline for him.
Yeah, he's been having a solid game. No doubt about that. Top of the scoreboard for his team. Edward close behind, who was also playing extremely well in the previous map. So just a good day for Edward anyway.
What's wild is that not like Cloud9 is like Shroud and Stewie tied, and Skadoodle is really gonna just come back into this round. He has that AWP. He already had the angle. He manages to get the first pick on Seized, and so there's the opening now for Cloud9 to just get that lockdown going. Slemmy, like 3 ops is a bit much, Slemmy. I don't know if you need to pick up that other op.
Probably not, right?
Maybe he's thinking, you know, okay, we'll just deny it from Na'Vi, so Na'Vi can't pick it up. Edward is thinking about it, right? He's like, if you come in here looking for that AWP, I've got the angle on you.
This is where you really wish there was someone there with Slemmy who could flash him in, but not really something they could go for right now. Shroud is in CT spawn, and Skadoodle's in a position to help him out as well. If they try and go for the smoke, then they might get shot down anyway. So overall, I think this is a pretty good setup for Cloud9. It's hard for Na'Vi to come back into this round without getting just a really strong opening. And how are they going to do that?
It's just tough for Cloud9 because they can't go off. Like, they're hearing steps on Catwalk, but then you hear steps on Catwalk from any team, from Na'Vi in particular, every round. So you can't even really like start rotating off that information if you're Cloud9. They're just going to sit and wait. They've got the defense established over it long. They're actually willing to just give Catwalk to Na'Vi in case if Na'Vi want to make that play. Cloud9 are like, yeah, sure, have it. We'll keep control of long and we'll retake A site.
Yeah, they're actually playing full retake on A right now. Shroud down in CT spawn is hearing them. The bomb is going to make its way up. We got 25 seconds here. Can they actually make that work? There are no Molotovs left on Cloud9, so they can't just deny the plant or anything else like that. Slemmy takes down Edward, so now 5-on-3.
Questionable play from Edward. I'm wondering if he wanted to draw the attention to himself. He's a threat if he stays alive down there. The longer he stays alive, if there's anybody defending from Cloud9 on long, they have to worry about him. Now Cloud9, they can kind of just start focusing on, you know, going with their teammates towards the A site. Zeus just runs straight out on Catwalk. Shroud of nothing. Catch him in a crossfire. And now it's all on Guardian. Misses the flick, and that is it. Perfect round for Cloud9. The retake's working just wonderfully. 13-8 now the score. This is actually getting a little out of hand if you're Na'Vi. You're thinking this is getting a bit too close for comfort here.
Yeah. Look at Skadoodle taking the angle a bit further up from the corner, and that's exactly what threw off the terrorist player coming in. So that's just very good play. And again, these little subtle variations definitely matter. We talked about it on Overpass when Stewie was peeking in connector and he was peeking really wide. That's like a similar sort of thing, just with the positional play you can have. So I definitely enjoy watching those little things. 2 AWPs on either team, but ultimately Na'Vi without that much money left, and Cloud9, them inching closer. They might be able to do this.
Yeah, now it's all just strength of will. They just need to lock it down. And so, I mean, if they can count on Shroud and Stewie to continue hitting shots, now it looks like Skadoodle's waking up. Things are starting to fall into place here for Cloud9 to actually take this to a 3rd map. So now it's all on Na'Vi, who've demonstrated their resilience in the past, so they shouldn't have too much trouble. You can't really count them out until Cloud9 around 16 rounds. So double AWP setup once again here for Na'Vi. This time they're slow playing it, giving Guardian and C's time to work with the sniper rifles. But Cloud9 are perfectly happy with that, and because Cloud9, they realize that Na'Vi are just not playing aggressive at all. Look at all these nades. We're getting to the minute mark, and they still have so many nades to work with here, Cloud9. This is what's scary for Na'Vi. It's just the longer they wait, the more valuable these nades are going to become, and then Cloud9 can just anti-flash, incendiary, just make Na'Vi's life a living hell trying to get onto a site.
They're on the catwalk. Seized swapping positions with Edward down at long to see if they can maybe make this work. Slemmy and Seized are going to have a very important fight down here. And whoever comes out on top, especially if Slemmy goes down, that means Skadoodle and Shroud are going to be in an awful position, and Seized almost made that work. If he gets that kill, then suddenly Skadoodle has to turn around and cover 2 angles, and it's not at all good. Scar trying to see if he can make it out. There's a smoke right in front of him. There's a gap there, and more flashes coming through. He can't see anything. Actually escapes into the smoke. No scopes Edward, and Shroud and Slemmy picking up kills. Skadoodle with one more shot coming through, and it's going to be Seized alone. So Cloud9 now going to make it to 14 rounds.
Seized. He's just hoping that somebody's going to peek him. 5 seconds left in this round. He just wants to save this gun, save this AWP. He sees Stewie run past. He's actually going to go for it. Easy kill for him. And even checks if there's going to be a punish from somebody on catwalk, but it's not going to happen. We see Skadoodle. I think this is a quick scope. Right onto it, just making sure, guaranteeing. And then the second kill. Skadoodle actually adjusting for the flash grenades as well. Like, he's starting to dial in a little bit on what Na'Vi are throwing at him, because you can see he was turned away a lot more that time. He wasn't just full blind.
There's definitely true 6-round lead right now for Cloud9. I feel like this is going to be it. I feel like we might actually see them take a map here off of Na'Vi. There's just not a lot of money left on the terrorist side, and honestly, Cloud9, the defense right now in the second half has been pretty good.
It's just impressive, really, to see Cloud9. I mean, they're showing some true mental resilience. We talked about it at the end of Overpass, right? That in general, if you're the underdog team and you lose in overtime and you feel like it's so close and you could have had it, you know, it's really hard to get your head back into the game for the second map. A lot of the times we see the favorite team just crush through the second map. It's over 2-0. There you go. We're not seeing that from Cloud9. Cloud9 are showing us some true fight. And that's excellent. Stewie and Shroud, now Skadoodle as well. They're starting to wake up. They're showing that they really are not going to give up and roll over on this.
Still more than a minute left, so pretty quick push coming out of Na'Vi here into the middle, but there's Slemmy pushing out on long and taking down Guardian. It's going to sort of throw that whole thing off. Otherwise, I think they were actually setting up to be a bit quicker than they normally would be. Seized is in here, and he's been playing very well, but with Shroud and CT spawn, this is still a very dangerous position.
Yeah, they still have that crossfire going. They're just waiting patiently. 35 seconds left. Finally, the push is going to begin here. Na'Vi need to actually have a little bit of time to work with. Perfect positioning from nothing. He trades 1 for 1. Shroud not able to get over it, though. Stewie will get overrun. Still, a man advantage for Cloud9, and they just need to play with that. But Shroud, he felt the NA too much there, man. Just decides, you know what? I'm going to be the hero here. I'm going to go through that smoke. I'm going to channel young Stu, and I'm going to pick up the kill. And instead, that actually ends up hurting his team. Because with a man advantage going into a retake on B, your odds look a whole lot better than 2v2.
Yeah, it hurts them a lot. I was going to say someone should have thrown a flashbang, but they didn't even have one. So a little bit of a hiccup here, leaving them in a 2-on-2. They can still win this round. Going to try and see if they can make their way in through the window. Already one person in, a bit of a fight going on. Slemmy takes down one. Seized with the double kill now, looking for one more, and there's almost no time left. No scope, almost connecting. Glock is out now, taking the fight, and he's going to lose it, but I don't think there's enough time here. Skadoodle, he gets the kill, but he shouldn't be able to defuse the bomb here. It's going to be down to the second, and it won't happen. Oh, no.
Brutal. Scar hangs his head there at the end.
Please don't tell me that was the turning point.
Is this the beginning? The comeback? Ah, yeah, Seized. That's the thing, Seized. At that point, if you've cleared the site, that made all the difference. But Cloud9 fans coming alive here, you got to give them your energy right now because they need to withstand the storm that's coming at them. If they go into pistols as well, 5 Deegs. I like it. 5 Deegs for Cloud9. But still, rifles versus pistols, Na'Vi should be able to get a 10th round on the board.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the 5D setup. I don't know if we have any stats on how often it's effective, but I feel like that's like a secondary point almost, just like the cool factor. Oh, nothing. Not quite tempted to take any shots. He's wondering if someone's up on the car, which people regularly are. Also playing with Reddit a little bit, hoping that someone's going to post some funny clips. Well done, nothing.
Oh, you know, Thorin might make a video off of this. There we go.
The patience play coming out.
Clearly hacking. I mean, how does he get the timing right? Not really sure about that.
Obviously.
I mean, it's not like there's a shadow on the floor. That's what he was looking at, but...
So...
Woo!
Okay, then. First Eagle put into play. And it does work out. They even recover the AK there. So, Something gone right at least. Now 4-man push coming onto the catwalk here. Na'Vi looking to close out this round and move on quick. They really don't want to have to deal with this, but Skadoodle's there. Getting a second one, looking for a bit more. Shroud helping out. It's all Deagle headshots this round. Now we have no reply. Shroud even coming into it, and now Guardian alone, and he goes down to nothing. And Cloud9, they're going to be at map point. What a way to just completely shut down Na'Vi.
They don't even believe. Like, they're all just giggling to themselves right now. That's right. Got to keep believing. Shroud, man, he just did so much work.
Yeah, very, very good stuff then. Almost looked like he was going to get the third one. Na'Vi, to try and prevent this map from going in favor of Cloud9, they've got just pistols and armor and a little bit of grenade. Are they going to try and see if they can get the first rush in? It looks like it. Grenades are in. Stewie sees them coming, puts out an HE grenade. Guardian has already gone down, but they do return. And now the Molotov kill onto Zeus. Grenade at the back of the headshot box there. It's going to be Flamey to take down nothing. And still a 3-on-3. And a lot of health left on Cloud9, not so much on Na'Vi.
Patience, Shroud. Take your time. You've got two teammates wrapping through lower dark. The bomb isn't even planted. There's no reason to go for the big heroic plays here. Instead, wait for your teammates to clear out Edward, and now you can actually establish the crossfire when you move on to the site. The pinch. Flamey realizes this. He's looking for the kill, trying to bring it back, looking for the shot on Shroud, but Shroud's going to hit him with the scout, and it's all on C's now, 1v3.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of grenades they have on Cloud9, there's pretty much no way they can lose this. C's going to try and see if he can go aggressive. He gets the one kill, but that's all he gets. 16-9 as Cloud9 take out Na'Vi on Dust 2. Very, very impressive. We got the USA chants out there. I love it. Yeah.
More importantly, we actually have some hope here as Cloud9 go into a third map. It's going to be Cobble versus Na'Vi. So we've seen Overpass in the first map. That was dead even, and they finally broke the streak. You're right, Anders. Nothing. He was right. I just said, hey, we're going to see something different on this map. Well, it was enough of the 8-7 halves. This time, Cloud9 show up and actually get work done. But we're going to find out what the analysts have to say about this second map in this best of 3 after the break. We'll be right back.
Yes, so welcome back to the Game Break, presented by Sausage Party. It is in theaters August the 12th, and we have got a patriotic party.
Yeah, I just...
I was waiting for you. Are you coming with me on this one?
Yeah.
All right.
Didn't pick Cloud9, of course. Just want to put that out there.
I know. That's why I'm like, there's got to be something else coming here.
Cloud9 take a map off Na'Vi. When you think about how close they pushed them on the first one, they probably are thinking about what could have been, but they got to stay focused on the task in hand. We'll look forward in just a moment, but let's talk about what they've achieved here on Dust 2. They were the better team by some distance.
I mean, I actually made this point in the pregame, which is that even when Na'Vi's had losses on Dust 2, they always get to double figures, you know. They're a really hard team to put away. But Cloud9 were the ones who were just running away with this game here. I mean, it was only close early on, basically, when Na'Vi looked like they had a little bit of a grip on the game. And then that second half really was not that good. I mean, unfortunately, the two AWPers that we kind of highlighted, Guardian and Skadoodle, had reasonably quiet games, actually. Not a whole lot going from them. C's did pick it up big time from the first game. But the guys you obviously have to look to is the duo over on Cloud9.
Yeah.
I mean, someone must have told Shroud this is an FPL game and the match was over. It was a best of one because he was going crazy.
Yeah, and this is what we normally don't see out of Shroud, and this is kind of why he gets so much criticism, because we see the skill to be able to do this. And in this series, he's showing how good he can be. This was great by Stewie. He's also been very impressive on Dust 2. It's one of those maps where he feels he has a lot of freedom, a lot of confidence. But I'm actually looking over at Na'Vi and I'm saying, where's Guardian? Where's Flamey?
Yeah.
Like, Flamey has really dipped off for a couple months now. It's, you know, he hasn't been amazing.
It's really weird. It's like, remember
you
that
went through
thing in
stretch where we
Columbus?
thought he might have been one of the best players in the world.
Yeah, but you remember that moment at Columbus where you know, Na'Vi were capitulating and he just stayed at his desk? I don't think the real Flamey ever came back from that. I think he's still out there. It's
Yeah.
a broken shell of a man.
It's like when we had the group where Na'Vi played, I think it was Group E, they actually, I pointed them out as the X Factor because you saw every time they lose a map, he's at like 50, 60 ADR. And then when he gets up to the, you know, where you normally expect him to be like 80, 90, they never lose.
Perhaps there's a simple solution to that problem, Thorin, in the future.
Maybe.
Who knows?
Well, I mean, speaking of, we talked about ADR, the levels that you normally look at for bad and good games. Zeus had 33 ADR in this game.
I mean, to be fair, when I saw Shroud from Canada have this sort of performance, I was thinking to myself, yeah, USA, go USA.
It's all the same. It's all the same.
He's got a green card. It's okay, guys.
They're pretty.
He's got a green card. So have I. So.
What is it? It's a law.
Let anyone have
really
one now,
nice
boys. Start chanting USA for me, guys. Come on.
No.
Absolutely not.
You've just had your scoots, man.
He's just been reminded it's still real life again.
Yeah, there you go.
It's not
wait.
FPL.
But no, let's get back to it then. I mean, so Na'Vi really haven't shown up at all, considering we said this was the biggest mismatch in these quarterfinals. Turns out this has been the most competitive game.
Happened that way in week one as well. I remember when they played on the Friday night, and they actually had a very good series there as well. So, but I mean, this is where we've seen them have. I mean, there's no doubt from when you look at Cloud9, the success they had last year, that the skill is there. The question is, is it going to show up? Is it going to happen? Because they need Shroud to be at this level to be able to compete with teams like Na'Vi. They need Stewie to be playing well, and he's steadily improved. And actually, I mean, even Skadoodle, he didn't have very many kills in this game, but he actually had some very big, impactful rounds. That round where he jumps through the smoke over during that A execute, very impressive stuff out of him. And even, I mean, they're winning some rounds that they shouldn't have won. That last round they closed out on, wasn't it? That they had the
Yes, I mean, you see Na'Vi take that eco, you're like, right, here we go. You know, Cloud9 are on 14 rounds, Na'Vi get back into it. You could see the stage was set for another capitulation. But no, Cloud9 eco back immediately and just show that they have got that mental fortitude that I don't think they've had in previous iterations.
And the one constant through the series so far, actually, has been pretty good T-sides from the guys from Cloud9. Not phenomenal, it's not like they're wrecking them, but solid work. They know what they're doing there. And then on the CT sides, I mean, they've actually got the firepower at the moment, believe it or not, which is one thing you would think against Na'Vi you shouldn't be able to say. But when you have people like Zeus just way down on the scoreboard like that, kind of a dead weight in some senses.
Is that an issue? I mean, you know, we talk about how Zeus isn't the in-game leader anymore. Is there more pressure on him to frag now? Because
I think
if
there
he
should
does,
be.
yeah, if he doesn't, what does he do?
No, that's exactly what you have to kind of say. It's the same thing that happened to Happy when he stopped being the in-game leader. Obviously, a famous example is Existence, who interestingly at the time actually picked up his fragging. Yeah, if you're famously the guy who gets away with not fragging because he's the in-game leader, if you get that responsibility taken away from you, you're now supposed to be a legitimate contributor to the team, not kind of mooching off the team and just hanging out there watching other people get kills.
Like Moses mooching on, you know, at the desk.
Insert random joke here.
Yeah.
What is this, like a Mad Libs?
Yeah, there we go.
Anyway, let's go to break. When we come
X.
back, we're going to have the deciding map. A Cloud9 going to do the unthinkable and beat Na'Vi. We're going to find out after the break.
Oh, well, Moses, do flat.
This ELEAGUE Game Break is brought to you by Sausage Party in theaters August 12th. Rated R.
Yes, welcome back to ELEAGUE. You can see the series is all tied up between Na'Vi and Cloud9. And what's incredible is Cloud9 have really gone toe-to-toe with Na'Vi. Could have already won this series. We go into this third map of Cobblestone. You can see the Cloud9 fans are hyped for it. There's Cloud9 fans obviously in the audience here as well. You can hear them. There you go. Pump out that energy. They're loving it. We're going to get into analyzing this and breaking it down. So Cobblestone, guys, it's a very interesting hill to potentially die on for either team, because I wouldn't say it was a top-tier map pick necessarily for either. Am I wrong? Am I crazy?
I think that's Na'Vi. Here's the thing, Na'Vi, they always play it, but it's usually like a third map for them.
Yeah.
But it is a map that they've gotten a lot of wins on in the past. They've historically been a good team at this map, and particularly on the T side. They have a very good terrorist side on this map. So you think about how did they lose? Because they lost to Team Liquid, North American team on this map, in the decider of the quarterfinal of the major. But you have to think how they lost. Now, they lost by getting something like 2 CT rounds in the first half. Game was almost over, and then they couldn't get their T side rolling. If you give Na'Vi a chance on this map, when they're on CT side, if you let them get even 4 or 5 rounds, they can just straight up win on T side. That's how good their T side is.
Yeah, it is that, and also Guardian with the AWP obviously is going to be a big thing, and that's kind of the issue here, because right now what I see out of the series is obviously we talk about Shroud having a good series so far, but it is that kind of Cloud9 players are peaking at a point where Na'Vi is also missing some of their key components. I mean, if you're Na'Vi, the way this team has been built for so long is around Guardian. Flamey, when he emerged, they started building around him. These tactics rely on these two players specifically to be very effective, and while they have C's going off right now, it just doesn't have the same impact as if Guardian's getting those kills or Flamey's getting those kills. So those two players, they're the ones who initiate all the action for Na'Vi. They're the ones who create all the opportunities for everyone else. So this needs to start happening in this third map. It's do or die, basically.
So the best sign, I think, for the guys from C9 is that this is the map that with Slemmy offline, they have the most wins on. So at least they're going to be comfortable. That's why they were willing to let that through. They don't mind playing this at all. So I feel like for them, I mean, you look at it at the moment, they're in the better form of the two teams, today at least. So they've got to have a chance in it, I think.
Well, these guys are ready to go, so that means we got to throw over.
Prediction. You be bold.
Come on, Moses, do it. You always do it, mate.
Na'Vi.
No.
Tried to draw me into it. I'll take Na'Vi win this one.
All right then, guys. Thanks for your thoughts. Yeah, we all hate Moses. We all hate Moses.
Yeah,
now we're going to do our map flight rule. We're going to hand you over to Anders and Sam.
Benedict Arnold.
Oh, wow. Betraying Cloud9, I can't believe it. I do believe he had his fingers crossed, though. You guys can see that here, but I could tell.
We all know in his heart of hearts, Moses believes in Cloud9, and he's secretly rooting for Cloud9. But he's so afraid of getting jumped by the 2 Brits on the desk, you know, that he had to say Na'Vi, right? That's just how it goes, because, you know, obviously Brit's a little bit more violent that way.
Now, if I've learned anything about this universe that we live in, it is that this is absolutely going to be the time where Cloud9 just straight win and Moses will be left thinking, why didn't I pick them? This was my chance. They're going to be rushing into the middle. That's Na'Vi on the terrorist side here, 3rd map, and Shroud on the other side. They've got a great crossfire, but they need to hit the shot, swapping out for the clock as well. Oh, what? A burst fire kill. Shroud looking for more, even dinking Guardian through the doorway. What a fantastic start coming out of Cloud9, and now Guardian alone looking to salvage the situation, and it's not going to happen. It will be Cloud9 picking up the round. What a display there.
That's some flash right there. That's some style.
Look at this swap from Shroud.
The glare, the burst, so sick. But that is also just perfect sort of scenario for Cloud9, right? When you're stacking a site and you're hoping, right, this is how they're going to play out their pistol, this is how they're going to play out their anti-go, whatever sort of scenario, right? You're crossing your fingers and you're hoping. And it works perfectly for Cloud9. Na'Vi decided to go for a very aggressive strat towards A, just a straight up rush. Cloud9 were set up for it with the crossfire. It couldn't have gone better for Cloud9. They couldn't have had a better setup there. That's just called a hard counter. And Na'Vi ran right into it. So a little bit of a nade there to greet Zeus, down to 26 HP. And once again, Na'Vi just straight aggression onto A site, not wasting any time at all.
Yeah, even a great flashbang there to buy time now. It didn't really help out Slemmy that much, but it was still pretty good. It bought time for everybody else from Cloud9 to show up, and now they're just going to mow down Na'Vi. There's nothing they can do to stay alive any longer here. No bomb land in 1st or 2nd round, and a lot of UMP kills, and a lot of UMPs in general.
Yeah, actually, they do recover the 1 from us, so that's a good win there. Slemmy drops the gun, and it's actually going to be able to survive, so they're still going to stick on the 3 UMPs, although that would be a bit of a stretch considering Na'Vi, they're actually going for a buy here. I'm wondering if in Cloud9's mind, they're just thinking they might half buy on this. They might try and, you know, like play it safe, get Na'Vi that op, or get Guardian that op, right? But still, 3 UMPs is a bit of a stretch versus a fully bought up Na'Vi here.
Yeah, a little bit risky, some would say, and I'm curious to see if this is going to work out for Na'Vi. They're being very aggressive in, drop 1 UMP down, Shroud getting a double in return, headshot as well, that's a triple mow down. Seized, Flamey, and Edward all being fed to the Shroud. And will be Guardian and Zeus left.
There's the rotate off. They're buying into this Cloud9. And Slemmy, he actually backs off of A just as Guardian comes around the corner. That's a bit of a mistake. So now Na'Vi actually do manage to make some headway up onto the site. Slemmy might be able to spot him out, and it looks like he just barely did. Plant's getting in the way there, and so Guardian not going to be able to take his head off. Instead, Guardian can now set up for the rotation. Only problem is that now Slemmy's actually on the site. He's established.
Shroud taking down Guardian, and I think that was right through the door, just simply spamming it down. And I think he heard the shots connecting. Zeus picking up 1 kill, still another 2 left, and he certainly got a lot of time for it, and the bomb as well. Headshot does hit, but that's an ace from Shroud. And again, that's the difference between having the AK and the Galil. If that had been an AK, that would have been a kill on Shroud. Instead, just doesn't happen. 3 kills with the UMP to start it off with. Wow.
9-0.
250 ADR.
Yeah, going into the 4th round, you're sitting on 9 kills. You've done some work. We saw the same thing on Dust 2. I mean, Shroud so far has showed up throughout this series. And, you know, that's what you have to question. You know, does he eventually run out of gas? Is he going to drop down? Is it going to be somebody else there to take his place? No, it seems like Shroud is here to play today. He's going toe-to-toe with Na'Vi and winning and coming out ahead. And so now, Cloud9, 3-0 so far on their CT side of Cobalt. This is a fantastic start for them. They should be up to 4-0 in a moment, although nothing is deciding to go aggressive. He might run into Zeus here in a moment.
Remember as well, Cloud9 playing on the CT side. Winning a round like that is just so big. It's really hard to get them, and nothing with the counter boost coming up. Getting 2 good kills in. Doesn't really have to stick around any longer, but Molotov going to come out there and actually gets a 3rd one in. Ready and waiting. What a great way to shut down that round.
Just going for the power play. Let's go. Guardian. He might catch Slemmy here. Slemmy's just going to jump right around that corner, straight into him, but he gets spotted, and then Slemmy with the wallbang shot with the MP9. Just goes for the spray. It works. And so C is now the last man alive. Free aiming to spot. Unfortunately for him, he looks away just as nothing peeks up his head. And nothing with the quad kill. All of them SMG kills as well. He just made so much money. He's sitting on $9,000 going into this round. An excellent bank. And now Cloud9, now I have to say, all right, slow down with the SMGs. You've got a sick bank working for you. Stewie's got 7.7K as well. And yeah, finally, get rid of those MP9s. Do not give Na'Vi any easy way in.
Speaking of Stewie, he's got no kills, no assists, and no deaths. So right now, this is essentially Cloud9 sort of winning the first 4 rounds, playing 4 on 5. He's really not done anything apart from maybe throw grenades or something like that. So that's actually pretty encouraging. I mean, it probably just means he hasn't been anywhere near any of the action yet, but that's going to feel pretty good. We'll see. Edward sneaking around the corner already. We'll see if this Molotov works. We've tried it a couple of times already, and this time it will work right on Slemmy's position, and the flashbang follow-up there. Good trade for Na'Vi, 2 for 1.
Yeah, that's perfect. Nothing, not able to get in there fast enough to help Slemmy. It's a little bit of an awkward scenario there. Shroud now alone on that A site. Still good man to have. You know, 1vX, considering he's just, you know, totally brutal right now in the beginning of this half. And it's going to leave the rest of Cloud9 kind of sitting over on that B site, expecting some kind of fake out of Na'Vi. Na'Vi still taking their time, clearing things out. They've got a minute left on this clock. Plenty of time to work with here, considering Na'Vi's usual standards.
Problem is, it's very hard for them to rotate in to help because Seized is in the middle. Seized actually moving a little bit too quick right here, but still going to catch Skadoodle, and now no way for Stewie and Shroud to help each other out. Nice shot from Stewie. Shroud out in the open, and he's going to get caught. So Stewie just alone and ends up going down 4-1. Na'Vi finally on the board here with a very important round.
Yeah, questionable play there from Skadoodle running with his knife out. That's always just going to come back to bite you. Especially considering you have no control of that part of the map. You're running through with a knife. You're just basically gambling that nobody's going to be there, and this time Skadoodle loses it. So had he stayed alive, there might have been a chance for Cloud9. Unfortunately, now Na'Vi have a round on the board, 1-4, and so they can stabilize Na'Vi. Full AKs, AWP, Guardian has Kevlar now, and Cloud9 fully tapping into that bank that they developed over the first 5 rounds. Can't be too much of it left, considering Shroud's sitting on a UMP.
Edward going to be walking forward, and Slemmy's on the other side. Cloud9, if they could win this round here, they'd really put Na'Vi far behind. I mean, 4 rounds is not enough for the first half here, but if they win this round, they're really not far off of having like a good solid start. And that AWP from Skadoodle, not in my favorite position over at the B-bomb site, but we'll see if it can work.
It's going to be action A. This is going to be pretty scary here for Slemmy and Nothing. Shroud, he is playing the rotator role, but he's over on drop, and he's on the wrong side of drop. He's not playing from connector, and so it really is just Slemmy and Nothing, and Na'Vi getting ready to come roaring around the corner. I mean, they've got 4 players waiting on long, with C's just making sure that there can be no lurk. He's looking towards connector. If Nothing goes peeking in here, he could hit the timing where all the nades are going out, and that's exactly it. Catches Guardian with the nade in his hand, backs off just in time. No chance for a follow-up here for Na'Vi.
Second kill coming in, Nothing. Great headshot, third as well. Na'Vi crumbling right here. Flamey and Seized are going to be left, but they don't have the bomb, and they've got no time to go and pick it up either. Slemmy will pick up a kill, and Flamey, he needs to do damage. And again, they can't give them rounds like this where they have everyone living. Nothing now topping the scoreboard at 11-1-2, and then Shroud behind them at 9-1-1, which is probably the number that Na'Vi should be calling, considering the position they're in right now.
Fitting. The only problem is it's like Shroud shows up, and then it's Nothing but, you know, it only gets worse.
Yeah.
Nothing is sitting on 11 kills, though. He's totally come alive here. This is nuts. This is wild. Skadoodle's only got 1 kill. Stewie's got 1 kill, but that's because their teammates don't believe in sharing. They weren't taught that when they were younger. It's all or nothing.
Guardian looked like he wanted to go and peek the corner then, but only took a single flashbang to make him change his mind. Again, the double AWP in play. Stewie is playing quite far back at Chicken Coop with it. I much prefer that. I feel like Chicken Coop, you have more of a chance of taking separate fights at separate angles, whereas at that fountain position, you end up having to fight both drop and plateau almost every round, and I'm not a big fan of it.
Let's see. I mean, if they're going to get lucky, Shroud, they line up for him. He's still alive. He's going to get roasted, but Nothing is there to trade the kill. Guardian gets dropped, and it's Edward and Flamey now, the last 2 alive for Na'Vi. And while they were just nowhere near the action, unfortunately for them, they're waiting for somebody to get aggressive on plateau, and it's just not going to happen. Edward finally works his way back over here to drop. There's no reason for Cloud9 to hold aggressive. They can just sit back and wait, and Nothing, a little bit worried about plateau, but it's not going to matter. Stewie and Nothing, both kills at the same time. 6-1 scoreline now. Cloud9 starting to take off with it. They've also just, because it's so dominant, they actually reestablished their economy as well, which is so important. Now they actually have some room to work with, some room to breathe. So long as they can maintain a scenario where they aren't ecoing if they lose a round, Cloud9, this is perfect for them on Cobble.
I think it was already impressive to see Cloud9 win on Dust 2, especially in it's sort of at the end where they just look so good. But if they end up actually defeating Na'Vi in a best of 3, well, obviously no one called for that. It'd be interesting if that ends up happening. Money's working out for them right now, and now be taking a very slow approach. Guardian going to get shut down. That was Skadoodle through the door, through the side of the wall as well, taking him out.
This is wild. Na'Vi have got to be wondering what the hell is going on. Like, how is Guardian, A, losing duels on Dust 2 and now on Cobble? It should be Guardian. It should be the Guardian show.
Yeah, but that exact position where you're sort of looking down through the connector there is just so hard to spot if you're coming in from the terrorist side. We're actually seeing a lot of people now pre-firing it. When they do come in, they just sort of shoot there anyway, just to check. They do have controlled drop on the Na'Vi side, and with the bomb making its way over, Stewie, Nothing, and Shroud are going to be put to the test. They do have. I think this setup is considerably stronger though, with Nothing up on the boost there. That's going to be interesting.
Well, 45 seconds left, and here comes the push. Stewie trying to make it back to Chicken Coop in time. It looks like he'll just manage it. He's got that AWP. He sees his teammate die. Not able to get the trade kill, however. So it's all on Stewie now, and he's going to go stepping right out into the open. Way, way too far out there. Just not going to get the shot, and Edward will follow it up. Takes down Shroud. Now it's all on Skadoodle and Slemmy in a 2-on-3. And unfortunately for them, Seized has control of drop room. So they have to worry about getting flanked into connector as well. This is not looking good here for Cloud9.
No, definitely not. And this move from Seized, if he actually peeks that, it's going to be a round done immediately. Walking in from behind here, and there's no way Cloud9 could know. There's going to be the spray happening, and Slemmy goes down. Great round from Seized, the triple, in fact. And that should have been an easy round from Cloud9. See this, it's so hard for Guardian to see what's happening.
That is one of the more tricky angles, for sure. Just a tough scenario there for Guardian. Skadoodle, though, doesn't miss the shot, and that's the key. So 6-2 the score here for Cloud9. They're way in the lead right now. They have all the money necessary for a full buy. They can go for double AWP if they want. It doesn't look like that's actually going to be the call. They had the money for it, but it's just Skadoodle with the op again, and Stewie back to the rifle. So we have to see, because Na'Vi go for the double AWP. Guardian and Seized again, just like on Dust 2. They're continuing with this strategy, Na'Vi.
One silver lining of them losing that last round is the idea that they could sort of reset their economy once again here. That would be beautiful. Good little bunny jump coming in from Edward. I like seeing that. But Slemmy not going to take up the fight on the other side. He's not even going to try it. Edward pre-firing that smoke, and it's so common. We have seen that a lot recently where people try and sneak in from the CT side. But look at how far he's fallen back. Actually, all the way into the connector, or in the mid connector there. So it's going to be interesting.
I like it. Skadoodle with the mind games now. This is where it gets really interesting between both oppers. And Guardian playing it patiently. There's the smoke that goes up, but there's still a gap for Skadoodle to take advantage of it. Instead, Skadoodle kind of worried about getting flanked from long, it looks like. Decides to fall back and gives up that angle to Guardian for free. So Na'Vi, once again, slowly, methodically taking over parts of the map. They're going to start looking towards drop as well. Seized is currently looking towards plateau. And, well, they don't really have a whole lot to go off of right now, Na'Vi. They haven't found a single pick. They really don't actually have a whole lot of information here. Apart from, well, they're not playing aggro. We know that. Now what?
Yeah, this is very odd, isn't it? Slemmy, I mean, this is a pretty good setup. The one thing that worries me is Stewie's position is very easy to Molotov, and you can see Seized is setting up for that. So that might be a bit of an issue. Stewie, is he actually going to react to it? He's not yet caught fire, so still alive. 4-on-5, and look at this. It's going to be 23 seconds here. Zeus getting the kill on Stewie, and now 1-on-5. 1-on-4, sorry, and Nothing going down. It looks like they might... Are they going to replay the round? That's the call that we're getting, because I think someone dropped before anything else happened, right?
Exactly, about halfway through that round, it looked like, right before the push came on.
Yeah, it looks like the players were sort of playing it out for a bit, but I guess better safe than sorry.
So my eyes weren't deceiving me, because I was looking, I was just like...
Yeah.
Where's the guy in connector, and what happened to him? Did he wind up on... Did they stack 4 on B, and they're like boosted or something? Like, we're missing somebody here.
Yeah, no, and it's always hard to. I mean, I think Na'Vi, if you're in that position, you're just trying to obviously play the round out, right? You don't want to stop playing the round and then be told no, actually we're still alive. So,
yeah,
you know.
No. That's how it's supposed to be. You continue to play until the admin steps in basically and stops it. So, as far as Cloud9 are concerned right now, they're going to get to go ahead and just rebuy full money. You can see. Well, actually, you can't. But 4 of them have $6,000, and then Shroud is sitting on 3.3. So there's plenty of money to go around to get fully equipped again. And well, Na'Vi, that's just frustrating for Na'Vi, because you can think the importance of these rounds now for Na'Vi. Cloud9 is up to an acceptable scoreline for the CT side. Na'Vi still have a lot of work ahead of them. So they just managed to crack it open. They managed to get that important round, and they're getting told, actually, sorry, you have to replay it. So now we get to see, you know, that mental test going on here for Na'Vi if they have the willpower.
And the fact is, either team, whoever loses this round is going to be out of money. No one has enough to suffer a loss here, so that's a bit of an issue. Stewie and Skadoodle still haven't really been put properly into play. Right now it's all Shroud and nothing. So that's a little bit exciting as well, I feel like, for Cloud9. Good flick there, and Skadoodle going to be picking off Edward.
Yeah. There's the nice approval. Oh, that nade dead on to Seized. And now it's all patience, nothing. Because Seized, he's got that angle right through the edge of the smoke, and now he starts to worry about the back plateau where the stairs have been added in. You see him pre-aiming the angle. But Na'Vi are down a man to start, and he's to find that pick, and he's going to miss the flick. Stewie barely survives there. Seized not quite going to get it working. He's down to 1 HP. And he gets wall-bang shot. Stewie, what is this?
Oh, man, poor Seized. What a round to try and play in. 5 versus 3 and a must-win round here for Cloud9. Again, they did lose a round like this just before. They can't let it happen again. Na'Vi should have a very tough time getting, especially up the slope, because Slemmy's right on the other side. So if they walk in, they're going to walk into sort of a natural crossfire. And with Shroud being there to help out real soon as well, this should get tricky. But what a shot from Flamey to take down Skadoodle. Zeus dropping Shroud. And no, Slemmy also going down. It switches from a 5-on-3 right into a 2-on-3, favoring Na'Vi. It's absolutely ridiculous. Cloud9 letting way too much map control going in favor of Na'Vi, and I can't even explain that.
Na'Vi are figuring out that connector area is the place to be. They just keep catching people out there. Skadoodle did not run in with his knife out this time, but still lost the duel. Had to run into the angle and gets caught. Somehow Na'Vi find a way, and so it was meant to be, Anders. Take 2, and Na'Vi still win the round. So now they actually get to start thinking about chaining some together, because Cloud9, they're going to hold on to 2 guns, and actually they managed to save both AWPs, which is big, but they won't have much to back them up.
If you lose back-to-back 3v5 rounds, you're going to be in a very dark place mentally. That's so hard to recover from, because most rounds on the CT side are going to develop differently here on Cobblestone. It's going to be you down 2 men all the time and then trying to sort of retake in a 3v5, and it's really tough, right? You're going to long for the rounds where you can start off with 2 kills. So I think Cloud9 just gave away 2 really, really big rounds. We could easily be at 8-1 right now, favoring Cloud9.
He can take off now. They can take off, rather. I'm looking at Stewie as well. You saw him briefly. You're right, not really been into the fight, but hasn't really been tested too much. Na'Vi really seemed to want to hit that A site. So B, pretty quiet for now, but we'll see how things develop going into the second half of this first half, basically. We're at the 10th round now. Still 6 of them left. And so Na'Vi could have been training Cloud9 this entire time to focus on A, put a lot of attention there, and they could be saving the B pushes for later on. But we'll see. Slemmy making his way through danger towards underpass. He's got Skadoodle backing him with that AWP. Skadoodle's already got 1 kill on the board here in this round.
It's going to put a little bit of pressure on Na'Vi. Those 2 AWPs in place. Skadoodle right on the other side. Zeus going to put up a grenade. Not going to mess with Skadoodle's position. If he walks around the corner, he's almost certainly dead. Trying to shoulder peek it, and Skadoodle a little bit too quick on the trigger there. And that's going to give up the position. Now Zeus still wanting to fight. The bomb is all the way back on the B side of the map, where Stewie's got the other AWP, but that spray crouch coming through, and Flamey picking up the kill. Oh, what? Did he shoot him or did he hit him in the head with the pistol? I'm not even sure. Flamey now pushing on onto the site, and the bomb has been dropped out there. No one to pick it up just yet, but Flamey gets a kill on Shroud. It's still a 3-on-3, and he's walking in scope. This is so dangerous. Skadoodle picking up a kill, and Zeus a little bit questionable. Guardian so close. Pistols out now. Gets 1, gets 2, and now it's all or nothing. 1-on-2 with 20 seconds left, and just trying to see if he can prevent the bomb plant here. Going to pick up the 1 kill, but it's not enough. It will be Na'Vi winning the round, but a very expensive one indeed. Wow.
And that was a nice shot from Skadoodle to open things up. He tried to play the hero op. Yeah, Shroud just jumping, pistol whip seized. That's tough. That's a tough pill to swallow for Cloud9, because they came so close to winning an eco round there. With the 2 AWPs, sure, but...
No, but think about it. This is the mental strain that Cloud9 are putting on themselves. You know, that eco round should be like a really great feeling, but it comes off the back of those 2, 3, 5 rounds. So now we have a sort of a string of 3 rounds in a row here that could have been.
Yeah.
And then it doesn't happen. It must be mentally so exhausting.
That's the resilience that we're always talking about. Are they going to be able to keep their focus here? They have the rifles now. No AWP for Skadoodle or for Stewie. Straight rifles, and Na'Vi looking to take advantage of this. Again, aggressive on the B site. Dylan charging out. Edward finds the first kill on Shroud. Stewie with a big spray. Drops Edward low, but they need to actually find some kills, and Stewie finally wakes up only to get dropped by C's.
Oh, what? Shooting at their teammates a little bit then. I swear I heard some shouts of panic coming out from Na'Vi.
Zeus like, stop shooting at me!
That's me, you idiot. Slammy and nothing left. 2 versus 4 right now. And again, just to remind you, this is how normal rounds play out on this map. You know, you try and defend the B-bomb site and you get run down. So those few rounds where you actually get the entry frags, those are the ones you're longing for and you should be winning. Na'Vi about to make it a 5th round here. I did not think it was possible for me to get any more disappointed than Cloud9, but they're really testing the limit here. They're really trying hard.
Oh, you give them too little credit. They've still got 6 rounds on CT side versus Na'Vi. I mean, this is Na'Vi we're talking about, and we're starting to see that Na'Vi resilience as well. They're just going to grind you down, hit the fine powder.
Good kills at the end of the round to keep the M4s alive.
Yeah, exactly. Zeus is actually going to see now. You know, nobody was saying who was spraying at him, but C's got the assist, so now Zeus knows. He's like, I'm on to you. I'm on to you, dude. So.
Yeah, and I think we've got to time out Cloud9 here. I guess it's a tactical one. Maybe. This would be an interesting, it seems like it. It'd be a very, very interesting time to take a tactical timeout, you know? Because you only get the one.
And in case you guys are wondering, standing behind Cloud9 right now, he is a manager. He is not a coach. He's not an analyst. It's Dane, and he's Cloud9's manager right now. And so it really is all on nothing on Slemmy, on these guys to figure things out, because they don't have their coach behind them. They don't have anybody there who's like done some crunching or been watching for patterns. It's all about what Nothing and Slemmy have been able to pick up in these rounds. And so Na'Vi now they've started that shift over to the B side as well. They got picked by, they lost Edward early in that round, but then now it's all about that B side, it seems, for Na'Vi. So we'll see if that changes after this timeout, if they're going to go back to A, or if they're going to just keep kind of just slamming into B here to close out the first half.
Oh, Jordan has been playing exceptionally well. 15-4 right now in 140 ADR. That's really hard to compete with.
This is some really funky music, man. Like,
it is.
I'm wondering right now, man. Alright, still nothing.
This could almost be like sort of like a Command & Conquer or Red Alert theme, like the, like.
It's more like feel. Nothing is like did you call a plumber?
Oh God.
Okay then. So 5-6 countdown has begun to get into the round, and Na'Vi, they're looking to tie things up here. Cloud9 with a bit of an assortment of weapons. 2 rifles that they managed to hold on to. They've got the Swag 7 on Stewie 2K, so we'll see if he can put that to good use. And then 2 pistols on Skadoodle and Shroud. And now Na'Vi waiting to see if they're going to get aggressive again. We're seeing some real variety coming out on that A site, though. Slemmy and Skadoodle holding an underpass this time aggressive, not going to long.
There is that Mag 7 close to the plateau, which has been made famous by multiple people now in the lifespan of this map. It just seems to sort of lend itself well to getting kills in the broken wall there. And the 2 M4s that were saved could definitely still be a big thing. Slemmy and Nothing have them, and they're on either side of the map, so we'll see if it's going to be the thing that makes a difference here for Cloud9.
Well, smoke goes down, and Skadoodle's instantly going to try and go through it. Channeling that NA, Slemmy, flash, not turning around, perfectly done. Slemmy and Skadoodle both peek at the same time, and Slemmy will pick up the kill. Not able to pick up the AK, however, so Skadoodle, we'll see if he rotates back. He's just going to catch Stewie looking the wrong way, but Nothing's there to trade the kill, and we're into a 3-on-4. Cloud9 have a man advantage, and Shroud, he's got the angle with the deagle.
Really, really good stuff here. This is exactly the sort of round they need. This might make up for a lot of the previous rounds, but they can make it work. Shroud does go down to Guardian. So still a 3-on-3 now. Guardian looking for one more kill, taking a lot of damage there. That was Slemmy picking up a little bit. Nothing flanking in from behind. He picks up a kill, but simultaneous kills coming out from Flamey and Guardian. And Na'Vi will win the round. Still, I mean, again, that doesn't worry me that much, because Cloud9, they didn't have that much. They did a lot of damage to Na'Vi's economy, and now they can still buy. So I can kind of let that pass. I think they did an acceptable job in that round. Would have been great if they could have won it, but we're at 6-6. Scoreline tied up. Let's see if Cloud9 can find another round here.
They actually have the money now to go for the buy. They've made Na'Vi spend a lot of theirs, but it's that AWP once again on Skadoodle. This time Guardian is going to be looking towards Underpass, and it's actually Slemmy. Again, going with that flash. That underhand flash is actually proving to be very effective versus Na'Vi. Every time he goes aggressive, though, it could be a bit of a tell that Na'Vi are picking up on, though, because they're like, every time he goes there, there's that flash. And so they're looking to just put the pressure on Slemmy. He's going to get into danger. Nothing's there to back him. I mean, it's the perfect time. Not going to get the double. Instead, it's Flamey with the double headshot. Slemmy had nothing, both down.
How does he even get that second kill? That looked like it should have never been possible. Shroud moving in, good spray connecting and taking down Edward, but he's also out in the open. He wants to get up on that bomb side to try and see if he can prevent the bomb from going down. 3-on-3 here, and Shroud, nice angle, headshot straight to Zeus. Flamey down as well. And without a bomb plant and a 1-on-3 for Guardian, he's not going to make it work. Skadoodle picking up the kill. And after not putting anything on the board for 5 rounds in a row, finally Cloud9 are there. And instantly look at the money for Na'Vi. This could still be this could be like a 9-6 half finish for Cloud9 if they win this next round.
If they win this next round, exactly. Na'Vi get hard reset. Na'Vi, they need to get a bomb plant at least, and preferably they need to pick up the round so we can go back to having, 8-7 finishes at the end of the half, right? Because that's what Overpass was all about. Dust 2, the first half was 8-7. We'll see. We'll see how it plays out now because Cloud9, once again, all the nades. This time Shroud's got that AK to play with, and if he's going to keep hitting headshots like that, the AK is perfect. One-shot headshot material. And it's Zeus taking the hit this time for Na'Vi. Just goes for the Tech 9 so they can afford to get a few more nades to work with. And again, a little bit of presence over on long A at the beginning, and then Cloud9 decided to fall back, and it's actually a rotation coming out pretty hard here from Slemmy. Maybe there's some kind of intuition coming into play because he wants to get close over towards B, and there's going to be a crossfire setup here for Connector.
Yeah, definitely a very good setup, seeing if they can make their way in. What a peek from Stewie. Guardian, you see him attempting that flick. It's just not going to be working out. Slemmy taking down Seized. This is a massive round from Cloud9. 5-on-3 again. And I've got to say, they can't give up a third one. They shouldn't even have given up the first 2, but if they lose this round, I can't deal with it. Trading some guns. Flamey picking up an AK, and Edward going down. Flamey going to pick up nothing. Still pushing on with 45 seconds left. They're trying to make it on, and it seems finally they managed to connect the shots. Zeus, the last man left.
All of these fine adjustments working out perfectly. Zeus, he's going to get flashed. I mean, he's in a 1v4 at this point, and nobody needs to peek on Cloud9's side. 30 seconds left. All they need to do is wait on the bomb site. They've got their points of contact. You just need to trust in your teammates. Shroud, he's got the angle on Plateau. So Stewie, all he needs to worry about is drop. Just sit and wait, and Zeus, he knows the state of the economy, of his economy, at least for his team. He knows that they don't have a whole lot of money, so with 15 seconds left, he's thinking he's going to back off and hold on to this AWP. This is perfect for Guardian.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing else to do at that point in time, so it will be an 8th round for Cloud9, and all Na'Vi will have in the upcoming round is pretty much going to be the AWP and a little bit extra. Some Tech 9s to go.
Yeah, fine work. Zeus actually has a Tech 9 already as well, so that works out perfectly for him. Yeah, sick shot from Stewie.
Yeah, very well played.
But also, I love the adjustments because you see Slemmy realizes that Na'Vi keep getting guys into Connector and keep wrecking him there. And so Cloud9 finally Slemmy finally decides to get that extra man over towards Connector. And this time around, Seas gets shut down. He doesn't actually manage to eviscerate the defense. Instead, he's the one who gets stuff. So perfectly done there by Cloud9, making these small adjustments to their play. 8-6 now. Cloud9. They've got it, man. They can actually lock this down. Only Tech 9s. And what is that? He's getting shanked by a teammate.
The mutiny has begun on the Na'Vi side at the horrible thought of losing to an NA team on LAN in what has to be considered a really big game. Again, this is the quarterfinal.
This is a matchmaking. Let's calm down.
I love it. Absolutely love it. Slemmy and Skadoodle are on the A side while the rest over at B. Those Tech 9s can be really lethal. I imagine once Na'Vi get going, they're probably not going to stop. Like this is just as soon as the spark hits, it's gonna be all fire.
The setup here, this is all about the run and gun sort of play. They're trying to make it look like it's going to be B site, and Na'Vi, once again, here they go, ready to go for the split. 3 guys about to go pouncing through Connector towards that A site, but Skadoodle's going to find the shot on Zeus. Skadoodle making the difference. Flamey will drop Shroud. And now you have 2 players from Na'Vi just sitting in the middle of Cloud9, and Edward's just going to go charging up Skadoodle point blank. Shuts him down, but Flamey's there to trade.
3-on-3, Slemmy with a good kill. Almost could have taken out Flamey as well. In fact, nothing will. And now Guardian 1 health, 25 seconds in a 1-on-2. It's the 15th round. He has to go for it. And one shot missed, and he's going to be out of it. He's sneaking up behind as well as Stewie, and nothing is up on the balcony. So Guardian is in an almost impossible position. No matter where he tries to plant, he's going to be very exposed. He does just hold it in. I mean, you might as well at this point try and see if you can go for it. Going to go for the first kill, misses it, and that should be the end of it. 9-6 favoring Cloud9. And that's going to put them 6 rounds here away from playing Fnatic at the Cobb Energy Center, the semifinals of E-League. Remember, tickets are still available. If you guys haven't got them yet, you definitely should. There's still a couple left, but what a great round, or what a great half here from Cloud9. I've got to say, there were 3 rounds that Cloud9 could have won. This could have been a 12-3 finish in favor of Cloud9. I don't know where Na'Vi went on this map, but they need to come back strong here if they want to win it.
And now is all about that, exactly. Going into the second half, we're obviously in halftime. The break is here for the teams to talk things over. Okay, so it is going to be a commercial break after all, guys. We'll be back in just a little bit.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We've got quite a game on our hands here. It's the third map, it's the second half, and Cloud9 are actually playing better than Na'Vi right now on Cobblestone. I can't even believe I'm saying that. And you know what, Senna, there is a little bold man right now who's a little bit worried because he did predict that that Na'Vi would end up winning. I know you thought I was going to go somewhere else with that, but I'm trying to keep it clean here. If Cloud9 win this, and someone eventually makes a When I'm Cloud9 type video that always goes on Reddit after every big upset, someone has to include the clip of Moses predicting Na'Vi just in slow motion and go like, no, that kind of thing. I really want that. It's too funny. Moses has been hoping for a long time. If the one time where he predicts them to lose, they win, it's almost too good.
Yeah, I'm
excited for that.
The turn of fate, man. The turn of fate. Just can't catch a break, Moses.
That's just how it works in the prediction industry. We have got Glocks all around on Cloud9, so again, they're going to be real fast here. They got one smoke and a lot of flashbangs as well to follow it up. But look at Na'Vi, what a setup they have here to deal with it. 4 members on the bomb side, a 5th one rotating in already. Cloud9, they need to go fast and hard right now, and missing a couple of shots. Stewie running up behind, missing even more shots. I have no idea what's happening. And they see 3 men actually pushed in behind the doors there, so that's a lot of information already being output here. Now Seized and Zeus coming into the round. It's a 3-on-3. The bomb is down. And Cloud9, if they win this round, they're going to be so close.
This is unbelievable. How are we still alive in this? Na'Vi, they're getting picked up. Edward finally going to hunt down Skadoodle, but it's still Slemmy holding close, and Shroud still has some HP to work with. He's in drop. He's going to drop the first man. Goes jumping around, and Guardian will hit the shot fast enough to end it, and there should be time enough for the defuse here as well. So Na'Vi will pick up the pistol, and again, just balance these teams right now. They're trading pistols every map.
Any chance that the guns had blanks in them? Could that have been a thing for that first round?
I just think that Stewie thought this was like, you know, the Looney Tunes or something, where every time you shoot, it actually just does trace the outline of the guy, right?
Can't believe it. That looked really, really weird.
And yes, winner goes on to face off against Fnatic in the semifinals live in the arena. So there's a lot on the line here for Cloud9. It would be huge for them to make it once again onto an arena on home turf. Na'Vi, though, they are definitely the favorite team here. And now they got that strong start. They got that pistol. So let's see, 7-9, Na'Vi trailing. But they have the rifles, although they do go for some SMGs here. A bit of a mix, which is a trade-up, which is actually a change. Na'Vi, they were starting to go, for a while, they had all rifles. Like, they weren't even messing around that much with SMGs, but it seems like they're starting to shift back a little bit. We see 3 SMGs here, hoping to just farm up some money versus Cloud9.
We'll see. Again, just going off of the previous maps, both teams seem to play a lot better on T side than they did on CT side. Na'Vi definitely had some issues on their CT sides earlier, so I'm not too confident right now. Though you should never underestimate Cloud9's ability to disappoint. That's definitely also a thing.
They have got a little bit of a history of it. But so far, they're putting up one hell of a fight. Zeus, all close, just guns him down. Shroud gets dropped, and now Zeus trying to hunt down Skadoodle again. Skadoodle just barely able to make it out of there intact. Flamey will take the kill on Stewie. And while it looks like a perfect hold shaping up here for Na'Vi. A couple of SMG kills come in. Flamey with 3 of them, Zeus with 1. That's as good as it gets for Na'Vi. Keeping everybody alive and just farming up with the SMGs, getting that double money in.
Well, 8-9. Going off of the map balance, it still shouldn't be too bad for Cloud9, especially if they can buy in this round here. 3 Galils, probably going to be a 4th one for Skadoodle, and 1 AK. Is this going to catch Na'Vi off guard? You got to wonder.
You kind of hope, because Na'Vi right now, it seems like an identical situation to the last half, where they're counting on Cloud9 maybe going for a half buy with some Tech 9s, but still trying to save up for the AWPs. Na'Vi, there's a real chance of them getting caught off guard here with the UMPs. I mean, UMPs aren't bad, but an MP9 on Flamey, that's far from ideal. And Cloud9, I mean, they know that they have the rifles now. They're looking for the long-range fights, and they're going to be making their way towards that A site. Guardian is there with the M4, but he's alone.
Oh, and almost getting pushed off on the timing. Very nearly fatal. Grenade on in as well. A lot of shots coming out. Guardian very nearly dead. That's a really good double grenade, and the Molotov out as well. Stewie gonna get caught, and Skadoodle almost lining them up. How is that not a kill? Nothing coming in and taking out Flamey, but it seems like Na'Vi getting away with way too much in this round, and now Nothing needs to come in and help out Shroudy. He can't just stand in this corner right now. Molotov gonna burn him as well. He's finally forced out through the smoke as well. Edward on the other side, and he's gonna take him out. Slemmy and Shroud left.
What is this chaos? Now Slemmy has to step in. He will get the shot on Edward through the smoke, getting lucky. But a flank is coming in through Connector, and Shroud is at risk. He realizes it just a second too late, and Seized will find the kill eventually. And so it's all on Slemmy now. 1v3. Triangle is set up, and Zeus will get the headshot instantly as he comes around the corner. But that is, like, what was going on between the two players at the beginning? Ska and Stewie, they just refused to step out and just own it. They were playing, like, half committed and just 80 AD spray. Just step in there and get the kills.
And also the fact that Guardian even lives through that round, you know, he was down to 11 health, and he managed to stay alive inside the bomb site, so I don't even know. That's going to tie up the scoreline at 9-9, and moving into the 19th round here. We'll see if Cloud9 could do a little bit more damage in this round, but a good start to the second half for Na'Vi. They're definitely not done and out.
Well, might be the YOLO B here. It looks like it's Shroud. Tries to cancel it. He does cancel it for his teammates, but it's not really going to matter in the end. Nothing will find 1 kill on Zeus. Not going to get the follow-up with the M4. And so it's a 2-minute advantage here for Na'Vi going into this anti-eco. A little bit of a chaotic start, but they do manage to stabilize, although Edward gets picked off long range by Skadoodle. Slemmy's going to find the kill on Flamey, but it's Slemmy alone now. He's got the Kevlar, but it's not going to do him any good. He steps out and gets picked by Seized.
What a great round from Cloud9, though. That's that's just so detrimental to Na'Vi. They lose, what, 4 rifles in that round? That was pretty much the entire bank that they had saved up. Now they're very low on money. And Cloud9 can buy. So they just put themselves in a very good position, even if they didn't win the round.
Well, here we go. Now it gets interesting. Na'Vi with the double AWP. Skadoodle with his op. Only a single one on Cloud9, though. They're not willing to go full Na'Vi and commit, you know, with the Guardian Seized combo. Could have Stewie going for it, but Looks like they want to be a little bit more fleet of foot. Skadoodle holding very passively, hoping that Guardian is going to go aggressive, but that's just not the case. Guardian is waiting for him to peek into underpass. And instead, Cloud9 just taking over, making some noise over here towards B.
Oh, Guardian is sneaking over towards long at the moment. And Skadoodle is still, after all this time, scoped up on that corner. So patience here really is key if you want to go for this kind of play.
Might get rewarded for his patience. No, Guardian decides to back off. Slemmy about to make his way over there. He's going to get that incendiary down, and they are very low on nades now, Cloud9. We're getting to that minute mark, and they have a single smoke grenade and 3 flashes to work with. That's not a lot of utility compared to Na'Vi, who have plenty of nades left. And so again, this is going to be coming down to the run and gun here for Cloud9. They really need to make these flash grenades count. So it's all about the headshots now.
Look at how close Guardian is to being able to rotate in. Flamey gets a kill, but he will be going down, and nice return from Zeus as well, looking for another shot. Seized, helping out, taking out Shroud. Skadoodle swapping in for the AK, and with not that many bullets left, still picks up a kill. Now it's a 2-on-3. They have a minimal chance right now. If they take out Guardian running through Connector, that might actually be the best move at the moment. He's alone up there with the AWP. 30 seconds. They need to make a move. They really can't wait for Na'Vi to go for the peak. They're the ones who are going to have to make the first move, because Na'Vi are content to just wait around all day here. Down to 20 seconds. Cloud9 are slowly losing this round just by standing still. Seized with a really good kill. Slemmy alone. Don't think he's going to be able to win the round, but a very good shot coming through. 10 seconds. He wants to make this cross, but surely it's going to be covered, and Guardian to take him out. Again, though, Cloud9 doing a hell of a lot of damage here.
They're keeping it close, but again, Na'Vi are saving the offs. So they hold on to both AWPs here, Na'Vi. Now it's just a matter of just chucking around some M4s. That's $3,100. You're not going to be too worried about that. Guardian with the track picks off Slemmy. And it works, it works. I mean, Cloud9 now, what they're going to do is just a half buy, but I want to see them go, again, with the ultra aggression. Just get out there, get in Navi's face. Because Na'Vi, last eco round for Cloud9, they weren't really throwing out the anti-rush nades. They weren't really, committing the incendiaries. This round, however, let's see. Na'Vi, are they actually going to try and put some down on Plateau? It doesn't look like it. Instead, it's Edward holding close with the MP9, and he gets caught. Caught jumping, and Shroud with the headshot.
Just the panic jump there happens every once in a while.
He only saw the one player, though. But it looks like that's enough. Na'Vi are going to keep the 3 players over here on B.
Bit of a disappointing start, especially with that MP9, just one of the kills. Stewie going to be taking out Flamey as well, charging in. Stewie finding a second kill. Zeus out in the open, running close to try and see if he can deny the foul. That's not going to happen. Guardian alone, and he's going to be going down. What is happening? Cloud9 shocking Na'Vi and turning it into 11-10, and now those 2 rounds where they did all that damage are really going to come into play. Na'Vi can afford the double up here, but look at what else they have. It's just going to be pistols, maybe a Max 7 or something like that on Zeus, but they really don't have a lot.
It's actually wild that they go for the double AWP when, 6,750, right? You could drop a FAMAS for a teammate, still get a rifle, you can still actually have some decent firepower if you spread it out. Instead, Na'Vi are just like, right, we're actually just going to fully rely on our operators to get the job done. And Guardian, he goes for the aggressive peek. He wants to try and find that kill. If he can find that opening kill, that changes everything. That makes it so much stronger for Na'Vi.
Yeah, you almost have to, I feel like, if you're going to be investing this hard into 2 orbs, then saving them and just sort of leaving them in the back of the bomb site is a little bit risky. So I kind of like the idea that Guardian is out there looking. Sees this on the other side by the plateau, so they do have some forward positions here. If Cloud9 win this round, then it's going to be hell for Na'Vi to get back in the game.
No, 11-10. I mean, Na'Vi is still in the lead, but Cloud9 with a good chance to tie it up, and you just want to see Skadoodle pull the trigger there.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen. And so now Na'Vi, I mean, all of the focus here is going to be on this connector area. You can see everybody kind of gathered up around it. They have one man holding exactly outside. Guardian is close. He can look into connector as well. He's keeping an eye on underpass right now just to see if anybody's going to be making their way here. And there's a single nade coming out from Cloud9, but Guardian isn't going to see anybody running by. And so that's not going to force, that shouldn't force a rotation off of Na'Vi.
Sees this right up there. If he went for the peak and Skadoodle got that kill, that would definitely set in motion the push. But instead, sees to take him out, pushing in from behind. Zeus, very good kill indeed. And that's going to make it 3 versus 5 here. Cloud9 in a lot of trouble. They are starting to rotate back towards the A-bomb side, but Guardian is on the site with the AWP. And he looks for the first kill, not quite going to get it yet. 20 seconds left. Zeus actually missing a shot. Real close there, but Slemmy still goes down. Guardian doing his job right now. And Stewie there's nothing you can do any longer here. Shroud's gonna fall as well. And a very important round for Na'Vi. Not only winning that round, but also saving 2 AKs on top of the 2 AWPs. So suddenly it's looking a lot better. And Cloud9, they've got no money to fight with right now.
If you can hear what Zeus is saying there, that's like the opposite. Harosho, you know, that's good. So, you know, playing matchmaking, guys, you know one thing. Now you know how to just like say good job too, right? Zeus, man, he's a good leader.
He's looking fired up right now. Just look at him, just very, very intense. I definitely don't think Na'Vi were expecting this close of a fight for Cloud9. So they're probably a little bit stressed just at that fact alone.
Now it's all pressure on Cloud9, though. Look, the force buy coming out from Cloud9. They want to get that counter force going. And so Na'Vi, I mean, we have to see if it's actually going to work out here. If they can just stabilize, they have the double op. Now it's all on Cloud9. And while Guardian hoping to get lucky through the smoke, not quite going to find it, but he's not alone on the site this time. Zeus is there to back him up with that AK, and that's the bait. Na'Vi, Guardian taking shots at the op is basically telling Cloud9, hey, I only have an op over here. If you rush me with enough people, you'll kill me, right? Zeus with the AK, though, he would be there to completely wreck that setup.
Cease with an important start, taking down Shroud. Could tell that Stewie is playing at the edge of the smoke, and Zeus can't quite see him. Not yet anyway, some bullets flying back and forth, but ultimately, Na'Vi are going to be quite happy about this situation. It's up to Cloud9 to make something work. AK and AWP and pistols.
Can they actually get that op into position to do something? Skadoodle is not seeing anybody in connector. The longer this goes on, the trickier it gets for Cloud9. There's the Incendiary and Guardian, the 2-for-1 shot. Stewie headshot, nothing dropped, but Skadoodle's there to get the trade. Still, the damage is done. It's a 2-on-4 scenario now for Cloud9, trying to push onto the site, and there's still a man alive on it. Edward rotating in as well. Now the crossfire is established, and Zeus gonna find Slemmy. 20 seconds left, and Skadoodle, the bomb isn't even anywhere near the site. It's all the way up in danger.
Yeah, and even worse, this is a round where Na'Vi only lose one person. Going off the back of the 2 saved AKs and everything else, this means their economy is really going to start to build here. Shroud hoping for the deal shot early on, but Na'Vi, they have an economy that will essentially sustain a loss, and that's all they need right now. Cloud9 are in so much trouble.
They realize it too, I mean, but now they're not going to throw a chance of the win, go for some kind of force buy. They're actually counting on letting Na'Vi get up to 14 rounds and then getting the job done from there. It's an eco round here for Cloud9, and it's not a lot of time wasted. They're going very aggressive, straight into underpass, hoping to catch out Guardian. Nade is going to buy some time, and Guardian getting herded in. He's going to find 1 kill, but that's it. Now Skadoodle has an op to work with.
Well, they've done some damage already, stealing that AWP. Maybe that could be the key. If not to victory here, then maybe just, again, doing the damage is really important. If you want to win this map, then right now you need Na'Vi's economy to just break completely. And that involves getting 3 kills per round or more. Flamey picking up a kill on Shroud. Skadoodle and Stewie left. Na'Vi being quite aggressive in this situation, actually.
Now they're struggling. Well, yeah, it's just, I think this is like Na'Vi. You know, we know we've got you by the throat. We know how to just end it from here, so no respect. Could come back to bite them like that round on Dust 2 for Guardian on a site where he overpeaked. But it doesn't look like it's going to happen this time. Stewie gets wallbanged by Zeus, just barely gets spotted, and Zeus just continues to pour bullets in there. Now it's all on Skadoodle. 1v4 with the op. And he doesn't even get a chance. Zeus just holding long perfectly.
It's some pretty smooth work there, and that's going to put Na'Vi at 14 rounds to the 10 of Cloud9. Another 2 here for the CIS team, and they are going to be moving forward to play Fnatic. Again, that's at the Cobb Energy Center, so that's going to be obviously one hell of a matchup. Na'Vi Fnatic would definitely be a tight game.
That would be brilliant. Top level CS. I mean, Cloud9 right now are showing us that they aren't quite, they're just running out of gas, it feels like. They aren't quite able to maintain the level to keep up with Na'Vi. They crumbled in the 22nd round, and since then it's just been, you know, the Na'Vi show. And so we'll see. I mean, now's the big opportunity. All AKs, hardly any nades though. And Shroud hoping to get lucky over here on Plateau. Needs to make some noise because the rest of his teammates, they're all running towards A, and Guardian, he gets spotted and he hits the shot, but nothing. Instant headshot from him.
Wow, that's a really crazy shot coming out of nothing. He even switched off with the EWP. He knows he can't be close range to take any shots anyway, so might as well just try and fight from the back line. Slemmy going down, spraying his Stewie and picking up Flamey. It's still a 4-on-3 right now. Bomb plant not happened yet, but it doesn't really matter. They have plenty of time, and Stewie, look at the spray transfer, making it a triple, and C's going to be going down. Shroud with the lurk coming in from behind. What a great round, a lot of speed there. And we're at 14-11.
Young Stu, there we go. That's what we're talking about. I was just looking at his stats as well. He's definitely been quiet on this third map, unlike on Dust 2 where he was leading the way. But that's the kind of big high-impact kills that he needs to be delivering right now for Cloud9 to stay in this map. 14-11. There's still a chance for Cloud9. They're still on T-side Cobble. They can definitely run it back, get 6 rounds in a row.
Yeah, absolutely. And Navi's economy is out, so if they don't win this round, they're going to be ecoing, and then, you know, okay.
Well, that's unfortunate.
That's a little bit unfortunate, yeah. But yeah, we could quickly bounce from this into a 14-13 type scoreline, so we'll see if that's going to work out or not for Cloud9. They've got to be feeling the pressure right here.
Well, they've got drop now. Nothing is going to be moving in. And aggressive, I mean, just this is straight aggression coming out from Cloud9. They want to charge in, take the fight to him. Smoke goes down to block off drop, and Seized is going to trade. But there's Slemmy. Instant refrag, takes down Edward.
Quick trade. Plenty of time. Stewie picking up 2 kills, a third one as well. Just clearing out all of the middle and nothing to close out the round. And you hear the chant coming out. People very, very excited. 14-12 right now. Look at this from Stu. The flashbangs, they all line up.
What a showman, you know? Just waits until the end. He's like, this is great TV, you know? Like, let it get to the end. They're going to be right on the line. Maximum suspense. And that's where I turn it on. I'm the hero. Look at me. I'm the boss now, right? Like, let's go. Eco round now for Na'Vi and Cloud9. They're in a great spot. Stewie definitely making some plays that'll get his teammates fired up.
Well, this is now getting very close. Wild spray coming out. And now we have almost nothing with which to fight back in this round, and they're already going to lose 2 members. Nothing picking up both of them. They were actually lined up from his point of view, and Shroud helping out a little bit here, so no issue at all. Quad kill for nothing, and a 14-13 scoreline with Na'Vi. They've got enough even for an AWP if they wanted to drop one for Guardian, but it doesn't seem like that's going to be the case.
Again, these lineups, man, they're just perfect. Yeah, they have the money now, Na'Vi, and they're going to go for the buy. Seized is going to have the AWP, not Guardian. Interesting decision here.
Well, are they going to swap it? They could.
Look like it.
No, it seems like not.
That's Guardian heading over towards Long as well with the AWP. Interesting. I mean, he's solo A. You'd expect to have him have the AWP, but it looks like Seized. I mean, he's had some success on Plateau with the AWP so far this half, so looks like he wants to try and get some more out of that, although he is going to be holding from the bomb site itself this time. And Cloud9, I mean, they've had success on B, so more B.
They can't make any mistakes now. It's going to be flawless Counter-Strike from here on out. Flashes go in, Seized still on the stairway waiting, and he's going to pick up the 1 kill, tries for the no-scope. He's still alive somehow, finally goes down, and Shroud in with a double. Guardian and Zeus in a lot of trouble, and again, this could very well be for the map. Na'Vi's economy is completely wrecked at this point in time. They've got nothing left to fight with. Guardian runs into nothing's headshot there, and Zeus, last man left to go down, tying up the scoreline at 14-14. We've got nothing with a legendary performance here at 30 kills on Cobblestone. Not touched by anyone right now.
Where did this nothing come from? Dropping 30 bombs versus Na'Vi and Seized.
That is that's the sign of a lot of pressure being put on just one person there. And Edward, who was playing so well earlier, he's down to 7 kills right now. I mean,
yeah,
they need everyone to work out right here. Got 2 UMPs, 2 from us, 1 5-7.
This is interesting. That smoke coming in. Not quite going to block it off, but that was a CT side throw. I mean, that was a CT smoke that was going down towards the entrance to Plateau on the T side. Na'Vi showing some technology here.
A lot of grenades being exchanged pretty early on, which is not great news for Na'Vi because they don't have that many left, so they're going to need them later on. Zeus hoping for some of those headshots in the window.
Oh, and he's gonna get it. No, doesn't go full Taz. Only the 1-for-1. Good trade there from nothing. And now they decided to change it up, Cloud9. Instead of going B, it's A, and there's only gonna be Guardian here with a UMP. Full rotation is coming out from Na'Vi. Still a 4-on-4, and they're taking their time with this Cloud9, but they have no idea that Guardian is over here by Woodstack. He might be able to actually just rip everything asunder here. Shroud, back turn, never gonna see it coming, and now nothing focused on Balcony is getting shredded.
Still alive, Guardian, somehow. It's all on Skadoola. He's going to go down. And Na'Vi, they make it to match and map point here. 15-14. How does it happen?
It's when you change it up, I guess.
They had the call. I mean, even if he's behind the wall there, he's got a UMP. I mean, it's just the timing. Oh, no, and nothing took out Slemmy.
Yeah.
That even escaped. I didn't even notice. I was so focused. I can't believe it. I actually don't know what to say.
C's is just wild, man. You can just feel the energy when you watch his reactions. It's nuts. And well, yeah, back to B. They realized, well, maybe going A was a bad idea. Let's go back over towards B, where we've actually had some success. Still, 4 players stacked up here for Na'Vi. Lots of nades going down on Shroud. This is going to be so difficult now for him to make something happen. And he's looking for it. He's got that flash ready. And now the push begins. Anti-flash is coming in. Another incendiary. Shroud might be roasting. He's right on the edge, and he's just going to barely get out of there in time.
They throw in a grenade right now. Shroud's not going to have any chance to do anything in this round. They are down on the bomb site. Finally, Shroud out to seize. And this could very well be it here for Cloud9. Nothing going to get a kill in return. Now up to 31. C's going to be taking down Stewie. Still a 3-on-4 right now. They need that bomb plant. Skadoodle fighting close to the statue, but he's going to leave Slemmy alone here to fight 1-on-3, no bomb plant, and they know he's down there somewhere going for the kill. Not gonna happen. It's 16-14. Na'Vi gonna make it on to play against Fnatic at the Cobb Energy Center. And Cloud9, they came so incredibly close. I can hardly believe it.
What a performance from Cloud9, but also from Na'Vi to show some true will there. They were so close for Cloud9 to actually make the comeback happen, to run it back. Would have been 6 rounds in a row at the end, but Na'Vi found it.
But again, you've got to think about those rounds they ended up sort of throwing away in the first half. That's just devastating right now. I can't even believe it. It is impressive that Cloud9 managed to get it this close. No one obviously thought they were even going to be anywhere close to competing with Na'Vi in this matchup, and they certainly did that. Brought it to a 3rd map, went to overtime on 1 map as well, and you know, almost managed to pull it away here.
And they're going to be playing against Fnatic now, Na'Vi, next week in the semifinals. That's going to be a huge match. We're going to throw it to a quick break before we go to the analysts to break down this best of 3.
Go first. All right.
What a series we just saw. Na'Vi is moving on into the semifinals, and I am now joined in the chicken coop. We have their star sniper, Guardian. Guardian, this one went the distance. You came out on top. How are you feeling right now? You're into the Final Four.
Well, it feels good in one way, but the other way we played very bad. So we are not happy with our game. So yeah, we are happy that we are in top 4, but still, the game was not good.
On your map choice, Overpass, this one was much closer than we expected. And then Cloud9, they were able to take Dust too. But talk to me about Cobble. It looked like Cloud9 off to a fantastic start, but in back-to-back rounds, you guys won 3-on-5s. How did you make it happen in the first half to even give yourselves a chance?
Well, if we talk about 3v5, then we have the plan how to play 3v5, and both of the ways worked out. And one was throwing smoke under the bridge and going into the smoke, all of us, and walking up to the side. And they were they didn't wait this way. And then the other way was to be to the long as well together under one smoke. And then, yeah, I mean, we knew what to do in this situation, and it worked out well.
Talk to me about your opponents on the other side. Coming into the match, did you expect Cloud9 to be this strong?
Well, we know always that they have the firepower to be one of the best teams in the world. So of course you have to be confident against them. But yeah, we always know that they are a stronger team, and they showed it.
Now talk to me about the end of the game. It looked like Cloud9 was teed up to head to the semifinals. They had you guys on the ropes. Your money, your economy was broke, but you pulled out a big win, round 29. How did you do it with weaker firepower?
Well, I would say the deciding factor in that round was that I think in Stark's head it was like let's use this old style defense to the long, and that I was throwing to the long smoke from city spawn, so we stopped the fast rush to the long. So yeah, we used our old tactic, and it worked out.
Excellent. Well, my friend, you are moving on into the semifinals. You'll be playing Fnatic. Are you excited for that matchup?
We'll see.
We'll see. That's right. And we'll see it next week. They'll be in the Final Four. For now, though, let's close out the desk with Richard Lewis.
Yeah, thanks a lot for that, guys. And Guardian, of course, I think he knows, doesn't he, about their bit of a hoodoo with Fnatic there. But let's not talk about that. Let's talk about this series. Cloud9, insanely unlucky. And I guess we'll start by just taking a look at the game over. It was real close. I honestly thought Cloud9, they probably could have nicked Cobblestone as well. Maybe should have.
I mean, they have lost 2 overtime games, to be fair. Well, this one was almost overtime. Yeah, this was a very, very close game. Early on, looked like it was going great for Cloud9, but that's the thing I always say on this map particularly. You've got to watch out for the Na'Vi T side. They can work magic from there. They always get things going. So Cloud9, I mean, they stopped the Na'Vi T side first time. I thought, okay, they've done enough here. This is the same story, though. Cloud9 running out of gas toward the end of the game, though.
I mean, they definitely had their opportunities. There was that one round, not the 29th, I almost want to say it was like around the 25th or 26th, where Na'Vi was stuck on, they had like 2 ops and like all pistols behind it, or
like UMPs or something. They had a couple of
and it was just like, those are the rounds that you got to think Cloud9 has them. If they win that one, they essentially win the game, and Na'Vi's just able to bring it back. So, I mean, this is on top of an amazing performance from nothing. 33 kills on that map, 18. Yeah. And I mean, he really propelled that. Actually, the stars throughout the series for Cloud9 showed up, and Na'Vi's actually didn't really show up that well. I mean, Flamey had a good last map here, but for most of the series, he was kind of missing. And that's just when we talk about other teams relying on this individual skill and never having that structure to fall back on. This is Na'Vi falling back on the structure, falling back on the tactics that they've practiced and they've been doing for months and months, and being able to pull games out even when their stars aren't performing up to their capabilities.
Yeah, but I mean, struggling to beat Cloud9, I respect what you're saying, Moses, of course. But like Na'Vi are going to be thinking, what is happening here? Are we getting to the stage where we have to start thinking about these guys as having real mental problems in terms of closing out games, though?
You mean the guys from Na'Vi?
Yeah.
I mean, to me, this just looked like a day where everything went wrong. Like, almost everyone was not on form at all. So, for example, Seized had a good middle game, and then the first game, he was absolutely terrible. So, I actually just feel like it's one of those days where you can't have 3 people just turn up and not play well at all. I mean, Zeus was pretty poor across the whole series, pretty much. He had a terrible series today. Seized was coming in spurts, so...
And I mean,
Obviously
also
excitable young man.
The big thing is also, I mean, we were watching the stream in the back. Duncan and I were just, I mean, laughing a little bit because you could see when they did like the reaction cams of the Na'Vi players after rounds, C's just like almost looked like he wanted to like scream a little bit, and you could see him just heading his hands in the next round. It was just much better. He was much happier. So you can see this is a team that's known to tilt a little bit. So just back and forth on the emotions.
Yeah. So
in the end, he grabbed hold of a rope though, pulled himself back to safety.
Yeah, that's what you have to do sometimes. So look, we'll stop. It was very hard to pick an MVP in this series. In the end, you know,
who have you gone for?
Well, you know, Moses had a big say in Buffalo Wild Wings, blazing hot player of the match. We're going to give it to Shroud. They're going to get something.
The old bias again. No, actually, Shroud had a very good series overall.
Printed against him every map.
I mean, listen, Na'Vi's a legit opponent, obviously one of the best teams in the world. Very difficult to beat. Cloud9 couldn't beat them in the end, but Shroud certainly had a very respectable performance. And he's a guy where you do point to him and say, internationally, he doesn't really put up a lot of these huge performances against this caliber of opponent.
Yeah, I mean, he's always criticized for when we see him have poor performances. But this was a really nice series.
I understand what Richard was saying. The reason why you picked this one is because he's on an American team, but he's not from America. So that's why you picked him, right?
Yeah, sure.
Anything but an American, right? That's your.
You really are. At the end of the day, this is where the crowbar comes out. This is when we really start forcing the issue with these jokes.
Yeah, well, you know what Duncan's like. We're just used to it by now. But no, I thought it was good to see him be able to step up. It's been a long time since I saw.
Especially that map that they won was
crazy.
Exactly.
Yeah,
big time performance.
So just some final thoughts about Cloud9. You know, I thought they gave a very good account of themselves ultimately, and I think they can hold their heads up really.
Well, listen, I mean, you talk about a team that did not qualify for the major, did not look great there. Just last week, they played in a tournament that was admittedly online against all North American teams, and they looked shaky there as well. They had some very close games with teams you'd expect them to just blow out of the water. So everything we'd seen from them leading up to this series was just, you know, doom and gloom. They haven't been impressive for quite some time. So, I mean, in terms of that, relative to what I expected personally to come in after seeing them look a little bit disorganized in that online tournament, this was a great performance out of them, and it does come off the back of guys like Shroud having probably the best series we've seen them have in quite some time, definitely all of 2016.
Let's hope it isn't just one of those devil moments. But for Na'Vi as well,
this poor guy.
For Na'Vi as well, though, I mean, they're going to have to do a lot better moving forward. This is not, you know, I think they're in a slump at this stage. I think it's time to start talking about it. But look, let's take a look at the bracket. You can see Envious and Fnatic happened earlier today. No problems there for Fnatic. Fairly comprehensive 2-0. Na'Vi really struggling to beat Cloud9. That sets up that semi-final. It's a classic encounter. I don't think Na'Vi have beaten Fnatic in ever
They actually have. They admit that they have a huge mental block against Fnatic.
A lot of teams have in the past. And then, of course, tomorrow, starting at 5 p.m. Eastern, we got that first game there, Astralis versus Mousesports, and then this is a classic. What a feast of Counter-Strike to put on TBS at 10 p.m. Eastern. It's Virtus Pro versus Ninjas in Pajamas. Not that long ago, this could have been a final. And talking of finals, make sure you get your tickets to join our championship weekend at the Cobb Energy Center, July 29th to 30th. You go to e-league.com/finals. We're going to find out who's going to join them tomorrow. So make sure you join us. Fnatic are there. Cloud9 were almost there, but it was Na'Vi in the end. So it's been a great day from everyone at the desk, everyone in the studio. Thanks a lot for watching. We will catch you tomorrow at 5 p.m.